This is a public hearing in DPU docket 09-01A, an investigation by the Department of Public Utilities on its own motion into the preparation and response of Fitchburg Gas and Electric Light Company, which also does business under the name of Unitil, to the December 12, 2008 winter storm. My name is Paul Hibbard. I'm chairman of the Department of Public Utilities, or DPU. With me today from the DPU are, to my right, Commissioner Bob Keating; to my left, Commissioner Tim Wolf; to Bob's right, Don Nelson from the Electric Power Division of the Department; to his right is Liz Salucci, who's our Director of External Affairs; and over here on Tim's left is excuse me, is Joan Foster Evans, who's a hearing officer with the department, and she'll be a hearing officer for this case. Also from the department, we have down here in the stands our General Counsel, Laura Olton, and the Director of our Electric Power Division, Barry Perlmutter. As you're all aware, on December 11th and 12th, 2008, an ice storm in Massachusetts resulted in widespread power outages across the state. The communities of Fitchburg, Lunenburg, Townsend, and Ashby were particularly hard hit, and many customers went without power for many days, even weeks. During the crisis, many of you here today voiced serious concerns over the outages, and in particular over the response of the local electric utilities. We heard, for example, from Attorney General Martha Coakley, Senator Flanagan, Representatives DiNatale and Benson, Mayor Wong, and many others. At that time, Governor Patrick and Lieutenant Governor Murray convened a series of phone meetings with state agencies, elected officials, and company representatives to speed the recovery process and facilitate communication with local public safety officials. And then finally, on December 20th, Governor Patrick requested that DPU consider opening an investigation into the efforts of the state's utilities to restore power following the storm. In response to the concerns highlighted by the Governor, the Attorney General, and other elected officials, on December 22nd, the DPU announced its intent to open an investigation into these circumstances and did so through an order that we issued on January 7th of this year. In that order, we required comprehensive filings by all of the state's investor-owned utilities, and we initiated a deliberative process to investigate company preparedness and company response. This is the first in a series of public hearings that the DPU is holding across the state as part of its investigation. In particular, we're holding public hearings in both Fitchburg and in Lunenburg in order to provide Unitil's customers with an opportunity to comment on your experiences during and after the storm, and so that we may assess Unitil's preparation for and response during the storm. This hearing is a critical component of our investigation. It's an opportunity for all of you to record your experiences and observations on the record so that we may consider them throughout our review. But this public hearing is only the first step in our investigation. The order opening the investigation directed all four of the state's utilities to provide to the DPU a written report by February 23rd, providing information related to their preparation for and response to the storm. And I should say I am particularly pleased that Attorney General Coakley is able to be here today. On behalf of all of you and all residential ratepayers across the state, her office will play a critical role, as it always does in DPU proceedings, in ensuring a thorough, exhaustive review of company storm preparations, emergency response, and electric company service quality. In fact, Attorney General Coakley has already filed comments with the DPU in this proceeding, pushing to make sure that we not only provide an opportunity for public hearing, like the one we're having tonight, but also conduct a full evidentiary investigation into the electric company's activities. The DPU agrees with the Attorney General on this point, and following this public hearing, we will issue a notice to begin the adjudicatory phase of our proceeding. That phase will include inviting and ruling on petitions for intervention and limited participant status, requesting documents and information from the company, and holding evidentiary hearings in which the DPU, the Attorney General, and interveners may cross-examine company witnesses. All of this information will supplement the testimony that we hear from you tonight. And once the DPU has reviewed all of the evidence, we will issue an order with our findings from the investigation. A decision may be expected this spring. Throughout our investigation, all of you may download or read all of the documents that are filed throughout the proceeding, which will be posted as they are received on the DPU's website. There's an information sheet at the sign-out table that will let you know how to do so. So before we get started, let me give you an overview of how we're going to proceed tonight. There are several opportunities for you to comment. You have an opportunity, of course, to comment here in the auditorium at this public hearing. If you find that you're unable to stay long enough to comment in the auditorium today, or you would prefer not to, you may do one or both of two things. First, we have a second hearing officer and court reporter in another room in the library, so that you may provide your testimony there. And second, you may submit written comments to the DPU on this matter. These comments are due by the close of business this Thursday, next Thursday, February 5th. The directions on how to file comments with the DPU are also on the information sheet that's out at the sign-in table. This public hearing process is designed to ensure that as many members of the public as possible have a full opportunity to make their views known to the DPU. Clearly, from the amount of people that are here in this room, there's a lot of interest. At the sign-in table, there's a place to put yourself on the list of speakers, and if you haven't done so already, and to indicate whether or not you would like to give your testimony under oath, meaning that it would be sworn testimony. If you did not sign the page, if you did not sign the oath at the sign-in table, please recognize that your testimony will be heard, but the DPU can only rely on sworn testimony as evidence in its decision-making process. As I mentioned, we have two court reporters available tonight to receive public comments. Here in the auditorium, I will call on people, or Hearing Officer Evans will call on people in the order in which you've signed the speaker sheet. A second court reporter is available in the library, so if you do wish to give your testimony with the second court reporter, you may just proceed to the library and go ahead and do that. But please let DPU staff at the sign-in table know that you're giving your testimony to the second court reporter so that we don't go through the process of calling you up here in the auditorium. We hope that with this process, everyone who would like to provide comments tonight will be able to do so. All of the comments will be considered equally regardless of where they are presented, and all persons making their comments before the second court reporter may, of course, return to the auditorium to hear the other speakers. Just a couple other notes. We've provided a Spanish language translator for anyone who needs this service. Please let us know at the sign-in table if you do need translation. And our translator will be happy to translate those comments into English for the court reporter. We also have provided, as you can see on stage here, sign language interpreting services. If you need this type of interpretation, again, please let us know. Keep in mind that the court reporter cannot transcribe your comments accurately if you're not speaking clearly or if more than one person is speaking at a time. So I just ask that only one person speak at a time and that the background noise here be kept to a minimum if possible. And since this public hearing is an important source of information to the DPU regarding what took place in this community during and after the storm, we want to be sure that as many people as possible can speak tonight, and the list is already quite long. So I'm asking that each speaker keep their comments as brief as they can be and to the point, and try to speak for 3 minutes or less. Finally, please note that this is an opportunity for you to provide your experience and your observations related to the events following the storm. It's not an opportunity in this forum to question the company. Also, it's not meant to be an opportunity to question the department on how it will conduct this investigation. If you have any questions about the proceeding along those lines, you certainly can call the hearing officer at any point after tonight's public hearing, and we will be happy to explain to you the process and where we're going forward from here. So at this time, what I'd like to do is ask if there are any representatives from Unitil here tonight, if they could stand up and identify themselves. Do you want to speak up, George? Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So DPU typically allows elected officials to have the first opportunity to speak. And so first we will ask for comments from our elected state officials and then elected local officials and finally appointed local officials. We'll then take the members of the public that have signed up on the sheet outside in the order that they signed up. So when you do come forward to speak, please state and spell your name for the ease of the court reporter and provide your address as well. Our first speaker tonight will be Attorney General Martha Coakley. Attorney General.
Thank you. I am Attorney General Martha Coakley. I live in Medford, Massachusetts, although I grew up in Berkshire County. And so I know that when severe weather hits parts of the state, for many in Boston, it is just a news story or a photograph. And I appreciate for people who lived through this how difficult it was. I appreciate Chairman Hibbard and Commissioner Keating and Commissioner Wolf, as well as staff and hearing officers, the opportunity to be here this evening to speak briefly on behalf of the Commonwealth, as well as the customers of Unitil. I want to thank Governor Patrick, Lieutenant Governor Murray, Senator Flanagan, Representative Di Natale, and Mayor Wong, as well as the entire legislative delegation from this region impacted by this storm, including Representative Robert Rice from Ashby, Representative Benson from Lunenburg, and Representative Bob Hargraves from Townsend for their efforts during and after the storm to ensure a coordinated response to this disaster, as well as their ongoing advocacy for federal and state aid and other assistance to help compensate local government, businesses, and residents that suffered losses during the ice storm. Among my duties is to represent the interests of Massachusetts ratepayers in gas and electric cases before the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities. Several members of my Energy and Telecommunications Division are here tonight, including my Division Chief, Jed Nozel, who is in my seat now. My office represents all ratepayers in proceedings before the Department, such as this evening's investigation, as well as any matter involving utility rates or quality of service. We participate in public hearings, as well as evidentiary hearings, scrutinizing utility filings and making recommendations to the Department in the best interest of ratepayers. This afternoon and evening, our office is here to listen to what happened to Unitil's customers in those days following the December 12, 2008 ice storm. This hearing represents a chance for all customers to voice concerns and complaints about electric service restoration in the aftermath of that storm. In addition to hearing about the length and duration of the outage and its effect on your families, it's particularly important for the Department and us to hear about your interaction with Unitil, the type of information that was passed on to you, as well as your observations regarding the company's overall response to the outages. After the December ice storm, over 375 electric customers in Massachusetts were without power, many without heat. Of that number, 28,000 Massachusetts home and Unitil service territory, or virtually 100% of its Massachusetts customers, lost power. 1 in 5 of those customers were reportedly without power for at least a week, while over 1,000 homes had no electricity for 12 days or more. Like everyone here, I would like to get answers as to why Unitil's restoration efforts took so long, why other utilities seem to be able to do it more quickly and with better communication. Our office has received many customer complaints related to this storm. They range in severity and cut across many demographics. Many residents, many of you here tonight, were forced from homes and forced to live with relatives in shelters and hotels. Others stayed in homes and suffered significant discomfort, lost groceries, spent significant funds on generators and in repairing of homes, and many lost wages because they were forced to miss work. I want to emphasize that tonight's hearing is just the first step in what I hope will be a very thorough process. And Chairman Hibbard, I appreciate your comments. We look forward to working with you as we go through this procedure to try to get to the bottom of what happened. And as we participate in this investigation, we expect to concentrate our scrutiny in several areas. First, what are the lessons learned? Through December 12th, although it was severe, an event like this should have been anticipated and prepared for. Unitil perhaps should have looked at lessons from the 1998 ice storm in Maine and from the 1996 storm in western Massachusetts electric service territory. If Unitil did not study the storm recovery restoration investigations and apply lessons learned, we would like to know why. Secondly, on tree trimming, it's been speculated that one of the reasons that it took so long for Unitil to repair service, to restore service, was that it inadequately undertook tree trimming in its service territory. We need to determine what the practices were concerning tree trimming and other vegetation management, and whether any of those practices were part of the cause of delay in restoration of services. Are those practices adequate for this region, and are there other factors that may have contributed to this? Ongoing maintenance, third. Did Unitil adequately maintain its system? What is the overall state of Unitil's distribution infrastructure, and did its age or condition contribute to the number of outages? Are the company's ongoing operation and maintenance programs staffing adequate for what they have suffered, or have they suffered from cuts? Fourth, emergency planning. What emergency response plans, training, and other preparation did Unitil have in place prior to the storm? Fifth, prioritization and restoration. How does Unitil prioritize what parts of its distribution system and which customers are returned to service first? Is that sequencing logical, and does it take into account real conditions when decisions are made? Sixth, communications, and we anticipate hearing from you all tonight about whether the Unitil communication system was adequate. We expect to spend significant time reviewing that system. In particular, how did communication occur? How did it communicate with emergency personnel in each city and town affected, with state and national resources such as the State Police, the National Guard, and MEMA? We'd like to know how the company communicated with other governmental authorities and agencies. We want to understand communication with media, particularly because for many people that was the only way to get information. And how did the company communicate and coordinate with other utilities for mutual aid? At the close of this proceeding, our office will recommend certain actions be ordered by the department, and they are likely to include measures to remedy any and all restoration shortcomings. We do want to understand what went wrong. We appreciate the opportunity to participate today and look forward again to working with you. I want to emphasize that I am committed to using the full resources of our office to fully understand what happened, push for changes so that this does not happen again, and request that utilities be sanctioned if that is appropriate and needed. However, I do urge all of you who are here tonight to be affected by this storm to understand that you are not likely to receive all the answers to your questions this evening. I know that you are frustrated, that you would like answers now, but I ask you to work with us and with the Department of Public Utilities through a comprehensive process so that we can get to the bottom of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney General Coakley. Next, I would like to ask Mayor Lisa Wong to see if she has any comments. Mayor Wong, would you like to be sworn in? Okay.
My name is Lisa Wong. I live and work here in the city of Fitchburg. My house was without power for a mere 8 days. And I say mere 8 days because we had many residents here who were without power for more than 2 weeks. You stated earlier when discussing the rules of this hearing that this is not a time to ask questions of the company or the department. So I will make a factual statement. Many of these citizens stood here in 1997 before the Department of Public Utilities discussing the very same things. Newspaper articles from 1997, you could change the date to 2008 and 2009, and it is the same story. And I want to state for the record that I do not want to be standing in this position in 2021. I urge you to listen to the stories that you hear tonight, so that we can make sure that we connect our policies and our regulations with the consequences that the citizens of Fitchburg had to endure in this city. And that should be the most important thing. Report cards and regulations, those are all well and good. But I hope that no matter what, we are connecting the consequences of what happened here in this city to the oversight of the department and the regulatory agencies and the actions of the company. You know, I know government doesn't always move very quickly, but I can tell you we can't afford to wait. We are taxed the max in this community. In times of crisis, I'm a strong believer that the leaders of this community need to have a cool head and need to have a level hand. But I can tell you right now, I am so angry. And my hand is level, but it is pointed. It is pointed at the company. It is pointed at the regulatory agencies. Because I hear about these report cards. I hear about standards being met. But if standards are being met, then why was this community put through what it went through? I've looked through the communications plans. I've looked through the restoration plans. We have a copy of the company's plans in our offices. And I can tell you that things were not followed according to those plans. The city has a number of emergency plans. We have plans for bioterrorism. We have plans for tornadoes. We followed our plans to the T. What happened in the city is that other individuals did not hold up their end of the bargain. Our own Board of Health ran our shelters for 8 days before the American Red Cross came in and took over. We did not have the embedded officials from the state or utility companies that our planning and our plans said that we would. The reason why these people are here behind me today, the reason why nobody is dead because of this storm, is because of these people. And what I found is that if we need to get something done in this community, we do it ourselves. But there is one thing that we cannot do ourselves, and that is improve the quality and the cost of public utilities in the city of Fitchburg. So you're going to hear a lot of facts, you're going to hear a lot of stories tonight. But I ask you and I urge you, as you think and mull over everything that you hear tonight, you connect what power is in your hands with the consequences that these citizens had to live through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. Next, I would like to call Senator Jennifer Flanagan.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the whole truth? You may proceed.
My name is Jennifer Flanagan, and I'm a resident of the city of Leominster, and I'm the state senator for 4 of the communities that have been impacted for the ice storm of 2008: Fitchburg, Lunenburg, Ashby, and Townsend. And I can tell you that from day one, I was embedded in those EOCs. I was in those communities alongside the customers who are paying the highest rates in our Commonwealth. And I was alongside people who had no power. I defer to my friend, the mayor of Fitchburg, because she has a much more calm demeanor than I do. But I will tell you that in the 14 days that I was working alongside the lieutenant governor, the National Guard, my legislative delegation, the local officials, the communities that have been affected, the ratepayers that had no food, no electricity, and no heat, that it was almost impossible to get answers. And at some points, I was wondering if I was better off not knowing what was going on while I was in the EOC, or at home not knowing what was going on and having no idea of the frustration we were going through. You're going to hear a lot of emotion tonight. And a lot of my emotion happened during the 14 days that we had this ice storm of 2008. And we had daily conference calls. We had 2 conference calls a day after the governor became involved. Now, I grew up around emergency disaster relief. I grew up working in the civil defense with my mother as I was a child. Never did I see an elected official have to get involved in emergency operations. And never did I see an elected official be the person on the phone demanding answers for the thousands of people that had no power. And I thought it was disgusting that it was me who had to be on that phone demanding answers. Day one, I walked into the Fitchburg EOC after I had toured Leominster, and Mayor Wong told me that she hadn't received the information she had asked for from Unitil. And we were 20 minutes from going on every major news station in Boston. And I called Unitil and told them that they had 5 minutes to get their answers to us, or we were going to tell people that they were non-responsive. I can tell you 14 days later, it was still almost impossible to get information that meant anything to our people in our cities. I have with me tonight a copy of the emergency plan from 2003 with Unitil. There are 6 points in this plan that I flagged that talk about communication. The first one talks about keeping the public informed of the status of restoration in a timely manner through direct contact with the town and city officials and the news media. This will be accomplished under the Direct Communications Coordinator with support from the Unitil Service Communication personnel with information provided by the Restoration Coordinator. It wasn't until day 5 that we had somebody embedded in our EOCs, and those poor Unitil personnel could not even get answers from their own company. This is getting to be the common way that Unitil does business in these areas. And I tell you that when I was in Lunenburg, it was the same answer. When I was in Fitchburg, it was the same answer. When I was in Ashby on the conference calls, it was the same thing. We've had 2 conference calls a day, and on the last conference call of the night, Unitil would tell us that they didn't have the updated numbers, but this is what they had so far. It was the same information that I got at 9 o'clock in the morning, which was the same information I got at 5 o'clock the night before. And I don't know about you, but I've been through college, I've been through my master's program. Significant improvements and significant process usually means that something gets done. One of the other towns that I represent is the city of Leominster. And under the emergency restoration plan, it states under the restoration phase that hospitals, central water and sewer pumping facilities, and life support customers are part of the emergency plan. Leominster has spent $51,000 because No Town Reservoir, which is powered by Unitil, had no power for 3 weeks, and we had to pay personnel 24 hours a day to be at that facility. It's unnecessary for a city who doesn't even have this company as part of their city jurisdiction to have to pay incurred costs because the work didn't get done. And the work didn't get done until the end of the 2-week period, because I was there the night that they were going to close down Route 2 in both directions because they needed to start bringing some of the trucks through and some of the equipment. This was the week of Christmas. This was the week that we had people who had no food in their refrigerators. They were living in shelters, which then posed public safety concerns for our people living in these shelters and for the children in these shelters. And all we could do was fight to get information. I don't know about you. I'm an elected official. If I don't give my constituents information, they're not going to vote me into office the next time. There's no reason why a company has the power not to answer our responses. They talk about the 24-hour customer service line. I don't know if it was part of my job description, but I fielded calls in the Fitchburg EOC for a couple days at different parts during the day. And all I got from people was that they were calling the Unitil number, and it was either hanging up or they weren't getting through. And it's because the communications line was taxed to the max, they said. Well, with everybody looking for information, there should have been additional phone numbers. There should have been some type of technology where people had the ability to call in and ask questions. I don't work for Unitil, and I was being the one asked questions about what streets had been restored. Do you know where they are? We haven't seen anybody. We don't even know what's going on. These are the problems that we have. I have an elderly couple who called Unitil for 2 days. I called Unitil on their behalf. They were the only house on their street that didn't have power. And before Unitil could get there, we had to dispatch the fire department because the pipes burst. These people were 75 years old. These people had called for help. They were the only, it wasn't an electrician problem. They had already gone through that. It was something that had to get done, and Unitil did not respond again. My frustration runs deep. And while I tried to be as level-headed as my colleague from Fitchburg, Mayor Wong, I think it perplexes me that a company that makes as much money as it does cannot maintain the trees, cannot have a maintenance program to ensure that this doesn't happen again. To make sure that this doesn't happen again. We sit here on the eve of another snowstorm. We sit here on the eve of another possibility of power outages tomorrow. So while some people are worried about how they're going to get to school or how they're going to get to and from work, my concern comes from the phone call I'm going to get to say there's possibly 3,000 people out of service. This is unacceptable. This is Massachusetts. Any utility company that comes in should understand how much the infrastructure needs to be upgraded and what they need to do to make sure these people get power to their homes. It was awful to see oxygen-dependent people sitting in our shelters because they could not be at home, and our hospitals could not take them in. So I asked the DPU, and I've talked to the Attorney General's office, we need to do something. We need to do something to make sure that this never happens again. We need to ensure that whatever sanctions are possible, whatever regulatory changes need to be made, whatever legislative changes need to be made, that we need to do this. And my legislative delegation and I are committed to the ratepayers of these communities, and we need your help. It's important to us, it's important to the communities that we live in, it's important to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And at the last moment, I just want to offer this. As I started in the beginning, I've never seen elected officials have to get involved the way we did in the ice storm of 2008. While my house personally wasn't affected by the power outages because I have a different utility company in Leominster, I had family ranging from 5 weeks old to 82 years old living in my house while I was out trying to save people and make sure that their houses had heat. My legislative delegation and I did not let up for the 2 weeks, and the last conference call we had was Christmas morning to find out that there were still people without power. There were still people trying to make sure that they got power to their house or that people were able to have presents under the tree. Some kids in the shelters were asking if Santa was going to find them. If they knew if Santa was going to find them in the shelters because they couldn't go home. So all we're asking for is to have a thorough investigation into what was a complete wrongdoing during this situation, and ask that it never happen again, and that you make sure as regulators that it never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Next, I'd like to ask if Representative Bob Hargraves has any comments.
Those are two tough acts to follow. Can you hear me? Both ladies did an outstanding job. One thing I wanted to add, and also in these four towns, that soon after, when everything was quieting down, they got estimated bills. Am I correct? estimated bills, and the company fully aware of the frustration of these people with the high bills that they have, and then they had the audacity to send them an estimated bill that was over and above what the normal bill is. I represent the town of Townsend, and I want to say, I guess I have to quote Yogi Berra. Deja vu all over again. In Townsend, in the beginning of December in 1996, it was very, very similar. The electricity was out for many, many, many days. The same thing happened again, only this time it was 2 weeks for the most of the town of Townsend. I'm also a native and brought up in Ashby. I think they had about 90 poles down. I live in Groton. We had 5 poles down. We have a private, well, we own our own company. Townsend had, I don't know how many poles down, and the word feedback that I have had, and I've seen some, they were rotten at the base. That's not rocket science. I believe strongly, from my experience in 1996 and my experience in this particular time of the electricity being down, that the one thing that the company has not done, and again, it's not hard to figure out, that is their maintenance program on the trees, as you can see that are near some of these poles. And there's only one thing that takes a pole down. That is either rot or a branch, or ice on a branch. This is a very poor maintenance program. The other thing in Townsend, I think one voter called me and said that they're playing a shell game with their 2-man trucks. Correct me if I'm wrong. They have the truck on one street, and then when they go to find that truck, the truck is over on another street. And so help me God, the same thing happened in 1996. Politically, they moved the trucks around. Now, they can say that I'm wrong, but damn it, it happened twice in my district. I'm going to ask one thing, and that is that you ask for a full financial disclosure, if you haven't already done that, of this company's finances. I would also ask the number of vehicles and crews that they allotted this time, and I don't want to count Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Michigan, and Ohio. I'm talking about Unitil, how many vehicles that they provided and crews at the onset. I can tell you now, because I live in Groton, one town had 8 crews out there. This town. We have our own crew, 2 of them. They had a 3rd one out from retirees, and they brought them in. They have a deal with Belmont and I believe Stoneham or Linfield, out that way. So they were all set to go. There's a trimming program. Any of you that have been on the main roads right now, if you go through Groton, you will see the trimming program going on now. I just think you've got a lot. I have 3 utilities. I have National Grid. I didn't get one call about National Grid. We have a list in the office on Unitil. Not one call from Groton. They were all from Townsend. Of course, I have family in Ashby, so I got calls from Ashby. And they were out 14 days. People ought to raise their hands. How many people went to the expense of buying generators? You should know that. They're at a buy at Home Depot before they started to go down the tube. There were $599 on sale, and that was in New Hampshire. My son-in-law, my cousin and his brother, they had to go down, and my brother had to go to Connecticut to get generators. That's how desperate people were. And they didn't have the money to buy these people. They had to find a way to do it. Now, I think I've said enough and I've used up my time, but I know you people have been sworn to do the job that has to be done. No one has to tell you how to do it. You've been down this road before, and we have very, very high expectations of this group, the Department of Public Utilities, and I want to thank you very much for your courtesy.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to call Representative Stephen D. Natale. Representative, would you like to be sworn? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you're about to give will be the whole truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
I want to thank the board for coming out here this day. Also, certainly, Attorney General Martha Coakley, my colleagues, Senator Flanagan, Representative Hargraves, Representative Rice, Representative Benson, and the city councilors who are present this evening. But you know who's most important in this all? And I was concerned about what we'd get for a turnout tonight. But I want a round of applause for everyone in this hall right now. Come on, come on. Yeah, that's it. Let's get up. Come on. Yeah, yeah. What I expect and what we need to know, what we must know, some of the more glaring issues, some of my colleagues have referred to them. You're going to hear chapter and verse from the people when they come up and speak to you folks. Poor customer communications, ineffective damage assessment reporting, crew deployment was non-existent. Was it organized? I don't know. I'm hoping you can find out. Numbers of crews. We keep hearing about the fact that Unitil has 6 crews in the city of Fitchburg. Or, excuse me, I think it might be all 4 communities. Outstanding. Were crews devoted to business recovery? I don't think so. There are too many deficiencies, ladies and gentlemen, too many. What has to happen? You folks, Department of Public Utilities, must bring the regulatory hammer down on this company. If the regulations are not sufficient, that is when the delegation and the legislature will step in and reform some of these regulations, because obviously they're not stringent enough. We need to be more powerful. This is one issue of particular concern to me, because it's a demonstration to you folks. We already know it because we've been living in Fitchburg all our lives. We've been dealing with this company for far too long. DPU, Department of Public Utilities cannot, must not, allow the cost of that storm to be placed on the backs of the ratepayers. I'm holding up a column from the local paper, the Sentinel Enterprise. This, once again, is a demonstration to you that we deal with a company that believes in doublespeak. Mr. Gantz, who's here this evening, said unless the Federal Emergency Management Agency assists the company with disaster relief, customers will pay for the repairs over several years. This was dated December 24th of 2008. We cannot let that happen, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot let that happen. This company, you must set our people free. I'm going to close I'm going to help Unitil out tonight and close with an advertisement for them. This is their slogan. This is their slogan. It's on their trucks, it's on their documents, all those wonderful communiques that we were getting. Quote, "We deliver." It's that simple. Well, I suggest and I urge the company to review and revisit that slogan and let it read, "We didn't and can't deliver. It's that simple." Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Next, I'd like to call Representative Robert Rice. Representative, would you like to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the whole truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, and thank you for coming to Fitchburg, which I hope will be the first of many public hearings, not just two that have been scheduled. For I fear that tonight may be a little premature. I hope that tonight is not being used as a release on the pressure valve just to let these good people who have been abused by the utility companies to vent. You have requested that the utility companies prepare detailed reports and submit them to you by February 18th. I would hope that after you receive those reports, that you will use every power in your capacity, including your subpoena power, to bring the officials of the utility companies before you once again and be examined regarding the contents of those reports. I also would request that the Department of Public Utilities broaden the scope of those reports to include two glaring omissions from the required items that you have requested the utilities to prepare for you. The two that I would ask you to amend are a description of the capital improvement plans and performance of the utility companies over the last 5 years. I would also ask you to have the utility companies disclose from their SEC filings the level of executive compensation that has been paid in comparison to other comparable utilities. Without taking too much more time, because I know that there are many citizens who have been greatly abused by the utility company, and I say that in a singular term. I represent 5 different communities who are served by 3 utility companies: the Ashburnham Municipal Light Company, the National Grid, and Unitil. I represent Ashby, which was the community that was last and least served by Unitil. "11 days after the storm, more than 50% of the residents of Ashby were still without power. Ashby was not fully restored until December 24th, fully 2 weeks after the storm. And the response of Unitil to the community of Ashby was nothing short of deplorable. Ashby did not get served until other communities were brought online. There was not an equal treatment of communities in the Unitil service area, and I find this to be deplorable. I am not saying that the communities of Fitchburg, Lunenburg, and Townsend should have had a higher priority than Ashby. What I am saying is that all communities, all ratepayers, should have been treated equally. This was not the case. It was not until Lieutenant Governor Murray and Governor Patrick got fully engaged in this process and brought the full weight of their offices to bear that Ashby was served. The Lieutenant Governor was in Ashby on December 23rd, And it wasn't until that day that there were more than 30 crews serving Ashby. That should not have been allowed to happen. At this time, I would like to publicly thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for becoming fully engaged in this process. Governor Patrick and Lieutenant Governor Murray brought the full force of their offices to bear, and it was not until that happened that we started getting results in this area. And I would like, at this particular point in time, to thank the communications that were established by Ashburnham Municipal Light Company and National Grid. Those companies were not able to restore full power immediately to all of their customers. However, they were fully engaged in the process of communication. National Grid had a mobile command center available in Gardner. Peter Russo, the regional coordinator for National Grid, literally was passing his cards out with his phone numbers to all of us at various shelters and communication centers in Gardner, asking us and inviting us and requiring us to call him so that we could communicate with him. The director of the Ashburnham Municipal Light Company was fully engaged. I never received any number other than a general information number from Unitil so I could communicate emergencies from my constituents, and I found that to be extremely frustrating. You have a full schedule of angry ratepayers. I don't want to take any more time, but I just want to reemphasize that this should be the very beginning of several public hearings, including bringing the executives of the utility companies before you to answer specific questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I want to note that Representative Jennifer Benson is also present, but reserving her comments for the hearing in Lunenburg next week. Next, I would like to give an opportunity for any appointed municipal officials to speak, such as police officers or members of the fire squad. Are there any here that would like to address the crowd now? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to comments from residents who have signed up, and for that purpose, I'll turn this over to Hearing Officer Evans. Oh, sir. Are you an elected official? Come on down. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Hay, President of the Fitchburg City Council, 30 Shauna Street, Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
Would you like to be sworn, Mr. Hay?
I would be glad to do that, but I did sign the paper earlier.
Oh, you did? Okay,
so
then there's no need.
Does that cover that?
You may proceed. Yep.
Beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding our public utility company and the 2008 ice storm. I will not waste your or my time detailing the specifics of my individual struggles. I am sure you will hear plenty of accounts tonight of the suffering and damage that so many of our residents endured. I would prefer to spend my time addressing what I believe to be a violation of a public trust by both Unitil and the DPU. While I understand that the events of December 11th and 12th were unique and, as some might say, unexpected, I don't believe that because an event is unique and unexpected, that relieves Unitil or the DPU of their obligation to the residents of Fitchburg. Instead, I believe the public has a right to expect that both the DPU and Unitil are doing everything in their power to help to prevent any loss of power, and that if and when an event like 208 ice storm occurs, the DPU and Unitil will do everything in their power to resolve problems. Unfortunately, the rights and expectations of the residents of Fitchburg have not been met by Unitil or the DPU, resulting in my aforementioned violation of a public trust. The DPU mission statement reads, "The department is responsible for the oversight of investor-owned electric, natural gas, and water industries in the Commonwealth, developing alternatives to traditional regulation, monitoring service quality, regulating safety in the transportation of gas and pipeline areas, and for the siting of energy facilities. The mission of the department is to ensure that utility consumers are provided with the most reliable service at the lowest possible cost, to protect the public safety from transportation and gas-related accidents, and to oversee energy facilities siting process, and to ensure that residential ratepayers' rights are protected." For me, the key words in that statement are, quote, "monitoring of services quality," end quote, and, quote, "to ensure that utility consumers are provided with the most reliable service at the lowest possible cost," end quote. Well, folks, if those statements are a measuring stick for the DPU, then I say you have failed to achieve your goals. Because if you believe for 1 second that the residents of Fitchburg received quality service, or that as utility consumers we were provided the most reliable service at the lowest possible cost, then you are sadly mistaken. The 2008 ice storm was a disaster waiting to happen. Years of neglect of infrastructure, a limited amount of inventory, a shortage of manpower, poor advanced planning, poor communication, and in my opinion, outright lying, and poor response to the events by Unitil turned a difficult situation into a nightmare for the residents of Fitchburg. Each area in which I believe Unitil failed the residents of Fitchburg and violated its public trust is something that should fall under the DPU's monitoring of service quality and ensuring reliable service. And while I'm sure you will hear from Unitil and their public relations spin doctors that there are two sides to every story and how they tried their best under difficult circumstances, I am here to ask that the DPU conduct a thorough investigation of Unitil's practices, policies, and procedures up to and during the 2008 ice storm. And I charge you, the DPU, as stated in your mission statement, with determining if Unitil has provided quality service and reliable service to the residents of Fitchburg. If your answer to those questions is no, and I cannot believe that any reasonable person could come to any other conclusion, then I and the residents of Fitchburg expect you will take the appropriate action up to and including removing Unitil as our service provider. To ensure that our public trust is never violated again in such a manner. In closing, I would like to remind you of your responsibility as a government agency to the residents of Fitchburg. As the old saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If in the event anything resembling the 2009 ice storm hits Fitchburg again, and the results are the same, it will be shame on the DPU for letting Unitil fool you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other municipal officials that would like to come forward? All right, please state your name.
My name is David Clark, Vice President of the City Council, Ward 1 Councilor.
Would you like to be sworn?
I have already signed and back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. Fitchburg appreciates it a lot. The morning after the storm, city officials gathered at the Emergency Operations Center at the Fitchburg Fire Department. No representative from Unitil was present. When a representative did show up, the numbers were not good. 7 line crews, 5 tree crews, and I sat there thinking about the movie Jaws, when the police chief, played by Roy Scheider, goes on Mr. Quint's boat, and he sees the great white shark for the first time. And he looks at Quint and says, "We're going to need a bigger boat." I needed 7 crews in my ward, never mind the city of Fitchburg. Unitil's reaction to the storm was inadequate and at the very least subpar. Fitchburg Fire and Police were left to answer mostly power-related calls because Unitil personnel left. As time moved on, a representative stayed longer, and eventually the phone was staffed days later by a Unitil person. As my science teacher would tell me, better late than never, better never late. The numbers didn't change much. 18,000 customers in Fitchburg, 10.5 customers still without power, 9 line crews, 6 tree crews. It wasn't until December 18th that those numbers made a dramatic swing to 25 line crews and 8 tree crews. As a ward councilor for the city of Fitchburg, it is very frustrating dealing with Unitil when it comes to preventive maintenance, trees. I can't help but think with preventive maintenance, how many streetlights wouldn't be ripped from the poles? How many meter boxes wouldn't be ripped from people's houses? How many snap branches led to snap wires? And on and on. Those lights, poles, trees, brush are now buried beneath winter's snow. Preventative measures, largely not taken, have given way to cleanup aftermath. Let's hope Unitil does something to clean up its mess. Finally, too many times bad decisions and poor judgments at the administrative levels lead to change the customers end up paying for it. Please don't let this happen to the city of Fitchburg. For the premium we pay, we expect premium service. We've gone through enough. We need a bigger boat. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Also sign the form out in the front.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Is that better? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. My name is Kevin Starr. I'm Ward 4 City Councilor in Fitchburg, and I live at 401 Highland Ave. I had a lot of questions regarding what we could do in regards to our utility provider. One of the things that people told me is we need to prove some form of neglect. So what I've done is was deeply embedded for the first 5 days in the command center, and I have a few examples of neglect that I'd like to share with you. Since taking over Fitchburg Gas and Electric, how much attention has this company actually paid to the power lines? Judging from my perspective, not very much at all. While stopping to chat with some of the various crews that came from Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, and Georgia, and so on and so forth, I was told that some of the lines that they have been working on haven't been touched in over 35 years. One gentleman who had been on the job for 40 years, he was from Georgia, he had told me he'd never seen such an archaic infrastructure in all of his career. And he has worked all over the country. So one of the first things I'd like to point out is not replacing some of these old lines is neglect. Now, many of the residents of Fitchburg are quite upset at the piles of brush and debris that they see all over the sides of the road, and rightfully so. There was a plan in place, right off the bat, from the very beginning, for our utility crews to go around and take care of that brush. The top priority in the city was to clear some of the main roads and thoroughfares in and out of the city for utility vehicles. That was impossible since all those piles of debris had live wires wrapped up in them. So not taking care of the preventative maintenance with the trees, I would think, is another form of neglect. One thing my mother taught me when I was younger, if I ever wanted to get back at Unitil, I should buy stock in the company. Fitchburg residents have been faced, first with Fitchburg Gas and Electric and now with Unitil, some of the highest rates in the entire country. Over the last month, myself included, a lot of the residents have received estimated bills, in some cases more than double what their average monthly fee would be. Now, it seemed odd since, about half the month of December, most of these people didn't have any power. So it was a little difficult to understand why their bills would be so high. Upon asking these questions, we were told that it was standard practice, that companies often estimated bills, and the individuals would be able to see reimbursement the following months. Well, I don't know if anybody in this audience right now is a shareholder, but I imagine a lot of their shareholders exist elsewhere in the country. And I'd be willing to bet that they're not aware of the crisis that we've had up here. I imagine it looks a lot better, though, for a publicly shared company to inflate some of their accounts receivable bottom lines, because we'd certainly hate to see these Unitil investors begin to start dumping all their stock. So I'm guessing that Unitil neglected to share a lot of this information with their shareholders. I was at the command center on Friday, December 12th, about 7:30, quarter of 8 in the morning, with a couple fellow councilors, the mayor, and various other department heads. We began to discuss the cleanup and recovery process. A Unitil representative was there for our first 8:30 meeting on that day. The first thing that needed to be done was, like I mentioned before, clearing some of the main roads. And since the aforementioned trees were wrapped up in wires, we needed a utility worker to go along and test those lines. Needless to say, that didn't happen. So the representative that we had there was armed with at least 2 phone numbers for the command center that had been established right away, not to mention numerous cell phones of all the city officials that were down in the command center. Around 9:30, the meeting wrapped up, and we began to try to start mobilizing our crews. Over the course of the morning and into the early afternoon, constant attempts were made, I'm sure by Mayor Wong, Representative Unitil, various others, to get back in touch with the utility company. We didn't find out until about 3:30 in the afternoon. A Unitil representative finally called. They called the Fitchburg Police Station. They had at least 2 phone numbers for the command center, not to mention those other cell phones, and they called the Fitchburg Police Department. And we only found that out from our officer that was down in command with us. So, judging by the revolving door, not to mention the revolving door representation, over the course of the first weekend, we had at least a half a dozen Unitil reps. Now, anybody that's ever played the game telephone as a kid realizes that information, once it changes hands, changes. Well, as far as the information in Fitchburg, when power would be back, that never changed because we never got any answers. How could Unitil be so neglectful in their representation for the largest municipality that they serve in Massachusetts? The final straw, and the last point I'd like to bring up, came on Wednesday, December 17th. After 6 days without power, a statement was made public that the following Thursday night, 95% of the city would be up and running. The only residents in the city who would not have power would be those that had individual connection issues with their homes. After putting my almost 2-year-old to bed around 8 o'clock the following night, I decided to take a ride around the city, and I spent 2 hours driving up and down the streets. I visited areas that I had heard had not had power, and I called others, friends of mine, to see if they had had power, and the answer was no, 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 no. One of something that's probably more frustrating than seeing total blackout after we're given that information is the fact that in those 2 hours I didn't see one single utility vehicle. I believe maybe an excuse that they could have used was there was too many Verizon or Comcast trucks on the road and they couldn't access some of the lines. I have a wide-reaching ward. I represent downtown, I represent Fitchburg State College, and I represent some of the most rural areas of the city, all the way up to Ashburnham. Unfortunately, a lot of people believe everything that they read in the newspapers. I'm sure a lot of elected officials would encourage them to do otherwise. But people that took Unitil for their word that was printed publicly went out and hired other electricians at God knows what kind of rate. Needless to say, they still didn't have power. And that was a common theme that I heard from at least a half a dozen constituents. So, my anger isn't directed at the utility workers who were in an impossible situation and were really thrown into the fire. My anger also really doesn't exist with all the representation that Unitil sent to speak with the public officials. I felt bad for them, to be honest with you, because I know they wanted to give us answers, and they just couldn't. My anger and disgust lies with the CEO of this company. Not once. Up until maybe a week ago, I couldn't have picked the CEO of Unitil out of a crowd of 2. Thanks to the storm and the ineffectiveness of Unitil, I have developed a whole newfound appreciation for the people that work in Fitchburg and the people that live in Fitchburg. This crisis absolutely brought out the best in the people that live here and work here. It's still absolutely no excuse. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, please, give the people of Fitchburg the opportunity to choose their own utility provider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name.
I'm a city councilor at large, 520 Main Street. And
Mr. Dean,
I signed the document.
You have signed it,
yes.
okay.
I'm also a Unitil customer. On noontime on December 12th, at the Emergency Operations Center at Central Fire Station, Mayor Lisa Wong held a briefing with city personnel and city councilors on what steps were being taken to clear major roadways of debris. Representation from Unitil was not present, and I personally heard testimony that several calls were placed to Unitil only to get a voicemail every single time. Fitchburg's cleanup efforts were stalled well over a full day, specifically because our ground crews could not touch debris near wires because there was no Unitil representation with those crews to assess whether they were live or not. Not until midday Saturday, a full day and a half after, did the city start to see signs of life from Unitil. The lack of response and assistance immediately after the storm passed was inadequate and inexcusable. I'd like to remind the Department of Public Utilities a few facts that I have here, because it serves a purpose of painting an overall picture of why this is no surprise to me what happened. Based on a report filed and researched by a local newspaper on January 4th, the Telegram and Gazette, it was quoted, "Beyond power outages, Unitil also reported more than twice as many customer complaints to state regulators on average as the region's largest utility, National Grid. The speed at which Unitil answers emergency calls has dropped every year for the last 4 years. Unitil's staffing in Massachusetts has also declined in each of the last 5 years, and it's down sharply from a decade ago, a trend that the company attributes to merging its call centers and to an automated meter reading service." Well, if that's the case, I'd like to go to a report in the Fitchburg Pride on January 16th. Unitil's Senior Vice President George Gantz was quoted as saying, and acknowledging that the call centers were inadequate to handle the situation, saying, "We felt comfortable with the call center to handle the volume of calls. We know now that it wasn't enough." The Telegram report continues that while state regulators penalize other utilities for stiff fines for failing to meet service quality standards, Unitil was exempt from such penalties until recently because it had not been regulated based on performance. According to the state DPU, these are facts from you. Unitil's performance in recent years would have met or exceeded state service quality standards, benchmarks that DPU Executive Director at the time, Timothy Shevlin, conceded are insufficient. Unitil's explanation rallies around its contention that this ice storm and the devastation it brought was one not witnessed in the history of the company. Yet there is a pattern of ineffectiveness, responsiveness to the ice storms impacted in Unitil's service region. This wasn't the first time, as Unitil would have us believe. On January 15, 2007, the report indicated that the ice storm affected 20,000 of Unitil's customers, at which point Unitil only had less than 10 crews working to restore the power in the initial 3 days after the storm. That was last year. They still have under 10 crews now. According to official Unitil records with the DPU from that storm, power outages were reported on Franklin Road in Fitchburg at 12:32 p.m. on a Monday, but Unitil crews did not respond until 3 p.m. on Wednesday. Again, this happened last year, same as this year. This one report that I keep referencing provides sufficient evidence and factual information taken directly reports filed by Unitil and the DPU. To the Department of Public Utilities, I hold you more accountable for these failures as much as Unitil, since you are the body that oversees its operations and approves its operational procedures. There is clearly a pattern that shows that Unitil is inadequate to manage such a vast region, and it showed when Unitil needed help of a major competitor, National Grid, to do a storm damage assessment of its infrastructure many days after the storm passed. Put yourself in the ratepayer's shoes. Fitchburg customers are simply demanding that the service provided to them be adequate for what they pay. It is a simple case of customers wanting a choice and who provides them service at a reasonable price. Fitchburg customers are paying more and getting much less, and people have long since had it. Unitil charges the highest rates in the state. Unitil, for years, has served as a major barrier to business growth in Fitchburg, and there is nothing officials have been able to do about it. I'm almost finished. I do not know if many Fitchburg residents are aware of this or if the DPU recalls, but back in August of 2007, Unitil sought approval from the DPU, a $3.3 million rate increase. Through the tireless efforts of Representative Steve DiNatale and with the assistance of Governor Patrick and Attorney General Coakley, the DPU ruled that Unitil's rate increase would have to be reduced by $1 million. This resulted in ratepayers having to pay 62% less of an increase than what Unitil originally wanted to have proposed. If our elected officials did not intervene, it is quite possible that the DPU would have rubber-stamped the original rate increase, just like they've done in the past. In closing, for this investigation, direct focus needs to be on Unitil's operational management structure, its staffing levels, and most importantly, its infrastructure strength and capacity, as well as its tree maintenance program. Further, the act in 1997 that was passed on regulatory matters for public utilities should be revisited to determine that Unitil, to determine what changes are necessary to correct this. Please weigh all the facts, and if and when you determine that Unitil has been negligent, I request that you ensure the ratepayers are not held responsible for Unitil's failures through increased rates. Unitil already has hinted at a plan to make the ratepayers pay for Unitil's failures. This cannot be allowed to happen, and I have a suggestion for everybody. In looking at the Unitil's income statement, they pay a quarterly dividend of 34 cents per share. In total for the year, they pay $1.38 for their shareholders. And I understand working in the private sector and finance that the goal of a company is to maximize shareholder wealth. That's all they're concerned with. My suggestion to them, and for you to give to them, is that maybe they should take the $8 million they spend a year on dividends to their shareholders and put that towards fixing what they screwed up in Fitchburg and not charge these people again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, are you a municipal official?
Yes, my name's Joel Caddy. I'm a city councilor, Ward 3 in Fitchburg.
Thank you.
Joel Caddy.
Would you like to be sworn, or did you sign?
I haven't been sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you're about to give will be the whole truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
I represent the largest ward in the city. It was my ward who was last to be turned on. Approximately 2 weeks it took to turn on this entire area. I'm going to talk about quality of service, but I'm going to put a twist on this. This happened 5 days ago. Last Thursday night, I left the council meeting. I got a phone call from a Mr. George Bajo. He lives off of Shea Street in Fitchburg. You gentlemen wouldn't know where that is. Shea Street is a very long road with approximately 200 to 250 homes off that main road, which comes right off of Route 2. Mr. Bajo called me, and there were 9 lights off on the top of Shea Street. The top of Shea Street was in darkness. He told me he had been calling Unitil several times, and these lights still weren't turned on. He told me that some of the lights were completely missing. The poles came down, and the lights were removed and never put back. After speaking to him, I called Unitil on their telephone number. I got a recording and was put on hold. I waited several minutes. The recording came back on again. I was put on hold again. At this time, I decided to drive to Shea Street. I came up Main Street, stopped at all the lights, the stop signs. The recording came back on again. I was put on hold again. I want to say, gentlemen, at least 10 times. You know the sound your phone makes when it starts to lose power? My phone was starting to die. Finally, a woman answered the phone. And before my phone was going to die on me, I was trying to blurt out to her what I wanted. I told her about the lights being on the street. She replied to me that they have up to 10 days to turn a light back on. I've never heard that before, but I don't know if you have 9 consecutive lights on a main road, if that's acceptable. I told her who I was, and I told her I wanted someone to call me. That never happened, but to their credit, the next morning, there was a crew there. But I got to tell you how frustrating it was on that telephone that night. I don't know how long. I could be exaggerating if I told you. More than 10 minutes, though. Maybe 15. It wasn't an emergency. It was 5 weeks after the emergency. There was no emergency. In my opinion, there's no excuse for someone not answering the phone after 15 minutes. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of stories, and I could tell you a lot of stories. But I'm going to tell you one. I went to the EOC for some of the meetings, and one of the representatives from Unitil was there, and he was speaking about the disaster. I was a policeman for 25 years. I wouldn't call this a disaster. And I said so. I said it was an emergency. He told me he disagreed with me, and I said, we didn't have dead bodies laying everywhere. There weren't injured people everywhere. If there were, this city would have been in a lot of trouble. And I suggest that the only disaster was to Unitil. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are you a municipal official?
There's a whole line of us, isn't there? Yes.
All right.
My name is Jody Joseph. Jody Joseph. I'm the Ward 6 councilor in the city of Fitchburg.
Okay.
I have a...
Did you...
Jody, J-O-D-Y, Joseph, J-O-S-E-P-H.
Would you like to be sworn?
I was sworn in on the sign-in
Okay,
sheet.
thank you.
I have a petition here, and it says, I have a petition here that states, Unitil's failure to adequately assess, perform, and repair services to customers during the recent weather crisis and state of emergency were a health and safety risk deemed unacceptable. This management and failure to properly manage and hold time of the essence in cold temperatures put many customers at risk. This petition says, we the undersigned call on all our officials to remove Unitil as our current service provider. I want to present this into evidence. There's 1,500 signatures from the local area. There's also a petition that's been generated online that has over 4,000 signatures on it, and you'll receive that next week in Lunenburg. As far as testimony, the only testimony that I could give that is any different than anything that has been already heard so far is in the trenches. I've been 7 years on the Department of Public Works Committee in the city of Fitchburg. 7 years we've been asking for lines to be trimmed around wires. 7 years we've gotten the same response. It's not that year yet, okay? And that's not acceptable to the city of Fitchburg. The night that, during the entire storm, I'm trying to represent constituents. I can't get through to Unitil. It took days in order to the command center in order for us to start representing the people that we need to help out, the elderly and the people with children, to let them know how they were going to get power restored. Morning after morning, working in the shelter, people would come up to me and say, am I going to have my power restored today? It's by the 15th or 16th, I said, absolutely. The newspaper says 95% of Unitil's people are going to be restored with their power by this afternoon. Same question was asked the next morning and the next morning. So it's just the response that we got from the Unitil prior to, which could have prevented this entire thing from happening if there would have been a better tree maintenance, and also the response while they're in the call center would have made it a lot easier for Fitchburg to get up and running. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Norman Bourvet. I am a Ward 2 City Councilor, and if you'd like to swear me in, you may.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you're about to give will be the whole truth?
I do. On the evening of the ice storm, I'm sure the entire city of Fitchburg lay in their beds listening to the trees crumble around them. And as they crumbled around them, they lost their power. No one knew the devastation that they would be facing until the next morning when the sun came up. It was more than devastating. It was a disaster, regardless of if we lost lives or not. But at this point, I really do want to thank the residents of Fitchburg and all the volunteers who held it together and helped one another out. Thank you. To get back to the power company, Unitil, for years they have abandoned their branch trimming or tree trimming policy for whatever reason, probably to save a couple dollars. And over the years, those branches and limbs and everything else were leaning into the wires, and regardless if you called them or not, they would not send anybody out to take care of them. That was just unbelievable. And because of that, we had this disaster. Had they fulfilled their obligation and maintained the limbs and the trees and kept everything away from the existing wires, I don't believe that we would have had the level of destruction that we were facing. Shame on Unitil for doing that, and shame on Unitil for disregarding the pleas of the people, the ratepayers in Fitchburg, to see if they could get something done. Because of that, and because of the loss of power, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of spoiled food that the residents of Fitchburg have got to pay back, or they've got to rebuy. Why? Because Unitil did not fulfill their obligation. We have now, our school systems have got to forego one of the vacations because we lost power, and Unitil was not capable They were not capable of doing their job. Shame on them. And there is one more shame to be put out. This is shame on you. Shame on you for allowing Unitil's rates to go up as high as they have. Shame on you. I not only call for the rates to be rescinded back a few years where they should have been, but to quote a few people that I've spoken with, throw the bums out.
Good
Thank you.
evening.
Have you been sworn?
No.
Could you please state your name?
My name is Councillor Annie G. Martino, Fitchburg.
Would you like to be sworn?
Yes.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you're about to give will be the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Well, we see some new faces up there. I've been before this board in the city of Boston and in Fitchburg many times at hearings. And some of you are new members, and there's some holdovers from the old board. I'm going to come at this at a different point altogether, because you're going to hear stories tonight that will make the hair stand on the back of your head. But in front of me, I've got some factual facts. An elderly woman got a bill that used to be $726, and her bill was $1,089. This was not an estimated bill. This is a real bill. So I'm going to present that in evidence to you, because it's important that you see what we're all talking about. I'd like to go back to something that's a little bit different. I have been trying to get rid of Unitil for 15 years. When Governor Patrick was running, I asked him for one thing. First of all, I don't mean to be offensive, but it was to get rid of all of you who were on the board at the time. Because I felt that the board had been given a rubber stamp to the Gas and Light Company for far too long. Governor Patrick assigned 3 different people to me to try to work with the board, your board. I made a phone call 2 years ago. A young woman named Salucci answered the phone. She was assigned to me. And I asked her if I could sue the gas and light company for gouging us. She told me, you just can't do that. You've got to make proper paperwork and all, which I knew already. But I just thought that maybe a red flag would go off and that somebody up there would listen. A new administration, new carpet, new cleaning, new curtains, maybe a new gas and light company. It would be nice. I am not stupid politically to not understand that things happen. But what this company has done to Fitchburg has raped us. We have lost our small businesses. We have lost people coming to Fitchburg to invest. And 85% is the gas and light company. There's hundreds of these bills that have been sent out, and it would really behoove you to really look at them. Somebody is gouging us, and we do believe it is the gas and light company. And you are as guilty as them if you give them a rubber stamp this time. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, I'll ask if there are any more municipal officials that would like to speak. Now I'll ask the court reporter. Would now be a good time to take a 10-minute break? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll start having members of the public speak. Thank you. So we'll go back on the record. Before we start with comments from the public, I just wanted to hit on a couple of housekeeping items. One of the city councilors that spoke gave us a copy of the special city council meeting public hearing from January 21st, last week at the Fitchburg High School. So one of the things I wanted to mention is that if you gave testimony at that hearing, you can be assured that we have it, and it'll be on the record in our proceedings. So certainly, if that's enough, don't feel the need to come up and speak tonight. The other thing is I want to mention that we have over 100 people that have signed up to speak. So I just want to encourage you again to keep your comments as brief as possible and try not to repeat things that others before you have already said. And also, to the extent that we can keep responses from the audience. It's good that everyone wants to support each other, but to the extent we can keep them abbreviated, we can move through this quickly and hopefully give everyone a chance to be heard here. Also, I'll remind folks again that in the library there is a second stenographer that would be able to take your testimony there if you don't have time to wait to give testimony later tonight. Let's see. Okay, so for the remainder here, I'll turn this now over to Hearing Officer Evans to go through commenters in the order that they signed up. Again, if you haven't signed the signature line that says you're submitting sworn testimony and you do want to be sworn in, just let us know when you come to the speaker podium here. Joan?
Can everyone hear me?
It's not on right now.
Okay, how is that? Thank you. Okay. As the chairman said, I'm going to just proceed down through the sign-in sheet. and ask that you come up and state your name, spell your last name for the stenographer, and to state your address. And then you can state your comments. And I'll be looking to have them, please keep them to 3 minutes. We want to make sure that everyone who signed up to ask to give testimony gets an opportunity to do so tonight. So thank you very much. First, I have Mr. Scott Augustine. Yes, Mr. Augustine.
Okay. My name is Scott Augustine, Augustine. I live at 164 Milk Street in Fitchburg. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for my 83-year-old mother that went 16 days without power. Most of the time, it's because the wire from the pole was not fixed. My mother was just told that she has dementia a couple of months ago. So when the power went out, she came and lived with me for a couple of days. Then she ended up getting dehydrated, going into the hospital. So I couldn't have her go back home because her psychiatrist said that she had to go in her own home. So she was in the hospital until the 27th when the power was restored. And it's kind of hard to tell an 83-year-old woman that's crying that she can't go home. And I had couldn't tell her when she could go home. That's all I got to say. I'm paying a lot of money to Unitil, and it's pretty sad that when you have to tell an 83-year-old woman she can't go home. That's all I got to say.
Barbara Nealon.
My name is Barbara Nealon, Nealon. I live at 99 Wall Street here in Fitchburg. We lost power again on the 11th. On the 12th, we called Unitil to report that we had power down and that we had our electrical service ripped off the house. They said before we could service you, you need to make sure you get the electrical service reinstated. On Sunday, it was reinstated, and we called Unitil to tell them it is now up, we're ready to be reconnected. My street was hooked up with electricity on the 19th. I was still without power. My power lines come in from Pratt Street, which is a street behind me, and there's 2 poles with lines. On the 19th. At that point, we had to get a second generator because I was losing pipes in the house. So if I would have got power with the rest of the residents on my street, I may not have had to purchase another generator. We called City Hall, and there were several offices at City Hall that were able to at least appease me, sympathize with me, and say, we're going to try whatever we can do. Every single day, we had been calling, my husband and I had both been calling Unitil once, twice, and 3 times a day. I can't tell you when I stopped talking to a person. It was like it was forever, but I'd be calling and waiting for the last 20 seconds that they gave you to comment on, don't forget me, I'm here. And nobody would call me back. So on the 19th, I called Senator Antonioni, who was still in office, and I said to him, I don't know what to do. I'm frustrated, and we've got to have power. So he started working with Representative Steve DiNatale. The city of Fitchburg worked hard on it. On the 22nd, I saw a utility truck pull up into my yard, and I said, finally, I've got power. They came in, and they said, we can't do this. You need a cherry picker, you need a tree cutter, you need this other tree, and so on and so forth. So I said, well, you're gonna come back, you're gonna come back. And they said, we don't know who's gonna come back. On the 23rd, another group of trucks came through. Again, I greeted them at the driveway. I said, welcome, what can you do? And again, they shook their head. But they said they were down on Beach Street, which is a street over from me, and they said, we might be able to come back in 3 to 4 hours. So I stayed home anxiously waiting, and nobody came. On the 24th, it's Christmas Eve, my generator ran out of gas in the morning. So I had to take the 5-gallon tank, fill it up, and then I went to pull the cord, and the cord didn't work. And so I waited until 9 o'clock so I could call the Department of Utilities. I had already called Unitil. I had already started making my phone calls. Nobody would call me back. When I called the Department of Utilities and I put a complaint in to the gentleman that took my call, I had just had it. I broke down. He was patient with me, reassured me that something would be done. He assured me that I would get a call back from Unitil within 2 hours. Now, up until then, no communication. The senator couldn't get them to call me. The representative couldn't get them to call me. City Hall couldn't get them to call me. All I wanted was a call, just one call. So within an hour and a half, Unitil called me, and the man was frantically trying to type. I could hear him clicking on the keyboard. And I told him my situation. And he said, "Ma'am, you have power." I said, "What?" He says, "Ma'am, you have power." I said, "How can I have power when I have no lines to my house?" He says, "Your ticket's been completed." I said, "I have no power to my house. How can a ticket be completed? I've been calling you every day at a minimum of twice a day, leaving comments on your machine and not having any call back." And he said to me, "Well, I'll call you back." I said, "That's not good enough. I'm calling back DPU. I want follow-up." And he told me I would have a call within a couple hours. This gentleman did call back. He promised me that I'd have service connected by the end of the evening, and by 5:30 Christmas Eve, I had power. I want to thank DPU for responding, because honestly, in my heart, I do not think I would have power on Christmas Eve. It probably would have been later on. Thank you.
Elizabeth Brunel.
My name is Elizabeth Brunel, B-R-U-N-E-L-L. I live at 28 Hollywood Street in Fitchburg. I am not asking you to ask for morality from a company which has none. I am asking you to mandate now that Unitil not be allowed to have recoverable fees on our bill until you have completed your investigation and you find that I'm responsible for this mess. At that time, I would pay it. My husband is ill. My husband takes a very large dose of Coumadin. For that reason, having no power, ergo no heat, he was freezing. I had no choice. We had to leave the house. When we left, we noticed that on Electric Avenue, there was a pole cut off at the base, suspended over Electric Avenue, held there by the wires. Now, obviously, some of these people saw it too. It remained there for days. That's Unitil saying to us, in your face, we don't care if it falls on a car. We don't care if you get killed. It is by the grace of God alone that no one in Fitchburg, in Townsend, in Ashby, and in Lunenburg died. It was not because we got help from Unitil. I demand here and now that if we have to have Unitil for another month, for another 2 months, that you mandate maintenance. You know, it was interesting. The first 2 days, I thought, well, this isn't going to be too bad. I saw Comcast on my street. I saw Verizon on my street. And my husband kept saying, honey, I think we're in trouble. There's no Unitil trucks out there. I also demand that you mandate when they refuse to have their performance be what we're paying for, that they not be allowed to give dividends. If you really want to see an in-your-face from Unitil to the people of North Central Massachusetts, notice that as soon as we got our bills, which were estimated, how interesting, the next thing in the Sentinel was a little blurb about this big that Unitil had just paid their dividends. They couldn't bother to wait a couple of weeks until they restored my power to come to my house to read my meter. Instead of that, they gave dividends. I also am demanding that you mandate that any rate hike, including this recoverable issue, go through your board. Now, obviously, despite the fact that I taught school for 36 years and have 2 master's degrees, I'm not smart enough to know all of the rules that you make. My understanding was that no utilities could raise their fees without your permission. Obviously, that's not true. You need to rein them in. I have lived in this city. I have been raped by this company. Now it's time for you to do something. And by the way, this is North Central Massachusetts. We exist. We're real.
Rosemary Casey. Is there Rosemary Casey here? Is that her? After Rosemary will be Mike Bursch. Ms. Casey?
Hello, my name is Rosemary Casey, C-A-S-E-Y. My tale of woe is not as bad as some of you people, but my tale of woe is I did not have the money that I had to spend to leave my home for 5 days. 3 were spent in a hotel. 1 at the generosity of my son-in-law, 2 on my own. Meaning, therefore, I had to eat out and find ways to amuse myself. Also, through the generosity of friends, I did not have to worry about 3 more days of paying for a hotel. What I want to know is, every year these people, Unitil, ask you for a raise, and you give it to them. Why? Who oversees you that you keep giving it to them? Fitchburg is not a rich community. There are many people here in the same condition I am, retired or disabled or ill or poor. Yet you let these people keep raising our rates for what? For their pockets? And what are we getting? A big fat kick in the ass. Sorry for the vernacular, but that's the only way I can put it. Thank you.
Next will be Mike Bursch, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Mr. Bursch. After that will be Jack. Thank you. Mr. Bursch.
My name is Mike Bursch, and I live in West Fitchburg, and I'm here to talk about
Spell your last name, please.
B-U-R-S-C-H.
Thank you.
I'm here to talk about my 91-year-old grandmother who wouldn't leave her home because she was bound and determined not to let Unitil beat her. My 72-year-old father who wouldn't leave his home either. All right? We all live in close proximity. If it had not been for sheer luck in me getting a generator, moving it between 3 homes so our pipes wouldn't burst, we would have been SOL, okay? A lot of problems. A lot of people have suffered and have endured. And you know, Unitil, Fitchburg Gas and Electric, for the 30 years that I've been a ratepayer, has been tucking it to us like no tomorrow. Where have you been? Okay? I wanted to show you something. I got a book. I kept a book of almost every article of the recent things, and there's only a couple of things that I find true that come out of Unitil, which was the SEC report. Okay? Jennifer Flanagan talked about how it was $51,000 to keep the water going, what was needed for Leominster. Okay? That represented, in 1987, only 30% of Mr. Gantz's bonus above and beyond his regular pay of $187,000. His total compensation was $367,000. Okay? Mr. Schonenberger's compensation is $424,000 base. With bonus, it's $1,179,000. Okay? If it talks like a carpetbagger, walks like a carpetbagger, it is a carpetbagger. You know, you talk about wanting to do the right thing, and I hope you do. But the citizens that are supported by this company have been through this before. Boston looks like at us like we're a bother. Well, we're not a bother. We pay a lot of money, we endure a lot of crap. And we expect out of our elected and appointed officials to make sure that the message gets delivered home. Well, obviously that hasn't happened because here we are today, all these people who are extremely frustrated. Where were you before? I don't care if you were on the board or not before. The bottom line is they have charged exorbitant rates, have not done maintenance, and now look at the price we paid. Okay, it cost me about $20 a day in fuel to keep that generator going, to keep 3 houses from their pipes bursting, to do the right thing, not make insurance claims, try to keep your food, try to keep your heat. But you know, it seems like the more we try to do the right thing, sometimes doing the right thing is not doing the right thing. And that's what it feels from you guys. It seems like you haven't heard us, you don't want to hear us, and I want to know why. You know, Mr. Gantz is here, and Lord only knows, are we going to wind up putting their legal fees, their 2 lawyers that are here tonight, wind up going to be on our bill in the future? You know, we've paid through the nose, all right? Their compensation is pretty good. It's not bad. I've worked in the private sector a long time, and I'll tell you what, if there was the incompetencies there, they would have been laid off, let go. Why is it a public problem with a private company who's not performing? Take their license to operate in Massachusetts away and say goodbye. For God's sakes, let us be counted. All right? We're sick of being, Central Mass. Spare me, okay? There's a lot of anger in the room, and it's not directed at you personally, but your office holds the power to make the decision and to execute that decision. You know, obviously, decisions haven't been made the right way, as Ann DiMartino said, for quite a long time. And again, I ask why. All I can hope and pray is that you folks on the board do the right thing, make the right decision, and send the carpetbaggers home to New Hampshire, where they come from. They don't live in the community. They pretty much shut everything down. The poor folks that work for Unitil, the linemen and the people on the other end of the phone, I can't imagine the abuse they've taken. But you know what? People don't care because they've been without power and they've been getting the shaft. And they say that a big part of the problem is the infrastructure. The infrastructure, you know, there was no infrastructure. They haven't done anything for 35 years. I got friends of mine that live out in the middle of nowhere in Winnipeg, Canada, who get better service. How come? It seems like a lot of questions, but there's never any answers. I just hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Next, me, Mr. Jakobowicz.
Yes. Jack Jakobowicz, Jakobowicz. I reside at 201 Taylor Road, Taylor, Ashby, Mass. I represent only myself. When I heard about all those hearings that were going to take place by DPU, I wrote you a personal letter, Chairman Herbert, addressed to your office. It's certified. I have the receipt that somebody signed it in your office. The first thing that was in my mind, that any members of your group with any affiliation at all whatsoever with Unitil should recuse himself. I was very gratified that the Attorney General was there. I'm too bad I didn't have a chance to talk to her about recusal. And that's all really I have to say. I have also a special thank you to National Grid that restored my power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next will be Charles Loving, please.
Charles Loving, L-O-V-I-N-G. I live at 71 Cottage Street in West Fitchburg. We were 12 days without power. We were 12 days of lies. On Monday, we called Unitil, and they said on Wednesday, you will have your power. On Wednesday, when we had no power, they said you will have your power on Thursday. I, at that point, informed them of the shattered electrical pole at the corner of my street. I gave them specifics as to cross-reference of streets, and they said they would open a work order. On Thursday, when I had no power, and I called them again to ask them what the lie of the day was, they told me they had no work order. I asked them if they were aware that there was a crew actually installing a pole right next to it. They had no idea. On Friday, I called the Fitchburg Police Department to inform them that this pole that was shattered was now hanging over the street at Cottage and Vernon. To the best of my knowledge, they sent somebody out because I actually saw a cruiser in our neighborhood. On Friday, when I called Unitil with still no power, they said absolutely by Sunday, you will have power. There's a couple of great lies in history. Some of them I can't repeat here because they involved acts. One of our lies now is the great lie of Unitil, or as I like to call them, until. Until somebody makes us do something right. We saw nobody. Nobody. They sent us one man in a tiny little S10 pickup truck, and he wouldn't even get out of his car. Now, I don't really blame him, because I was in the middle of the street with two Rottweilers who were hungry, because they haven't eaten, and we don't have power. Be amazed at how mad a 240-pound man with two 90-pound Rottweilers can get when they're cold. So he got back in his little truck and he disappeared. On Sunday, we had no power. On Monday, we had no power. On Tuesday, we had no power. I think you see the theme. It took them 12 days, and it wasn't even them. We drove home from work, and we saw National Grid in our neighborhood. And you know what we said? Thank God. Thank God somebody made the right choice. And I want to thank Mayor Wong for standing up to Unitil and for doing the right thing. I charge you with the same responsibility. Do not be the fox in the hen house. You are in charge here of them, and we pay you. Several long years ago, a few miles to the east, namely in Boston, there are a bunch of people who were dissatisfied with an outside force screwing them over. Well, they picked up guns and they marched to a harbor and they tipped a whole bunch of tea into it. We can't do that, so it's your responsibility. I charge you with getting them out.
I'd like to make a note that, again, while you have enthusiasm for what's being said at the podium, if the stenographer cannot hear what's being said, then it won't end up on the record. And we want to make sure that we capture everything that the speakers are saying on the record. Next will be Cheryl Loving, to be followed by Richard Mortel. Ms. Loving?
My name is Cheryl Loving, L-O-V-I-N-G. I live at 71 Cottage Street in West Fitchburg. I lived in West Fitchburg my whole life. And every time there's a storm, a wind, anything, we lose power. It's ridiculous. On Temple Street coming up the hill, there's still a light hanging over the street. It's not even hooked up. As my husband has said, that the light, the pole that was shattered, it had a light on it. We still have no light. But when we call Unitil, we're working on it, or we don't realize it. Well, this light's going to come down. I hope to God nobody gets killed, because they will. And there's still trees hanging on that line. So this tonight's storm, the Lord knows what's going to happen. And you know what? I really don't think anybody cares.
Richard Mortel. After that will be Sharon Usatab.
I'm Richard Martel, M-A-R-T-E-L, 141 Billings Road, Fitchburg. I've been dealing with Fitchburg Gas and Light and Unitil for over 32 years. I have a unique perspective of the situation. I'm an electrician myself, master electrician, industrial electrician. I understand infrastructure. This company's neglected this area for years. Don't care about us one bit. All they care about is lining their pockets. I watched utility companies from out of state put up a pole that was knocked down from a tree, and when they put the tension on it, the next pole and the next pole snapped, because that's how old the equipment is. We get our power back. My area was out for 12 days. We lose power because West Fitchburg lost power. Their infrastructure isn't there. They're supposed to maintain it. We don't get it. All we get is the shaft, just like their billings. They sent out the new billings for the month of January, saying it's an estimated bill. That's bunk. It's another scam that they're putting on us. As of 2006, this company went fully automated. As soon as that electric power on to the milliamp, they know what you're using. So the scam about estimated bills is going in Mr. Gantz's pockets. Because you think we're going to get the rate back? No, we'll never see it. We're just going to get stiffed again. Thank you.
Next will be Sharon Usatab. After that will be Andy Moyam. Ms. Usatab?
My name is Sharon Usitalo, U-U-S-I-T-A-L-O. I live at 48 Appleton Circle in Fitchburg. I live on a little circle. It has like 25 houses, but we are right off a main road, which is Depot Street. I did not have power for 11 days. On the 6th day, I believe, everybody around us had power. We saw Christmas lights and Christmas trees. One house was lit up like a gingerbread house. It was disgusting to see that when you have no heat. I had to leave my house because, being a single person, I was not able to operate a generator. I had to leave my water running, and I think Unitil, and I like to call them wait until, should pay for my water bill when I get it, because I had to leave all my faucets running. I still had water damage because I had to shut the toilets off too, but the valve leaked. I have just had to replace my kitchen ceiling and my bathroom floor, and I still have to replace my kitchen light, which is a new light. Hopefully I don't get any mildew. You know, I'm hoping I don't. But I think Unitil should have to pay, you know, when you have your deduction, I think they should have to pay the deductions on our insurance bills from our homeowners. Why should I have to pay that deduction? I don't even have the money to pay that. Okay, my other thing is, yeah, I had to wait 11 days. My power was restored on the 11th night, and it was by the state of Michigan, and it only took 3 hours. So I think they should get the recoverable expenses. I can't believe Unitil is charging me this when they didn't even restore my power. I'd love to turn this into you as evidence that they're already trying to collect from us. Do you want this? It's on my bill. Pardon me? Right there,
Put it there.
right on my bill.
Make sure
already.
her name is on it so we know whose bill it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Andy Moyen, and after that will be Charlie Myers. Mr. Moyen?
Hi, my name is Andy Moyen. My last name is spelled M-O-Y-E-N, and I live on 53 Sunrise Avenue. If anybody reads the Sentinel Enterprise, I was the gentleman that was in the newspaper a couple times, so I have to thank the gentleman who did the story on me. I did see him here earlier. I don't know if you see it now. But if it wasn't for him, I have no idea. I probably would have lost my mind, got a chainsaw from one of the neighbors, cut the tree down, and let it drop. Because I had been after Unitil for years to please just trim around the trees to the wires. I knew it was bad. In March and April of this year, I had my house rebuilt. So they had to take all the wires down. Everything came down. The house was built bigger, so the wires had to go more into the tree. I had asked them, please, now that you've put the wires back in, can you trim it more? No. What did they do? Put the main wire against the trunk of the tree. So for months, I had kept calling after it. Can you please put a sleeve? Do something. This is electric fire happening. I just borrowed money from the bank. $100,000 to do my level. If I get an electric fire and I'm at work, what's going to happen? Everything's going to burn. Then I turn around. We have the ice storm. I call. They say, okay, we'll get to it. I understand it. Things happen. So I said, okay, I'll let it go. I go to work. It's a bad thing when I have to go to work and actually relax. I'm going to work to enjoy myself because I crossed my fingers every time I came home in the 12 days that I had power. Or I get a call from my wife at 4:30, 4:45, static still, saying we have no power. I couldn't afford to go and buy a generator because I didn't know if I was going to get the recovery from that. It's another $600 to $800 for that alone. Plus, I heard there were people fighting down at Home Depot for 200 of them. But the people waiting for 6 hours. I can't afford to even skip work. Going to work was a disaster. I get up in the morning freezing my tail off because I didn't want to leave my house. I'm 40 years old. I didn't want to leave. I can imagine the people who were like 90-something years old who didn't want to leave the house. I didn't want to leave my house at 40. No lights, no power, no electricity, dark. People were actually leaving the street. There was nothing around. How do you know people were going to break in? I heard stories. I didn't even want to leave. I had to go to work. The stress at work was just terrible. Between that and that, and then I called Unitil, finally got through to a nice gentleman. He was really nice to me. He said, Andy, we actually have you on record for years calling about the wires in the tree. Nothing's been done? I said, no. Every time I call, I get the same thing. We'll get to it. We'll get to it in the spring. Finally, I didn't know if it was Unitil or the city, because I called Mr. Caddy. Mr. Caddy pushed the mayor and I don't know who else to get involved in this situation. Next you know, a truck shows up. They cut about a quarter of the tree a little bit. They throw everything on the ground. They left it in the street. They left it in my neighbor's driveway. They left it everywhere. I said, oh, it's 9 o'clock. They're going to take a coffee break. They'll come back. What happens? They never showed up. What happens? I waited like about 5 hours, 6 hours, nothing, they didn't return. I ended up cleaning the street, throwing it all on my lawn, taking out of my neighbors. My neighbors is upset about it. I called the newspaper again. I said, take pictures. I sent them back to the same gentleman, puts it in the newspaper 2 days later. Now even more trouble started downtown. Next you know, I get a call. Oh, we're going to come cut the tree. Okay. What happens? Nothing happens for 2 weeks later. Finally, they get the power up. I had to call my electrician actually had to tie a 50-foot rope to the main cable, pull it back 50 feet, tied it to a tree in the back of my yard to hold up, because he says, Andy, guess what? The next storm we get, it's going to rip right back down, because they never bolted it to my house. I couldn't understand why. They were there. Why didn't they finish it? So I called Unitil again, nice and calm. The lady answers the phone. She says, Andy, I understand. We will definitely have you there on that following Tuesday. I said, okay. The Tuesday comes up. I come home from work. Nothing's done. I call at 8 o'clock at night. Another lady answers the phone at Unitil. She says, who is the lady's name? I won't give out her name. She goes, oh, okay. She puts me on hold. She calls the place over in the Central, whatever they called, for about hold for 5 minutes. She calls me back. She says, Andy, we will take care of it tomorrow. I say, well, guess what? There's another ice storm coming tomorrow. I know you're not going to be here. The wires are going to get ripped off. And you still... And also, Comcast and Verizon actually, they refused to put the wires back up because there were tree limbs hanging and the tree was going to go right through. They said, it's going to get ripped back down. We are not going to touch it. They refused to put up my stuff because one tree and a tree wire. It was ridiculous. So then I get through to the city. You know what the city says? I talked to a nice gentleman at the city. He tells me, Andy, I love to come in early, but guess what? It's a live wire. We can't touch it. So I'm back. Unitil tells me, well, Unitil told me, hey, why don't you call the city? The city probably take care of it faster than we will. And I'm like, wait a minute. So now I just got the runaround in the circles again. Finally, at one point, somebody, like I said, they came 2 weeks ago on a Thursday night, 11:15 p.m., a truck pulls up with chainsaws. They cut the tree down finally, but 11:15 to 12:30 in the morning, talking about pissing the neighbors off. I'm happy, because it got rid of my situation, but not so happy with the neighbors. And then finally, that Friday after that, finally Unitil showed back up, finally hooked up the wires. I can't believe that. I had to go through the newspaper, Mr. Caddy, everybody, to try to get all this done, which I had been trying to prevent for years. Just please trim the trees. That's my biggest issue. I think probably 80% of this problem would have if they had just trimmed the trees. That's all I say. The whole thing about the bills and everything else, I know about that. I don't want to get into that. Everybody else is taking care of that. But I'd like to take this picture and show you what the tree looked like at the time.
If you're going to leave the picture for us, Mr. Moy, would you put your name and address on the back of it? And there's a pile right here by the stenographer,
Okay.
so we know whose picture it is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Charlie Myers, please, and after that it's going to be Stan Hickey.
Good evening. My name is Charles Myers, M-Y-E-R-S. I live at 863 Ashby State Road in Fitchburg. My wife and I moved from Shirley to Fitchburg 12 years ago, encountered Unitil. At the time, our bill was $70 per month. 12 years later, same house, no changes, no air conditioners, no nothing. That bill has gone from 70 to 150. Why? They have done absolutely nothing for us. I have had the same cell phone carrier for over 6 years. Would any of you accept a doubling in your cell bill and not be happy about it? I would certainly change my carrier. Let us change ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stan Hickey, and after that will be Gary Sullivan. Mr. Hickey? Thank you very much. Next will be Gary Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, are you here? Okay. Next will be Harry Clark. Mr. Clark? After that will be Mary Ingami. Thank you. Mr. Clark.
My name is Harry Clark, C-L-A-R-K. I'm at 61 Belgian Way. I think you should look into why there was no prior agreements between Unitil and the power companies in Connecticut and Rhode Island, because they were not affected at all, and they're a lot closer than Tennessee and Georgia and whatever.
Thank you. Now, next is Mary, you pronounce it Injami? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Mary Injemi, and I live on Michael Street. I've been there 62 years. And
Can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
I'm a widow. I've been a widow for 40 years.
Ma'am, could you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
I-N-G-E-M-I.
Thank you very much.
I was, when the storm came, it got so cold that I had to go with my daughter and stay with her. And of course, after a few days, we got word that they had electricity, so I went back home. And 2 days later, the electricity went out again. And I didn't want to call anybody, so I just put an extra sweater and kind of kept warm. But that happened twice, but eventually I got the electricity. But what really got me stunned when I got my bill a little early, and it was $1,400.60. I questioned it, and I called twice. First, I spoke to one woman, and another time I spoke to Mr. Mitchell. I said it'd be impossible because I had already paid him something before, but the bill came so early. I just about got the electricity and I got this large bill. So I figured that it came out to $870.39 that they tell me that I have to pay, or else they'll shut the electricity off, which I think is disgusting, because with all the things that we had to go through, and at my age, I've never had this happen again, and I felt so insulted that they would shut my electricity off. I can't see where I used $870.39 in electricity when I didn't have any heat or anything for a while. And I don't intend to pay this. So I told them they either have to read the meter or something, because something is wrong. I'm all alone in the house, and when I had 7 people in there, I've never paid this much. So something is wrong, and I hope you people can find what the problem is. Thank you.
Next, I have Barbara Ledger, and after that, Anthony Salerno. So, Ms. Ledger?
My name is Barbara Ledger. I live at 399 Clarendon Street up in Clegon. L-E-G-E-R, no E on the end, and no D in the middle. My complaint is rotten, decrepit poles. Beach Street from across where the pond used to be, it's a skate park now, 5 poles in a row. One across Alden Street that stayed there, I figure probably 2 weeks. 1 lane of traffic. The lights that are still out, 2 houses up from me. I called 3 weeks ago today. I'll make a note of it. It's dark out there. Electric Avenue, it's dark out there. No lights on. In all this time since the first night the power went out, I've seen 2 utility trucks. One Friday on Woodland Street, they were digging up the street, so I figure it was a gas problem. The next one, on the way driving here, he was banging a metal pole in the street in front of somebody's house. My husband are out almost every day, going here, going there. We're very busy. We have seen Verizon trucks, 2 by 2. Oh, there's 2 more. Oh, there's 2 more. Oh, there's 3 now. 2 utility trucks since Friday. Saturday, I see a truck up at the pole where the light's out that I called 3 weeks ago. I went out on my front porch and I said, "Are you fixing that light I called 3 weeks ago?" He goes, "No, no, no, I'm Comcast. I'm not utility." 2 trucks and decrepit, rotten poles. I have one in my backyard in front, across the street from my neighbor's house. The top of it looks like this. It's got ears and it's cracked down. She called around 5 years ago. The pole is still there. We don't know which way it's going to go when it comes down. That way or in my backyard. Thank you very much. I'll let the others talk.
Thank you. Next will be Anthony Salerno, and then I have after that J. Andre Provenchel. Mr. Salerno?
Good evening. Just for the purposes of my ignorance, I was curious as to who was left here from our elected officials. If you could raise your hand, any of the elected officials that are still here. I noticed most of them came, did their dog and pony show, and left. So, what I would like to do...
Mr. Salerno, could you just state your name and spell
My
your
name
last
is Anthony Salerno, and my last name is spelled S-A-L-E-R-N-O.
And your address.
190 Cathy Street in Fitchburg.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to submit this to you, for you, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to take a look at it after I'm finished. I haven't had the opportunity to live in Fitchburg long. I've only been here 2 years. So I'm going to have to ask for the rest of the residents to help me out with some information and see if some of the experiences I've had rings a bell. I'm not going to go over all the things that have already been discussed with you folks, but I am going to bring to light something that I thought was interesting when I got my first bill from Unitil and had a conversation with Mr. Gantz's colleague, Mr. Mark Lambert, who explained to me that my $813.39 bill was an estimated bill based upon the usage of the residents that had previously lived in my home. I'm a sales manager by trade, which means by default, the word sales comes to mind. You all are thinking I'm the lowest form of life there is. Well, I don't pull any punches when it comes to what I am and what I do. What I do for profit, and that's it. But this guy was trying to pull some BS on the guy who wrote the book on BS. He basically told me that, which I also think the residents of Fitchburg might find interesting, was that all of the homes in Fitchburg were extremely energy efficient, and Fitchburg needed Unitil's heavily advertised programs to reduce energy costs. Does everyone in this hall, are you all aware that Fitchburg, or that Unitil provides an energy efficiency savings plan whereby they pay half of the energy improvements to your home and you're asked to take the other half out of your pocket? Okay. Well, I listened to Mr. Lambert's assertions and his quasi-physics lesson that he gave me on why my bill was estimated and why it was so high. And I spent $1,500 with a company called Energy Efficiency Investments out of New Hampshire. A gentleman came down and increased the efficiency of my home from a whopping 19% to 49%, excuse me. So I paid $1,500, and now let's fast forward to the storm. I'm thinking I increased the efficiency of my home by approximately 30%. I still got a $950 bill after my last bills had been no higher than $250. So I got in touch with Mr. Lambert again, and I said, here we go again. What do you got for me this time? And this was after the storm. The best part was when the gentleman from EEI in New Hampshire came to my house, and Mr. Edward Dwyer, and I have all this documented with the court reporter, who told me that Unitil, quote unquote, asked him not to do the expensive door blower tests. The door blower tests actually pinpoint in your home where the energy efficiencies are and where leaks are going so that you're not heating all of Fitchburg. Well, I listened to what he had to say, and he told me that he emphatically told Unitil that he will not work with them unless he does for the customer what he thinks is in their best interest to improve the efficiency of their home. And he said, if you think this is bad, Tony, I got news for you. You should see the corporate buildings in and around Fitchburg where the 5th and 6th floors don't even have people working in them and the windows are wide open. So essentially, Unitil is heating Fitchburg. I guess the two people I'd like to thank are my wife and my infant son, who endured this whole, and I will definitely not call it a disaster. It was an ice storm. My son played in the shadows while my wife dressed him and cuddled him next to a coal stove that we were lucky enough to have, while I sat on my knees and pumped water from my basement because it relied on a sump pump. The energy went off, the sump pump went off, and I sat on my knees and pumped water through a hose down my driveway by attaching a hand pump with duct tape to a garden hose. That's not my game. I was very, very unhappy to be having to do that and freezing my butt off. My wife and I took shifts for 7 days and still had to show up at our jobs and be effective. I'm a sales manager. I start my business day every morning by walking in and asking my team, what's going on with your accounts? Are they happy or are they unhappy? I really want to say that despite the fact that I'm really angry with Unitil and its inability to be an efficient and customer-based business, I've built my business on one very simple premise. I've always tried to build customers for life by under-promising and over-delivering. I guess I could forget about the $900 bill and the 7 days without power and all that good stuff if Mr. Gantz can possibly teach me the sales methodology wherein you can over-promise and under-deliver and keep customers for 15 damn years. So, in light of that, I don't think it's the responsibility of only Mr. Gantz, but it's the responsibility of your elected officials. It's the responsibility of this board to make sure that these poor people don't have to deal with a company that doesn't care about its clients. Because I know that I'd be out of work if I serviced clients that didn't trust me and weren't partners for life. Thank you.
Next is J. Andre Provenchal. Sir?
My name is J. Andre Provenchal, Provencial, 122 Hurd Street, Fitchburg, and I'm about 7/10 of a mile from here, right off of Franklin Road. Franklin Road had a lot of problems, and I guess I was one of the lucky ones. My house was only completely shut off 4 days, 2 days partially, and many small interruptions. I feel as though because of the tree trimming that the utility company was negligence, gross negligence. Most of the trouble that happened was from trees coming down on the limbs and all that. There was one time they had crews going around, I don't know if it was them or Fitchburg Gas, around the city trimming the trees all the time, every year. This hasn't been done for years. This is whatever maintenance that should be done, and it wasn't done, and I'm sure it's because downsizing and what have you, so that they can continue to make a profit. but it's negligence. And furthermore, I'd like to say that on the water rates, when they send out the estimated bills, my bill wasn't estimated. It was 20% higher than all my bills. This is not called for. Mr. Gantz said that that's accepted practice. I don't know where he got that accepted practice from. I was in the water utility business in Fitchburg here, and for 27 years, I sent out 7,900 customer bills, and I never sent out an estimated bill that was 20% over. I'm sure, or I assume, that they sent this out because they have a cash flow problem. But that's not Fitchburg's problem, that's their problem. And I assume that that should be corrected by this board here. And my recommendation is also that we have a new law set into effect, or a new statute, that the people of Fitchburg can vote when they're not satisfied with the utility company that's mandated to serve them. I also like to say that Mr. Gantz says that it's an accepted practice to add on to the minimum bills, or the bills that were sent, estimated bills. I never heard of such a thing. And I was responsible for sending out 79 customer bills for the water department every quarter. And if I ever estimated a bill like they estimate bills, I would have been tarred and feathered and kicked out on a rail. And I guess in summation, Mr. Gantz has been tarred and feathered, and now I guess it's time to send them all out on the rail. And I hope legislation can be effected that the people in the city of Fitchburg, or any place else that has a public utility, that they can request or ask that they be removed for cause. Now, this isn't the question right now. You just can't say nothing, you can't do nothing but complain. But if there was a statute on the law where they didn't produce and didn't do things right, that the people in the cities and towns where they operate can ask that they be removed with another, utility. And I want to also say that the only thing I didn't hear about today is the people of Fitchburg, not the only ones that are affected by Unitil. New Hampshire has the same problem where they operate. It was in the paper that Hampton is asking to change their utility company. So it's not just here in Fitchburg. Thank you very much for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to note, because we still have so many people left to go through, if you want to give your testimony in the library, there's also a stenographer there, and you can come back in here, or you can wait, and I'll just continue on through the list. I want to give you that opportunity if you would like. Next, we'll hear from Jerry Breen, and after that, Pat Carboni. Jerry Breen, please. Is Jerry Breen here? Okay, I will proceed to Pat Carboni. Is there a Pat Carboni who'd like to speak? Ma'am? Yes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Pat Carboni. I live on Rollstone Road. I am also one resident.
Spell your name, please.
Carbone.
Thank you.
I am also one of the many residents who went through hell starting December 11th. I was without power for a week. But I think there is another story that this board and the city should know about. On January 16th at 1:30 a.m. in the morning, I woke up freezing. Looked over, my clock was off. I says, that means no power. I stumbled out of bed, managed to get my flashlight, found my phone book, held the flashlight in my mouth, grabbed my cell phone. Since no power, I was unable to use my home phone. Dials the 88 number to Unitil. Gets a recording. Asked me in Spanish first, and when I did not answer, asked me in English if I chose to speak English, and I said yes. It then proceeded to ask me if I was calling in reference to a problem, and I said yes. And it asked me next if I was calling from the area where the problem took place, and I said yes. It then repeated my cell phone number to me and said it did not recognize that number. Would I kindly give them my account number? At that point, I knew I was talking to a stupid computer, used the F word, and said, no, I am not going to go looking in the dark for my account number. Give me a human being to talk to. The computer got upset with me and said it was going to turn me over to a customer service rep and put me on hold. Every 3 minutes, the computer came back on and said all of its representatives were busy, and they are taking the calls in which the order they were placed. I listened to this stupid computer for a half hour and never got to speak to a body. I then remembered under the 888 number, it listed an emergency number for a gas leak. I says, it is now after 2 a.m. in the morning. Somebody has to be there. A gas leak is an emergency. I proceeded to call that number. 1, 2, 3, up to 10 times and got nothing but a busy signal. Which anybody, you don't need a degree to figure out that phone was off the hook. I then proceeded to go back to the 888 number, went through the peril of, do you wish to speak in Spanish? I did not answer. It asked me again if I wished to speak in English, and if I did, say yes or press 1. At that point, I chose to use Italian. Their computer does not recognize anything but Spanish and English. And I would also like Unitil to know that this is America. We speak English here first. Every other language comes after. 8 times it asked me the same question, and 8 times I answered yes in Italian. The computer got very upset with me at that point and handed me to a human being. It is now 2:25 a.m. in the morning, and this human being is trying to tell me that I was placed on hold the first time for half hour because several people in the city of Fitchburg who were without power were calling, which I find that very hard to believe at that hour of the morning. This just goes to show you what kind of company we are dealing with. You've heard the nightmares of December 11th, starting December 11th. This is a nightmare that just took place this month and will continue to take place every month that there is a problem with Unitil. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Robert Botwell Sr., and after that, Jeff, I'm going to try it, Nidea. Mr. Botwell?
My name is Robert Boutwell. It's spelled Boutwell. I live at 25 Long Edge Avenue in Fitchburg. I have 3 points I'd like to make. First, when this initially started, I have a sleeping disorder. Numerous people have them. We breathe by way of an electronic machine. Without electricity, there is no battery backup. When I woke up, I felt like someone had a pillow over my head smothering me because I could not breathe. Without the machine, I stopped breathing completely. I have been tested numerous times. I am at the highest setting that it can be put at. So I could not go anywhere for that reason medically, and for an additional medical reason being I'm a diabetic. So now I'm fighting 2 problems medically, and I'm fighting to try to get my electricity and my heat, because I don't have a wood stove. I don't have any other way than electricity to fire my furnace. So what happens, I call day after day. Finally, the command center gives me 2 numbers. Try these numbers. You should be able to reach somebody, because I hadn't been able to reach somebody. I called that person, no, that number. The woman on that line got so mad at me, she says, "How did you get this number? You tell me right now before you say anything else." So I told her where I got those numbers. She says, "I'm not going to talk to you, I'm going to give you a customer service person." I talked to that customer service person. She says, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do for you." Yet they ask me every year to submit a doctor's letter that tells them I need electricity for my health, to live. I don't know why I have to do it every year. Other people say the same thing. If I am disabled, it will be this way for the rest of my life. Why can they no longer, or why can't they, period, make a permanent statement in my record? I challenge you, as a board, to review those records and see if it really list those letters. I'm willing to bet you that my name is not listed in those accounts for that problem. And I'm sure there are other citizens in the city that are the same way. There are people that use oxygen by way of electricity. Some have portable bottles, some don't, depending on the dependency. No one died, but how many people risked their lives? How many had to go to the hospital emergency rooms that were related to medical problems, not having the electricity or the heat? All right? I ended up in the emergency room one night. I did go and rent in a hotel room for one night. Fixed income, that's all I had. I could not afford anything else. And oh, by the way, every room was booked near here in any town. I could not find another room even if I wanted to. I did call. Now, the bill situation, I was still out of power, and guess what? I received my bill in the mail. Mail delivery, rain, sleet, or snow, they would deliver. Unitil don't deliver unless they want to. I got the bill, I opened it up, estimated bill, 3 times what I normally pay. And I'm on the budget, which means they're digging into my payments on less used months and taking that out of that balance. on top of the money I have to give them every month. So now, right at this particular time, I'm almost at zero for spare money in my account to credit any additional bills for the rest of this heating season. Unitil has to review all of their processes, their practices, and you gentlemen need to overview that, ladies too. Bottom line, you're going to find numerous problems. As everyone else has stated so far, Unitil does not deserve to be in business, period. Now, one other thing I'm going to challenge you people to look at. Quarterly, we know that they do their income statements because they have to do them quarterly. I used to be in the business world. How many times have they estimated a bill the last month of a quarter and put us in a situation to give them more money to make their bottom line to meet their quarterly need? That is something you also need to look at. I haven't heard that suggested yet. I think it's important to do. And one other last thing, I would like to give you a little story. I got in my car, drove around my little area. There was power eventually all around me within a couple, 2-3 days. Yet, one little pocket, I had no power, my neighbors had no power. I ran into one Unitil vehicle. The gentleman was sitting in it. He was just doing nothing. I stopped and I said, "Hey, any idea when we might get power in this area?" He says, "I really can't tell you." He says, "But I will tell you, I drove through all of this specific area. There isn't a single problem I can see. I can go no further than that. I'm sitting here guiding a transformer. The transformer was sitting on the side of the road, and the new transformer was up, yet he was sitting there just looking at a transformer probably 8, 9 o'clock that evening. He'd been there quite a while. He said, he can't touch it. There's certain protocol that says a certain team has to come out and remove that, and he's there to guard it until they arrive. That is the only vehicle that I saw in my vicinity for 5 days. Finally, I called the command center again, and I said, I really need power. I have been up 3 days without sleep. I need refrigeration for my insulin. So when the person tells me, well, they might get there in a couple days. I says, a couple days isn't good enough. I said, something needs to be done now. Luckily, the lady that was on that line, her name was Flanagan, said, hold on 1 minute, Unitil is here. I'll call you right back. Within 10 minutes, she called me back. She said, Unitil said you might have lines down to homes and that's why you don't have power. I says, there's no lines down to any home in my area. I've driven by and I have gotten that information from a Unitil worker. She said, hold on, they're walking out the door, I'll call you right back. She calls me right back. She says, Unitil said you will have a vehicle in your area the next morning. Guess what? They showed up. They were there at 8 o'clock that following morning. Why did it take me giving them information that they should know and have to relay that through an additional person because I can't reach them? That is a main problem. Bottom line, like I said, they care about money. They don't care about individuals no matter what. They need to go.
Thank you, Mr. Boltman. Thank you. I'd like to remind folks, to the extent that they can, to try to keep their comments to around 3 minutes so that we can afford everyone who's on the list a chance to get up and speak. Thank you. I'm looking next for Mr. Jeff, and I'm having trouble with the writing. Nideya? Looks like N-I-D-E-Y-A. The address is 139 Bridle Cross Road. '29. I think that a number of people may have gone into the library also, so I'm going to move on. The next name on the list I have is Walter Oney, and after that is going to be Sherry Shippey Porter. Mr. Oney?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Walter Oney, O-N-E-Y. I live at 267 Pearl Hill Road in Fitchburg. We were without power for 8 days. The most troubling aspect of Unitil's response to this emergency is their repeated claim that they were doing everything they could. Well, they weren't. On Saturday night, the 13th, my wife and I ate dinner at the McDonald's restaurant on John Fitch Highway at around 5:30. It was one of the few places in town where we could be warm and where we could have a hot meal. Unitil's facility is across the street from McDonald's. There were 5 or 6 of their trucks parked in their lot there. Those 5 or 6 trucks were not out restoring power to anybody. Now, I mentioned that last Wednesday at the high school, and a representative from the union stood up a little bit later and called me a liar. Well, I have no doubt that the rank and file who work for Unitil were exercising superhuman efforts to do what they were told to do, but I think they were told to do the wrong things. They were misdirected and they were mismanaged. And that's why there were 5 or 6 trucks sitting in a parking lot on a Saturday evening when the entire town was shivering without heat. If you take any lesson at all from tonight's hearing, it should be that the ratepayers don't want to do business with this company anymore. If you're going to force us to put up with them, you have got to regulate them. You have got to insist that the rates they charge us be fair and reasonable in comparison with the other rates. And remember, Fitchburg is a poor city. We're among the poorest cities in Massachusetts, and yet we pay the highest utility rates. You have got to rein them in. Thank you.
Next, I have Cheryl Shippey Porter, and after that, Randy Collins. Ms. Porter?
Hi, my name is Cheryl Shippey Porter, last name S-H-I-P-P-E-E-P-O-R-T-E-R. I reside at 50 Pearl Hill Road, Fitchburg. First, let me say thank you to the National Guard for standing ready and responding without question when called upon in situations such as these. On December 11th, about 11:30 at night, we had a tree come down outside my son's window, just feet away from his window. We called the police to notify them. They said they would notify Unitil. Following morning, my husband and I toured the neighborhood. It looked like a war zone. Trees down, poles down, crossing over the street, wires down every other house. Called Unitil every couple of days, there on out. Kept getting, well, your power should be on tomorrow or the day after. We heard that for 13 days. Finally, on the 24th of December, we called Unitil and asked, what's going on? What is the status? We know people are worse off than us, but we just want an update. We were told, well, you know, we don't know. We're doing the best we can. Your power should be on. Your ticket's still active. My reply was, I hope my ticket's still active because I have no power. I received power Christmas Eve, approximately 1:30 in the afternoon. So I got out of work. My husband and I went home, trying to warm up the house. We could turn our heat on. My pipes broke. I was forced to leave my home. We ended up sharing an apartment with my daughter. There was 6 adults and 3 toddlers in one apartment because we could no longer stay in our home. Though we stayed there for 2 weeks with no heat, no hot water, nowhere to cook. People have talked about going out to dinner. There was many times we went out to local restaurants on John Fitch Highway. Burger King closed its doors and would no longer let anybody else in because they had no more room to keep people warm, feed them. We had utility trucks drive by my house in droves. My husband counted them one day, 12. We called them all the time. We had a wire down. We reported it every couple days. There's still nothing. So my husband went to the Unitil office right on John Fitch Highway. During the middle of a business day, their doors were locked. No one there to answer questions, getting no information over the phone, getting sent to a recording, or the same information provided by the people. 13 days, no power. My neighborhood had power. We went an additional 5 days beyond my entire neighborhood. My husband and I drove the neighborhood just to make sure we were the only ones. We were. Still nothing. Not to mention the additional costs that we had to endure feeding our family, buying wood to keep warm, filling a propane heater to keep our house warm, and it evidently did no good because our pipes broke anyway. Having a shower at friends and families or my work. You know, and it's funny too because a lot of people talk about Comcast. Comcast restored my service within days. And they even gave me a credit on my bill for the amount of time that I did not have service because of the power outage, even though it wasn't their fault. I can't say the same for Unitil. 30 years ago, I was here for the blizzard of '78. We had 4 feet of frickin' snow. We were restored power a whole lot faster than we were under this ice storm. I would think technology would have improved in 30 years, not decreased. I can't help but think my situation, but I know, even though it's, to me, as devastating as my situation was, there are people out there that have it worse than me. Elderly, single parents, what have you. In closing, I'd just like to say, I serve my country along with my fellow soldiers every day, defending this country, this flag, to fight for our freedom, obey the orders pointed above me. I ask you to give us the freedom to choose what utility company we want.
Next on the list, I have Randy Collins, and after that, Bob Curtis. Is Randy Collins here? Yes, ma'am? What number? You are number 34. But I think as we're going along, some people I think I have on this list that are actually going out into the other room. So we're actually skipping another number of numbers. But I am number 34. I'm 34.
My
Yes,
name
ma'am.
is Randy Collins. It's RANDEECOLLINS. I live in Ward 4, 92. I own a duplex, 9294 Pritchard Street, PRICHARD. It started out that I didn't have power for about 8 hours the night of the storm. Then I got my power back. But I had I didn't have a cell phone, so I was emailing Unitil because when I drove away from my house, I noticed that I had a pole down next to my house. So I let them know about that. About 8 o'clock at night, that night, the night of the 12th, fire truck number 3 is out in front of my house for about an hour. They called a Unitil truck. All of a sudden, all of my power goes out, and I have tenants as well. All the power goes out, fire truck drives away, the Unitil truck drives away, Nobody ever came back. Nobody came up to my house and said, we're cutting your power, which is exactly what they did. They cut my power because something must have been live. So the next day, I'm thinking somebody's going to come back. So now I can't email them. So I'm calling. I finally had to leave my house. I got a huge cell phone bill because I'm at my house trying to find someplace to go. I finally found people to stay with, and I was in Worcester. I work in Leominster, so I'm traumatized by the weather because we had continuous storms, driving back and forth from Worcester to Leominster. Going to my house, driving 190 at 5 o'clock in the morning, going to my house before work, going to my house after work, using a flashlight to find clothes, and going back to Worcester. I stayed with probably four different people within this time, and was emailing Unitil from work. Calling Unitil, trying to get, then I finally found out I was responsible for the pole that was down by my house, and until I got an electrician to have that fixed, I was not going to get my power back. So somebody helped me get an electrician out to my house because somebody had to be there a lot of the time that was able to be there because I was either living in Worcester or I was working. The electrician came out there, and I found out that he had fixed my power, and I was told that once he fixed the utility pole problem, that my power should be restored by Unitil. So we get to the 23rd of December, and I talk to him, and he says, I fixed the pole, so somebody just has to come out, or the power has to be restored. So then I'm trying to get the power restored to my house. And then we're going to Christmas Day. I had left Worcester because I was under the impression that once the electrician did his part, I was going to have my power back. So I pack up and leave Worcester. Then Christmas Day, I'm at work. Emailing Unitil, saying, what do I have to do now? What do I have to do? I've done everything that I'm supposed to do to try and get my power back, as far as I know. Then I start calling Mayor Wong's office. And the day after Christmas, I get a call from Mayor Wong. She helped me. I don't know what I would have done. Come to find out, they had closed once they came out to my house with trucks, they had restored, they said they restored my power, but they didn't. They closed the ticket out on my service. And I don't know how I would have ever gotten it back if I hadn't wound up calling Mayor Wong's office. Because she started helping me out the day after Christmas. I stayed with people in Rutland, I stayed in Worcester, I stayed in Fitchburg, I stayed where I work in a hospital. I slept there a couple of times. So that's, I have all the water in my toilets totally froze up and my toilet's cracked. I know people had it a lot worse than, I know there's people that their pipes broke and they had to pull up their floors and all kinds of things. But still, it was a pretty miserable situation. And I can actually say that I slept around for 15 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Bob Curtis, and after that is Conrad Boudreau. Is Bob Curtis here, please? Mr. Curtis? The next, Bob Curtis, I'm looking for. No? The next one, Conrad Boudreau. Sir.
Boudreau, B-O-U-D-R-E-A-U, 66 Exeter Street. And my peeve is customer service. I call customer service, and they give you the runaround. Here I am. You get press 1 for if you're out of service, press 2. If you're billing, press 3. If you get gas problems. And in between this, you're getting Spanish. You don't get English. They don't give you, in my case, I never had anybody give me a choice, English or Spanish. It was just Spanish. So at one time, I had an odor of gas in my house because I stayed warm, heating my house, stopping it from freezing with the gas stove I have in the cellar and the gas stove upstairs, which I would run for about an hour and then every 4 hours or something like that. And I went out I had the gas on in the cellar. I went out to snow blow because I had a snowstorm. I come back in the house, the house is filled with gas because of low pressure. They said I had a flame out. Okay, now I'm across the street. I didn't have a phone, by the way. My phone didn't come back till after Christmas. But regardless, I was across the street trying to get somebody to come. I called this customer service, and all I got was Spanish again. I said, by the time I get to gas, my house is going to blow up. So what I did is I called 911, and then I got results because the fire department called the customer service or whoever it is, and they got gas company right there, right off. That was the only way I saved the house from being blown up on account of customer service. Now, according, again, recoverable operations, plus a hike in the increase in the bills as of January 1st. That is ridiculous. Why should we be paying them for their faults? They didn't maintain their lines. It isn't our problem, it's theirs. We shouldn't be paying for it. Now, I was without power for 8 days, and my bill went up like everybody else estimated, which isn't right, because I paid less than that when I had the previous December in 07, sorry. I had all Christmas lights and everything on, and we cook and so forth. But this bill here is estimated increase almost twice as much. And I didn't have any lights. I didn't put on any Christmas lights either when I got my power back because I didn't feel right because people were without power. So why should they be estimating my bill, or everybody else's bill, sorry, as well as mine? Because they feel like they need more money. I don't think it's right. Now, as far as the gas, they changed my meter 3 times because it keeps freezing up. Well, they've worked on that. I really appreciate that. They've worked on it about 5 times. It keeps freezing up because they put it outside. They tell me they have to. That's the new law, they says. People in Boston, I feel, don't know what people up here in New England, central New England, I should say, as you people call it, have to go through. The meter was put outside in 07. It went out in 08 in February. They said it's defective meter, but actually it was the cause of water in a gas line or something that's freezing up. And again, they had, like I say, they came in at midnight sometime. I appreciate the gas service people because they came in at zero degrees to change the meter because it was freezing out. Now they finally put a little shack over it and a heater, which works sometimes. But that is what my sum up. I'm going to keep it very, very low because people are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boudreau. Next, I have Dr. Len Brassard. Is the doctor in the house? Mr. Brassard left. After that, I have Rosemary McCloy. Rosemary McCloy. Alvin Tall. Did Mr. Tall leave? Went to the library. Okay. Thank you. Michael and Joanne McCork, is it? Are they here? Good, thank you.
Good evening now. My name is Joanne McGuirk. This is my husband, Michael McGuirk. It's MC, capital G, U-I-R-K. We live at 60, well, the house is 60 and 62 Sanborn Street in West Fitchburg. It's a big, old brick duplex house that a lot of people here would know was built by the Crocker Company, the paper company, many years ago. We live on one side, rent out the other side. I'd just like you to know a little bit about us. We have been there since we were married, which is going to be 42 years in May. Michael and I are both disabled. Michael is a diabetic, and 3 years ago he had a heart attack. I've had 5 spine surgeries. I'm sure there are other people here and other people that aren't here. If you have metal in your body, and I have titanium plates in my neck, when it's cold, you really feel it. We were out for 9 days. We toughed it out at home because we're stubborn Irish, for 6 of them, until I finally said to my husband, I can't do this one more night because I don't think I'm going to make it. But we care about our home, and it's our biggest form of equity. And after all these years, we've put an awful lot into it and have done the best we can to preserve it and to energy improve it, like 22 windows that were put in 2004, thermal windows. Even small insignificant things like those light bulbs, those energy-saving light bulbs, buying those. When an appliance needs to be replaced, it costs you more money up front, but with the Energy Star, all of the things that we have tried to do, boy, we sure have never seen any difference in our gas bill. We're trying, they go up. During the course of the storm, we never saw any Unitil vehicle on our street. It was after 9 days, a crew from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that got us up. I personally went out and thanked them. I couldn't have been more thankful. We were out partially a couple other days after that. We were out Christmas Eve for a short period of time. The day after we came up, it was a Sunday morning, I went looking in the cabinets to see, well, okay, what are we going to need here? Because we had lost all our food, everything in the freezer, everything in the refrigerator, except 2 unopened bottles of salad dressing. That was the contents of the refrigerator. And I opened the cabinet, and I was just touching and looking and feeling, and I felt something that felt really cold. This is how cold it was in our house. This was an unopened, sealed jar of marshmallow that was frozen. I've never seen marshmallow freeze, have you? It separates. It isn't something that you'd really want to eat. Obviously, it went out. My bottom line really is this. We have a satellite office of Unitil here. At best, it's a satellite office. We have had other issues, Michael and I have, with our home in regard to them, with our billing in regard to them. They're based in New Hampshire. That's where they should be, not in North Central Mass. It was their choice to move out of here. When they did that, a lot of people lost their jobs. We've never seen anyone come, and I would assume they would have to let us know if they were going to work on lines to do upgrades. In the more than 40 years, the only time we ever heard from them was when they wanted to move the gas meters outside. You got a letter. Well, I certainly can't go into it now, but what's in here is what happened when they drilled through the foundation of our house. It took me 6 months. With that, I'm going to turn you over to my husband for just a moment. Thankfully, we're still alive to tell you the story.
Well, it's been quite a while since we got the opportunity to get up here. And I've been thinking right along, and that's why I had my wife stay with me. Commissioner Wolf, how many times have you been asked whether or not you're Henry Winkler? I thought, how many times have you been asked if you are Henry Winkler? You look a lot like him. Well, my question has to do with the billing. We've gone through the billing ever since there was a number of errors on the bill. And we got in touch with Unitil quite a few times, and we ended up talking to the manager of customer relations. Well, she should look for another job as far as I'm concerned. We found out that those of you who do have bills, all of the numbers on the left, they're not accurate. They don't work. She told us that. And they keep changing. And they keep changing. And on the right, you see what they're actually using to bill the customers. And it doesn't match up with the numbers on the left. But again, we were told that, well, those numbers really don't work. It's a confusing bill to try to understand. I took quite a bit of time to try and understand it, and talking to the manager of customer relations. One time, several people, and they didn't say how many, were billed. Well, for example, in February bill, the CCF was $219. No, in the March bill, the February bill showed $290. Big difference. In the first bill, they used $217. In the second bill, they used 279.99 to create it, and then they take some number that they come up with, and they convert it to therms. So now instead of dealing with CCF, you're dealing with therms. Finally, she sent us a letter of explanation, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read you this part here. As the module was faulty, not the meter, the difference between the meter and the module equaled 515 therms. As noted above, since we estimated a portion on your March statement, 72 therms, we did not bill you for a total of 443 therms. They told us, when we questioned them again, that as far as the Massachusetts the DPU, that they didn't have to take that 443 therms off the bills of myself and a number of other customers that they said they had to remove. My question to you then is that true? I don't believe it. And that's just what I would like you to look into. I would also like Unitil promised to give the council committees a detailed, easy to understand statement of how the bill is figured out. I think not only should the council members, but I think all of us that have Unitil as a provider should receive how you can figure out these bills, because a lot of people can't. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to ask next Brenda Rennie.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brenda Rennie, R-E-N-N-I-E. I live at 31 Mallard Drive in Fitchburg. I'm deaf, and I also have a deaf foster son, and he has a language delay issues. I wish there was more deaf people here in the audience tonight, but there's not. But anyways, when the power went out at my house, I was quite surprised. My foster son was too. And we were depending on one neighbor who's hearing to relay messages about what she had heard about the power outage and the storm. She ended up having a panic attack, and she left for Connecticut. She didn't know what to do. And then I was left stuck alone with no one to communicate with. I was really disgusted with Unitil because they didn't come to my house or anywhere in my neighborhood, and I couldn't ask them what was going on. I have an office in Fitchburg on Summer Street, so I went to the computer and tried calling Unitil, and the phone was busy. There was not any kind of communication access for me. And I also tried bringing up the website, and the website was busy. So again, I had no way of communicating with Unitil. My stepson was very upset, and he had no idea what was going on because of his language delay issues. And I tried to explain to him that it's not just our house, it's the entire town. And I had to take him out and drive him around to show him what had happened, because he didn't understand. I also have 3 cats at home. And I had to check on my neighbor's cats as well. And I have no way of communicating or with anyone, and I did not want to stay in a shelter and leave my cats and my neighbor's cats home alone. My foster son had seen a utility worker, one of the crew trucks, parked near our house, and he got all excited, and he told me, and we went out and we looked at the truck, and the driver at the truck was just sitting in his truck doing nothing. And I went up to him to ask him what was going on, what was he doing, just sitting there. So my question to you is, what do you do with people with disabilities, whether they're deaf, blind, or in wheelchairs? How are you going to provide access for people with disabilities? When the power was, after I had got my power and I received my bill, I was outraged at the amount that my bill had increased. They have the nerve to increase my bill when I didn't have power for several days. The best thing that is Comcast had given me a credit for my bill. Unitil should do the same thing, not charge us more money. Also, when Unitil finally came and started trimming the trees near my condo, they left the mess in the parking lot and around our condos, and I had to clean it up. And my last comment for Unitil, they're a rich company, and they're screwing us. We're being patient and paying their bills every month, and they're just sitting back, reaping the benefits of our bills that we pay every month. I wish that they could share the money with people of Fitchburg and not keep all the money for themselves. I'm really concerned about the next storm and what will happen. I'm really kind of paranoid, and I've thought about plans if this happens again, and what I can tell my stepson. I don't think I'm going to have a good night's rest until spring. During the power outage and I had to go to work, my stepson was left home alone, and it was scary for him, and it was very frustrating for him. And I really hope that you kick out Unitil and hire a new utility company for me and for everyone else in Fitchburg. Do you agree? Stand up. Get rid of Unitil. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Freeman?
Hi, my name is Jessica Freeman, F-R-E-E-M-A-N. I live on Pleasant Street. I am deaf, and there are other people in this city that have disabilities. It's easy for hearing people to contact Unitil or other companies. They have an easier way of communicating. But what do we do with people who are deaf and have a hard time getting communication access? Unitil should send out a letter to people who are deaf, who can't communicate easily, to let us know what's been going on. I mean, I depend on my eyes for everyday life. I was sitting at home in the dark, and I couldn't see, I can't hear, and some of us have kids, babies crying, young kids complaining that they're hungry, that they're cold, and that they're scared of the dark. And that's an awful way of experiencing this past storm. And there was no way that we could help the other deaf people and their children. And we wasted a lot of gas trying to drive around to find out information of what's going on. I couldn't stay at home to wait and call Unitil to find out what was going on. I had to actually drive around to friends' houses and ask them what's going on. When are we going to get our power back? I wasted a lot of money driving around That's not right. The apartment that I live in, there was no power for one day, but I feel really bad for the people who really needed the power. The town has electricians and other people that could have helped the community. Plus, I have assistive listening devices and the lighting system, and on all those lights did not work for that day. I don't think it's fair that some of the richer areas of Fitchburg got power before some of the poor areas. I don't know if those richer communities why they can receive better treatment than us. We need electricity for our kids to keep them warm and keep them safe. And our kids are our priority, and they were forgotten about during this power outage. If I had a lot of money, then I'm wondering if the Unitil workers, if they got their power before other people who didn't actually work for the Unitil companies. So what are we supposed to do? I had to drive around and ask friends and other deaf friends and family what was going on. I had finally seen Unitil workers several days after the storm, trimming trees, but a lot of the debris was left on the roads and it's covered with snow now. And I also saw a lot of Unitil workers sitting in their truck chit-chatting. What? I don't understand that. Why were they doing that? There's people out here struggling to survive, and there was workers sitting in their trucks doing nothing, just watching people driving around, watching people clean up the debris in their houses or on the streets. There were some people that we did all the cleanup, and they're the ones that get paid, but we're doing their cleanup work. It's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. David. David? 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 Do we need a 10-minute break at this point? Yes, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. Can you hear me? No. It's not on. Can someone put that? There we go. Thank you. We're going to go back on the record again, please. I've been asked to state the number of the person that's up to speak, so you know where the numbers are. Again, we encourage everyone to, if folks can't wait and are further down on the list, if they can go out to the library to give their testimony, and then, of course, can come back in here and listen if you would like. We also ask that folks could try to keep their comments to 3 minutes. To allow everyone here who wants to speak the ability to speak. I'm on number 44 right now, Audrey Serrano.
Audrey Serrano, S-E-R-R-A-N-O, and I live at 894 Main Street in Leominster, Mass. And I did put 75 Hollywood Street on the paper because that's the address I also own in Fitchburg. I moved to Fitchburg when I was 5 years old, and I've lived in Fitchburg for the percentage of my life up until this past June. I moved to Leominster, Mass. However, I still own a house over on Hollywood Street, which my mother, who is going to be 70 years old on May 14th, lives at. And my mother was without electricity for 6 days. And the point here is that I remember a couple of faces here, and I'd like to first start off with a meeting that I went to at the Fitchburg Library here in Fitchburg some years back with Emil Gogan and a few of the other representatives and constituents here in Fitchburg. And we spoke about Fitchburg Unitil, okay? And back then it was Fitchburg Gas and Electric. And I can clearly remember you guys sitting there in front and allowing all of the representatives and the officials speak first, and then us getting to speak just like we are here today after everybody else got done saying their piece. And I'm praying that this is not the same scenario as back then. You know, that this time is going to be different, because it's the same old situation with Fitchburg Gas and Lights, but different scenario as far as you guys having a few different faces and being without electricity for longer term, okay? And the bills being the same except for a little bit higher. My mother got a gas and light bill last month for $500 and something. This month was $700 and something. My mother just moved in there back in April at that address. And all of a sudden, never in her life has she had a bill over $300 and something. All of a sudden, she's without electricity for 6 days, and she has a bill for $700 and something. Now, normally you would hear people say that's because they estimated it. I can't say that. I had to have my mother use her oven and her burners to heat her house because she refused to leave the house that she felt safe in and was afraid of being robbed. Therefore, she would not leave. So I had to have her leave her burners on, in the midst of which time I have a microwave up over it, which burnt. It's no good, it's fried. I had to take an inverter and one of my battery chargers that you charge your car battery with. I had to take that and plug that in to an inverter, and then take a fan and circulate the air to keep my mom warm, because she refused to leave the house. Now, I called Unitil several times to try to get them over to fix my mom's lights. That whole street was without lights. There was trees down in the middle of the road. At first, I couldn't even get on the street to get to my mom. I had to go all the way up and around Claygon. Once I figured that out, that was the only way to get in there to get to my mom. There was no other way, because there was trees down every which way in the streets. So finally, when I did get to my mom, I found out that there was another street getting directly onto my mom's street that had the tree down, where they had just pushed over, and you had to go around that one to get to my mom. And then to top it off, my mom had trees falling over her screen house, on her electric poles and everything else knocked over. Well, I kept calling Unitil to come over and fix it. And I have a light that I personally pay Unitil every month so that my mother can see, and it's on my mom's property, but it's Unitil that owns it. I pay them every month. Now, that light was dangling. I asked them, I told them that light was going to fall. They needed to please come over and fix it. Well, they wouldn't. So then the light fell on the ground. Now, the pole is leaned over. It's just about to fall into my mom's house. I called them numerous times to please come and fix it. Okay, that finally was just hanging. I had to call Mayor Lisa Wong's office, who her aide, her right-hand aide, is the one that helped me to get them over there to at least make the pole steady. To this day, the light is still not fixed. It's still not put back on. It's empty. But you know what? I got a bill from them for this month telling me that I owed them for electricity. I called them and asked them, ma'am, how can I owe you money for electricity when I have no electricity on the pole? You can't charge me for something I don't have. Oh, well, you pay the bill and we'll adjust it for you, she said. I said, I will not. How am I going to pay you for something I don't have? Once again, I just told you, ma'am, you have to pay it and we'll adjust it next month. I said, adjust what? There's nothing to be adjusted. I don't owe you. You know? There's just no way that this company can continue doing what they're doing to people. You know, at the last meeting, I remember asking you guys about us having the rights to choose. Now, Unitil insisted to you guys, telling you that we had the choice if we wanted to, that there's other companies. No, there isn't. They weren't honest then, and they're not being honest now. We should have a choice. If at best, they could sell half of their wires, half of their pipes, so that if they want to stay in business, let them. But let someone else come in and join in so that we have a choice. If we want to be with them, be with them. If we want to be with somebody else, be with somebody else. You know, I live in Leominster now, and we got phone calls letting us know every step of the way what was going on and how they were working on it, and they progressed us. Here in Fitchburg, Unitil didn't let anybody know, and I know because, again, my mother lives in my house at 75 Hollywood Street. Leominster let us, again, every step, and they had us fixed in 3 days. I was without electricity for 3 days in Leominster versus the 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it was for these people. God forbid, 6 days for my mother. My mother ended up with a heart attack. She ended up in the hospital. And she had to have a cork thing put in her heart with a cattle, whatever that was. I forget the name of it, but she had a heart attack shortly after that. Yeah, she got their bill. I bet they had a part of it. And I hate to say that, but it might be true. I don't know. But I know my mom was heartbroken and she was very upset over all this stuff going on and petrified that somebody would break in her house if she left. I spent $700 on a generator just the day before her electricity came back on. You know, if Unitil wanted to be nice and respectable and cared about their citizens that pay them every month, they could have turned around and said, okay, you know, they had to spend all this money, not to mention the food my mother lost, and given them a break. You know, even cut the bill. Okay, it might be a little bit more, but we'll give these people a break since they already had so much hardship. But did they? No. Instead, they slammed us again. They made it triple on these people here in Fitchburg for their bills. They can't afford that on top of what they lost. Give them a break. Help them out. You know, they're faithful to you. I know I was. I was faithful for all the years I lived here. I moved out of Fitchburg to get away from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Scott and Cindy Beausoleil. Scott and Cindy. Mr. Beausoleil? Oh, thank you. You're number 45.
Hi, it's Scott Bosselay, B-O-S-S-E-L-A-I-T, and I live at 60 Temple Street. A lot you hear tonight, you want specifics on negligence on Unitil. I got two real specific situations. One, the woman from Temple Street that was talking about the light fixture that's still currently hanging. It's right down the road from my house. It is there. That's an ongoing negligence, if you ask me. What are they waiting for? Someone to get hurt before they come and repair it? It does dangle right over the road. The second thing is the gentleman from Cottage Street that spoke earlier today about the top of the pole on the corner that was snapped. Back this summer, I had tried reaching, on several occasions, Unitil, to have trees cut along my property entangled with the lines that run parallel to my property. Leaving voicemail, voicemail, voicemail. Finally, the gentleman that's in charge of the tree cutting for Unitil called me back. He said, great, we'll put a work order in. They're still entangled. And that top of that pole was leaning down the hill. And down the hill from that pole is my trees that I tried having cut. So chances are it was those trees they should have cut that would have prevented that pole from snapping. So there's two very blatant negligent cases. As far as for me personally, we were out for 13 days. We had the troubles like everybody else, trying to get a hold of Unitil. On one occasion, I was on hold for 58 minutes. Finally, a woman come on, and she could not give me any information but one truthful statement, which was, because I had my electric off my house, that if I had been disconnected at the house, when my neighborhood got lit up, they would drive right by my house. And you know what? they did. So that's the only thing out of Unitil that I got that was the truth. On December 24th, about noontime, I called Unitil because my neighborhood the day before had been lit up. I was told that there was a short list of people of about 130 left to be energized, and that the person assured me I would be that afternoon lit. I got home from work at 6 o'clock, Christmas Eve. I was still in the dark. Someone that day had told me that if I did not have power to call the mayor's office, that they were trying to assist in these last people that were not getting energized. Thank God she had a hotline, because it's the first time I called the number after I talked to her hotline that somebody instantly picked up that phone. A woman asked who I was, where I lived. I stood there on hold for 10 minutes because a panic tone came across her voice. And she said, "Scott, I'm sorry, I have to put you on hold." But 10 minutes later, she comes back. She says, "Scott, I just talked to the dispatcher. We have no work for order for you. You don't exist to us as a job that still needs to be done." And unfortunately, most of the crews have gone home for the holiday. The dispatcher did not know if there was anybody that could come out and energize me. Lo and behold, I went to my brother's because normally every year, my Christmas festivities, Christmas Eve, are at my house. Couldn't happen. I went to my brother's. At 10 o'clock, I come back that night, and thank God for your office, because I did have power when I came home. That is ridiculous. We need them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mark Chandra. C-H-A-N, it looks like D-A. Chandra, Mr. Chandra, yes, number 46.
Hi, my name is Mark Champa, C-H-A-M-P-A. I live at 16 Paulson Terrace in Fitchburg. We were out for 12 days as well. We have not yet received our, what I suspect will be an estimated bill to our home yet, but my office did. It is estimated, it's nearly double, and accompanied that was a letter of alleged apology from Unitil, which, might I add, if you read through it, is filled with a number of inconsistencies, I'm sorry. You know, the estimated bill thing, I'm not going to go into that any more than people have already done, but it seems to me the estimation should be quite easy for somebody like myself who was out 12 days. It's half the month. It's an easy estimation, not more than a current month. But some of the highlights of that letter is that I think really should be investigated. First of which says that during the storm, 100% of our customers in Massachusetts lost power. Flat out not true. I stayed with a cousin in Fitchburg, never lost power. Never. They then proceeded to say that every effort was extended to restore services as soon as possible. I think we've heard from enough people here that once it became apparent that restoration required more resources than Unitil alone could handle, it's questionable about how quickly additional assistance was requested, because certainly National Grid did a significantly better job at responding quickly. They proceed to say that our regional mutual aid system was activated immediately. Well, I think everybody here who was affected by that storm deserves a detailed outline of what that mutual aid system is. Because if what we saw if what we experienced is the system in place, we're going to leave it in your hands to get that changed ASAP. More than 650 utility workers and 320 trucks don't know where they were because they weren't in Fitchburg. There are many, many times that I, too, drove around the city, spoke to Mark Lambert from your office, who assured me that there were hundreds of trucks crawling through Fitchburg. I drove around, called them back and said, "Where? I don't see a one." Not a one. Eventually, about a week later, I did see one, parked hidden behind Bob's clothing store with nobody in it, tucked way behind in the corner. Still have a picture on my cell phone. Of course, the total lack of communication and disregard for the customers, I mean, that's nothing's more important than that. You know, the fact that no matter how many times you called and tried to communicate, that no timeline at all was given for restoration. I was personally told several times that we're using all of the resources at our disposal and can't yet give an estimated time of restoration. Well, I'm curious, if I called your billing department and said, my resources are tapped out and I can't give you an estimated time that I will be able to pay this bill, how they would respond. I suspect that they would not accept my explanation of just wait. Finally, on day 12, a Unitil truck showed up in the neighborhood and was hooking up power to the person across the street from myself. There were 3 of our homes still out. The rest of the neighborhood had gone up. My wife calls me at work. She says, "You'll never believe who's outside. It's Unitil, an actual Unitil truck, and they're hooking up our neighbors." She says, "I couldn't help myself but run out there and say thank you to this gentleman." And she had said, "Thank you for putting our home back up. Don't forget the lady across the street from us, a 93-year-old woman." His response to her, and I will quote her because I didn't hear him directly, was, quote, "Listen, lady, we only have enough cable for 2 houses. Do you want us to do hers or yours?" I was so appalled at that point, elated over the fact that we got electricity back, but appalled by that I called Mr. Lambert back because I was unable to get in touch with anybody above him. They absolutely refused to put me through. And Mr. Lambert's response was, "Well, I guess that's why they're not in public relations." This is a company that really, really needs to be investigated, and I think that I am mimicking the majority of people who are here who are very concerned that this forum is nothing more than a blow steam forum and nothing will come of this. So trying not to go past beyond this 3 minutes, I think to repeat something that one of the reps had said earlier on, that we need a bigger boat. We absolutely need a bigger boat, but please get us a new captain. Thank you.
Next, I have Philip, this is very hard to read, Beausoleil from Tran Street. And this is not printed, so Bossellard, possibly, from Tran Street? No? Next is Mary Lotz or Lotzi, and you're number 48.
Good evening. My name is Mary Lotz, L-O-T-Z-E. I'm from 349 Pearl Hill Road in Fitchburg. And I'd just like to address you with some thoughts as I've been listening to this very compelling testimony tonight. My husband and I were without power for 8 days. We huddled into one room with a wood stove. So we really made out quite a bit better than many other people that I've heard tonight. Some of them which literally and figuratively put chills up your spine with what they had to go through and face with illness and old age and financial crisis and all this. However, I would like to address a few things. I don't know what your findings will be. You're hearing a lot of testimony. I would like to think I could predict what your findings will be regarding a power company or a utility company in this area, but I cannot commit to what you may think. But what I would like to do, and this would be regardless of your findings, whether we keep Unitil or whether we have to go to another power company altogether, that you would respectfully understand that Unitil had a public trust, as Councilman Hayes said early on. They lost this public trust. They squandered the public trust. It is now irretrievably gone for so many of the people sitting here tonight and residents of the city. So regardless of what your findings are, what I would like to see is some sort of a financial reparation for the city and for the citizens and utility payers for Fitchburg. And what I mean by a financial reparation is, and I'll throw this out, like a one flat nuisance fee to every bill payer in this city. The flat nuisance fee is for, I'll use the term, the pain and suffering caused. But it's more than that. It's for the financial losses. It's for the people who had to go without jobs and lost wages. It's for the people who had to buy generators. It's for the people who had to have the trees that they refused to cut down as part of a preventive maintenance program of trees and poles, and it would cover something like that. Additionally to the one flat nuisance fee, I think we should start going up from there, looking at how many days people were without power. Okay, throw in a day. An ice storm, everybody deserves a day. But what they showed, Unitil showed, is that they had no conscience, or they had no history of looking out for our welfare. And so I think we should be given another financial figure for every day we went without power, because people had to stay in hotel rooms, they had to eat out, they had to provide gas for their generators and supply then as it went on. Plumbers, electricians, many people were left with thousands of dollars with costs because of flooding in their house when their pipes burst. I think this is the least Unitil can do for the public. I think Unitil also needs to compensate the city. The city was taken totally unaware, and Unitil was not an honest broker or a good partner in any of this. They were not participating. They were almost the enemy of the state, if we want to use that term. I think they should pay back the city of Fitchburg, which is facing terrible financial crisis. I think they should pay back whatever the federal government does not pay in terms of cleanup, brush cleanup, the different things the city had to do, whether it's overtime of their police and fire and DPU workers, their utility workers, or their grounds crews and people like that. And I think they also then need to look at funding and supporting the costs that went to the emergency shelters, because in fact this was all went on an extraordinary length of time because Unitil did not do their job. They were negligent for years and years leading up to this. You may think that what I'm saying is silly, it's frivolous. However, what I would like to say is just implore to you, I am respectfully submitting these requests. I think they're valid. I think the people of Fitchburg have been really hard-pressed. I think we've sacrificed enough. When it came time to get our estimated bills, Unitil did not delay in getting our bills to us. I think now we need to get our estimated bills to Unitil, and it should be across the board to the city of Fitchburg as well to the residents who pay the Unitil bills every month. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Philip, is it Rostow? R-O-S-T-E-A-U from Shea Street. Okay. Next is Richard Gonzalez. Is Richard Gonzalez here? Bradley Roy. Is Bradley Roy here? Keith Kessman. Mr. Kessman? Yes. Thank you. You are number 53.
My name is Keith Kessman, Kessmann. I live at 1318 Ashburnham Hill Road. I'm 46 years old. I've been a resident my whole life. I'm not going to talk about how long I was out with power. I was out a long time. It was almost Christmas. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about, I don't know if Fitchburg Public Access, if the tapes were saved or not, but you should really look at them. We got Comcast back. They came and they put generators at the poles. I went out and I bought a generator so I could power my house. And I watched the mayor, and she had an emergency broadcast every day. So I watched it, and it was amazing. I mean, it's just hard to explain. You have to watch it just to see how bad Unitil was. I mean, there was no answers. There was nothing, I finally broke down and I called the fire department to see, just tell me where I am on the list. I don't even want to know when you're going to hook me up. Just tell me how far down the list I am. All right? Now, they're a company. They do business. They're sending crews out every day to do work. They have work orders. They know where they're going to send the people. You can't tell me they don't know. They're not telling the city. They're not telling the mayor. They're telling nobody. They're telling nobody because they're not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to watch these tapes if they got them. You have to. Because it would open up your eyes to just how much they didn't care about us. And when National Grid finally stepped in, their representative said, thank God, they got an assessment team that can come in and tell us how bad it is. They don't have their own assessment team? They didn't know how bad it was? I mean, geez, we're into it like over a week, and they didn't know how bad it was. They didn't have an assessment team to come in and look at it. Thank God for National Grid. Yeah, thank God for National Grid. I work in Boston. I work all over the state. Right now we're up in Jackson, Maine. All right? I mean, this is the middle of nowhere. We're right on the Canadian border. They have better power lines and telephone poles up there than we got down here. I mean, they don't have fire departments, they don't have police departments, but their poles are brand new on the highway. You tell me, I don't know. I mean, it's frustrating. They take, and they don't give. And at a certain point, when's enough enough? It's supposed to be a free market. We're supposed to be able to buy what we want and go where we want. If I paid too much money for gasoline at Mobil, I could go over to Citgo and buy it. I can't do that here. I'm stuck with these people. And you're the only people that can make them go away. People kept on asking me, you got power yet? I said, no, I got Unitil. I mean, it ain't even a joke, I'm still waiting for my letter from the president of Unitil apologizing to me. He's going to hand sign all of them. I didn't get my letter. I don't know if anybody else did. I guess his hand got tired. He stopped writing. I don't know. I mean, I guess my 3 minutes are up, and I just look at the tapes. If you get a chance to look at the tapes, really look at the tapes. I think the maid did a hell of a job with the information she got, which was nothing. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kissman. Ed Tuliano. Mr. Tuliano.
Tuliano. My name's Ed Tuliano. I live on 47 Elmwood Avenue in Fitchburg. A lifelong resident of Fitchburg, and since my early 20s, customer of Fitchburg Gas and Electric, and also Unitil. I heard all of the horror stories tonight, and I really can't add a lot to that. The one big problem that I had was when I got my bill. It was a little bit milder than the other folks. It It was only about $135 over and above what we normally pay. Now, when I called customer service, I really didn't have a problem getting through to customer service. The gentleman that I spoke to, and I heard his name here earlier today, I still don't think that I have him convinced that I was not without gas. I had hot water and I had heat. More fortunate than a lot of the folks that I heard tonight. Now, I don't think I had this fellow convinced that my water tank and my gas log is not electrically thermostated. I don't think he knew, he didn't have a clue about that. And I still think he doesn't. Maybe they need some education in that field there. Now, he told me that on January 3rd, my gas bill spiked way up. And I said, well, what was the reason for that? He said, well, I don't know. And I said, well, maybe it's because I had my heater outside, heating up the outside, instead of heating up my apartment. But anyways, I still don't think he's convinced that my water tank and my gas log for heating is not electrically controlled. I still think he doesn't have a clue now. To get to the power, thank the Lord that my wife and I had years and years of camping experience. Now, I didn't go out and pitch a tent right away, but I did bring in my gasoline lanterns, my propane lanterns, and we had light, and it was kind of romantic, for a little, lack of a better word. And we're both past childbearing age, so it was kind of romantic. Now the thing that I want to stress is this. On the blown up bills that we got, and I as well as the rest of the folks, shame on Unitil for doing that. That's number one. Shame on you folks for letting them do that. That's number two. And over and above that, shame on the folks that put you up there. Thank you.
Fred Washington, please. Is Fred Washington here? What was the 21st? That's not the same. Are we taking? Okay, thank you. We took those comments in the record, so thank you. The next one I cannot read. The last name, though, is Colon. I cannot read the first name. Colon on 44 Kane Street? No. Okay. Randy Norris. Is Randy Norris here? Mr. Norris? You're number 60.
My name is Randy Norris, N-O-R-R-I-S. I'm here to reflect on the ongoing issues with Unitil. With me, it started months ago with many calls from myself and the owner of the building I live in for poor maintenance, maintained power lines with vines and dead falling limbs leading from the power line down to the ground with no response. These limbs are a danger to my children and any other one that comes into contact with these dead hanging branches. This information was delivered to Unitil many times, but no one ever came out. To this day, they're still a hanging danger. I read in an article from the Fitchburg Pride that Unitil had stated they have, and I quote, very disciplined trimming program that I see worked out again to Unitil's advantage with the customer's well-being in mind. Then came the storm of December 11th. Sure enough, the ice came and the lines came down. Myself, my wife, my 4 children were left in the dark. We were using flashlights that we could not get batteries for, eating lunch meats, and other foods that did not have to be heated. After calling Unitil many times and being treated like it was my fault the power was out, sorry. We were left without power for 13 days. I wear a CPAP breathing machine that helps me stay breathing during the night, and also have a handicapped child in the house. We lost food, had no heat, and no answers from anyone. How long would it be? For 13 days, I've seen utility trucks, none with Unitil's markings, starting to repair lines. The same day, the same line was pulled back to the new pole that Verizon installed 4 days after the storm. Yet just still have no power. I was told by the lineman that there was no transformers. He has been waiting all day for one and stated if he had one, the power would be on. Unitil had been giving us bad service and high outstanding rates, only to let us down. But now that the DPU is involved, there is postings on the website that have never been there before, trying to mend wounds that salt has already been rubbed in. The only time I see Unitil is when they're here to shut me off because I can't afford the high rates. Poor service and high rates are killing my city and the people in it. Who paid for the food I lost, the fuel I had to pay for, the time I lost from work, the time my wife lost from work, my children's education they lost. Unitil? No, but we will have to pay for their damages from their lack of responsibility of the grid, and yet we still get an actual meter reading that is $250 more than last year, with having no power for 2 weeks. I heard at the meeting last week, we are a low-income area. A lot of us work hard every day just to pay Unitil. I love my city and the people in it because of us being a low-income area doesn't mean we don't deserve quality lights and gas. The only problem I see in Fitchburg is Unitil. They still haven't picked up the damaged wires and cables on the ground. We need help, your help. My children spent Christmas Eve watching and hoping the linemen will come so Santa could see our home. We finally got power back at 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve. Please listen to the voices of Massachusetts. Unitil was not here to help us then, nor will they be there now. They make fake promises and ride off into the sunset. I'd like to end by giving the men and women from other states, National Grid, and Unitil that put their Christmas and safety aside to help us in our time of need. God bless them, and God save Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Mr. Norris. Eric Limachi? Is it Limachi? Eric Limachi. Yes, sir. Thank you. You are number 61.
Hi, my name is Eric Lulimachi, Lulimachi. It's incredible how I moved to Fitchburg since 2005. I heard many things about Fitchburg, but I moved here. I'm so proud to be here, but it's not the storm. It's many problems with utility. There's a lot of problems before. It's no, I think the storm show up the problem we have. They say the gas, the electricity, we have a average price, but I start paying the bills, start 300, 400, 500. I said, this is the service? Okay, I'm gonna pay. And they offer you a payment plans. You know, if you wanna complain, pay first, and we're gonna accept your complaint. But what happened? We heard about National Grid, we heard about Verizon, Comcast, everybody show up. But the Friday 12, Unitil never show up. The city closed offered the shelter, the police department closed the street, the fire department fighting with the fires, with cores, with everything, and Unitil nothing. Days and days, then we never see the trucks for Unitil. My kids ask me, when we're gonna have the electricity? Well, I don't know, so I'm gonna call. I call, the same thing like everybody knows, and nothing. After the December 20, I got the electricity. I go home because I was in a shelter. That was like 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, the pipes broke. All the water in the second floor, flooding the second floor. I turned off the water. After a few hours, we didn't have heater, and I offered my tenant, because I have a tenant and I care about my tenants. You know, I offered the heater, electrical heater. I had a heater. The electricity gone again. So I didn't have water again. I didn't have electricity. Back Sunday, left Sunday again. Back Monday, left Monday. So that was ridiculous. I don't understand why they're doing that. I have a dream. I have a dream that I hope Unitil doesn't deserve to be our provider, because I'm working with a special needs, and they told me, if you don't show up or you don't do your work, what they gonna do? They fire me. So I think you guys, Department of Public Utilities, they have to fire Unitil.
Thank you. Edward Howe? You Mr. Howe? Okay. Edward Howe. Sorry. Jonathan Edward Howe is number 62. Jonathan Catcher. Mr. Catcher?
Hi. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay.
You've always wanted to say that.
Okay. My name is Jonathan Catcher, excuse me, Katcher. I live at 78 Newtonville Avenue in Fitchburg. The power went out the night of December 11, and it was off for most of the period until the 24th. During that time, it went on briefly for short intervals, but then went off again. So it was always an uncertainty as to whether it would go off again. And even now, the power goes off for brief periods, and also the lights dim fairly frequently. So it's not a matter of the problem being completely resolved yet. And also, I think that it should be emphasized that this is not just a one-time event, but is a continuing theme. So I've lived in Fitchburg all my life, so I know what the power condition is like, and I know that the power goes off for hours at a time sometimes, and it seems for no reason often, even during the summer. I don't know why it goes off, but it goes off, and it goes off far too frequently. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't have to put up with it. The central issue, as I see it, is one of consumer choice. If it were something like milk or some other commodity where there's a fairly competitive market, we wouldn't all be here today. We would just go buy from another supplier. But because of the nature of electric distribution, it could be called it could be considered a natural monopoly. But the problem is that there has to be a deliberation process to figure out who the provider should be, and if there's a bad provider, how to get rid of them or what to do about that. I don't know exactly what your role is in that deliberation process. If your role is to decide whether or not there was a problem or how bad the problem was, or to decide what the solution should be, or whether you consider yourselves, I don't know, or whether you are considered to be representative of the voice of the consumers, or to be representative of the voice of the utility companies. But I don't know. I don't know exactly what your role is here. I wish I knew more. But anyway, the points that I find to be underemphasized here are, as I said, poor service in prior years. That's an important point to make here. Also, it's not fixed yet. I have several thoughts, not observations, regarding this problem. With regard to this particular event, this ice storm 08, as it's called, I'm not certain how many people have died as a result of this. I know that I haven't heard of any people dying directly from freezing to death, but there are more indirect ways to die for something like this than just freezing to death. Also, one of the things that one of the examples I would give would be a lack of hand washing. Now, as people have said, there was no heat because when the power goes out, the furnace doesn't work anymore because it requires power to operate. And what happens is that it's very cold water, so it's very uncomfortable to wash your hands. And I think people, that's considered, oh well, people don't wash their hands. That's a little thing. But actually, people spread disease. It's an epidemiological hazard when people don't wash their hands. And I may wash my hands, but maybe someone else may not wash their hands so well. But the point is that people do die from the spread of disease from unwashed hands. And I just went to a website, the Massachusetts Medical Society webpage, and it said that in Massachusetts Department of Public Health estimates that in Massachusetts alone, this is just from 1996 data, poor hand washing resulted in 60,000 hospitalizations, and as many as 250 of those hospitalized died as a result of their infections.
Sorry, Mr. Ketchum, can you summarize now, please?
Okay, so to summarize, there are every year in Massachusetts 1 million residents experience gastrointestinal illness related to poor hand washing, and that the foodborne illness is 400 million. That's for that year, 1996. But the point is that it's a real hazard and that people will die because of this. And it's just a question of, it's not a question of if people have died, it's a question of how many, and a question of how many is enough to do something about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ketcher.
Thank you.
Linda Iori, E-O.
Matt Griswold, M-A-T-G-R-I-S-W-O-U-L-D. I won't really touch too much on a lot of the points that a lot of people have already made because it's beating a dead horse.
Could you speak up, please?
Yep, sorry.
We're in trouble hearing you.
So in any event, looking back through some logs, I called Unitil exactly 21 times during the ice storm event before I received any inclination of any helpful information. I got hung up on a bunch of times by their customer service representatives. I was told invalid information that each day my electricity would be on, the next day, the next day, the next day. And finally, I made my way up the ladder to Mark Lambert, who's the director of, I believe, it's customer service there. And he did inform me that all the information that I had previously received from his reps was actually no good because what they provided me with days of guaranteed service wasn't something that they were supposed to be giving. And he would follow up with me on the whole situation. And in fact, he assured me that I would be having a meeting with his board of directors, which I'm sure includes some of his colleagues here tonight, which has yet to be set up because he's failed to contact me back. So anything dealing with Unitil as a whole or anything that they have to say for any relation they have with anyone is not plausible, and I don't feel that we should have to be treated by this company, and they shouldn't even have a company for that matter. And speaking back to what Rep. Dynatel said with the slogan, I actually brought that up to Mark, and he was supposed to be talking to them about changing their slogan as well, but I guess they still believe they deliver, but unfortunately they don't, so they should consider working on that as well, and you should probably mention the slogan to them as well. And it was, we deliver, it's that simple. You should, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm having trouble reading the next name. The first name is Angela on Everett Street. It's S-C-I-F-I-C-C-H-I-S. Angela here? Toby Athias. Are you Mr. Athias? Okay, you spell your name.
Ethier, E-T-H-I-E-R.
Thank you very much. You're number 70.
7.
Getting there. Thank you.
I've been a lifelong resident of Fitchburg. I'm 31 years of age. My family's owned a business since 1903 in Fitchburg. Since then, we've always provided service for for people servicing the lines of, used to be Fitchburg Gas and Electric. Since then, it was Smith Tree Service. They got rid of them when Unitil first took over. Since then, the line maintenance has gone downhill tremendously. I moved to Leominster in '02. I just moved back to Fitchburg last March. When I lived in Leominster, we had National Grid. Our bill, we lived in an apartment, which is a 2-bedroom apartment. It was, I don't know the square footage, but it was a large apartment. Our bill was at most $100 for gas and electricity, and that's with 2 air conditioners in the dead of summer through whatever heat waves we had back through those years. Moving to Fitchburg, I just we just moved to a new condo right up in Bridle Cross Road. The condos are only 4, maybe 5 years old. We have central air. Our bills moving in there have gone up to $350 a month. We just got our bill after the ice storm. It has gone up to almost $500 because it was an estimated price. I don't understand that really, but we can deal with that. Everyone else has their own problems with that. A woman spoke earlier also about a telephone pole that was snapped right off of Electric Ave, and it was dangling in the road. It's still there. It's literally not even a mile from here. It's right across from Cumberland Farms. About 3 years prior to this, they sent out, Unitil sent out people to go do inspections on the telephone poles. If the poles were good, they would leave them alone. If they was bad, they would put a little red tag and hammer a nail through it. About 80% of those poles are what fell during the storm. There's still telephone poles out there with the red tags. No one's done anything to keep maintenance up on these poles. And let's see, when Unitil did first take over, I don't remember the years, but 15 years ago, they wanted a security deposit from my family, $2,000, because of, I don't even know of what, but through any small business owner. And I don't even know what's happened since then. We've moved out of Fitchburg and we moved into Leominster, so couldn't afford Fitchburg anymore. I mean, that was almost $2,000 a month just to operate a business in Fitchburg. So that's about it.
Thank you, sir. Next is John Paul Richard. Mr. Richard?
My name is Jean Paul Richard. I live on 43 Exeter Street. My last name is spelled Richard. I was on our street out of power for 8 days like everybody else. I went out to provide 4 houses on our street with my generator that I had to buy that was $1,300. That's all what they had at Home Depot. After that, also, on the behalf of my father-in-law, which he lives on 484 Electric Ave, right across from Cumberland Farms. He was out for 13 days, 82 years old, running a wood stove that's over 80 years old, trying to keep his pipes warm. I lost a whole week's of work because I needed to go check on him to make sure he was okay. A lot of people lost a lot of food. We were lucky. I was able to provide electric to our freezer and fridge. And just to let you guys know, was also our street, there was 2 houses on there, both ends of the streets that had lights, and all the rest of the street had no lights for a good 5 days after that. After we received power, after the 8th day, I brought my generator over, my father-in-law's, to provide him heat. The only thing I can see of this is I wasted a lot of money in gas to going back and forth to check on him, to run the generator, and try to keep him, stable for the whole week. 13 days, actually, he was out. Again, I called Unitil every day, 5-6 times a day. Every time I was told they'll be there tomorrow for 13 days. Also, I want to know why is the owner's policy to put the meter back on the house. Why do we have to pay Unitil's meters to put them back on the house? If they own the meter, shouldn't they be allowed to go on your house and re-put your meter back on your house? Because, again, you know, it's thousands of dollars for that to be done. And some people don't have that. So I think Unitil needs to look into maybe try to help homeowners that had to pay out thousands of dollars for their meter to be put back on their house. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Diana Sinkus? Ms. Sinkus?
Hi, my name is Diana Sinkus, S-I-N-K-U-S. I'm on 48 Acacia Drive. I just need you guys, and I think everyone needs you here, to realize that we survived. We did not take this lying down, and we can't take it lying down. Unitil has given us this smokescreen of no answers and miscommunication, and I think the people of Fitchburg need to be answers. We're not going to take it lying down. And for us to stand here all night and for you not to do something will be another slap in our face. And I think that we need to be told answers. We survived 2 weeks before Christmas without power with children. I run a daycare out of my house, and it's impossible to run a daycare with no food and no power, and I was closed for 8 days because of that. And in the Worcester Telegram on the January 22nd, the President and Chief Executive said that we'll never have a love affair with the Fitchburg community. I think it's time for this love affair to end and for them to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Deb Gelinas, Gelinas. Yes, Ms. Gelinas.
My name is actually Deborah Gelinas. It's D-E-B-O-R-A-H, G-E-L-I-N-A-S. I live at 10 Fulton Street in Fitchburg. I moved here 23 years ago after spending 6 years in the Army. I hate it here. I will not stay here come spring. I'm out. I own a 3-family. I have a second floor that runs a daycare. She lost money. I had to give her money back so that she could live and survive. I lost all food. I had no heat, no electricity. I rescue animals. I take care of challenged people. I spent way too much time running around trying to help everybody else, and I couldn't even help myself out. I can't sell my home because no one wants it because of Unitil. I can't rent apartments because of Unitil. I'm done. I'll keep my building here because I can't sell it, but I'm out of here come spring. And that's sad because my children were grown and raised here. My husband was born and raised here. I'm not. I'm out. That's it.
Linda D-U-B-E. Doobie? Is it pronounced Doobie? Is Linda Doobie here? Donald Hacken, H-A-A-K-E-N. Mr. Hacken here? Richard Freeman? Is Richard Freeman here? Murray Barsky? Mr. Barsky? You're number 78.
I'm Murray Barsky, and I live on 37 Atlantic Avenue in Fitchburg. And I want to talk a little about the silence that happened after all the noise of this storm actually came through. And it was a little too much like survival, kind of the stories you're hearing tonight. Very interesting to experience when you see the temperature of the house dropping into the 30s, and you're trying to base your decisions on what to do on the information that you have. And if you have a lot of silence, there's not a lot to go on. So I want to thank Mayor Wong for her words tonight, and the police, who I spoke with, a few of them on the emergency line, trying to get through to someone. I spent a few hours on the line with Unitil, but there was no useful information, none at all. I did get an $800 bill, but I'm not going to complain. I'm glad to be in the warmth and light tonight, so thank you. Thank you so much. It's really quite nice. But, I'm thinking that through you, they have, isn't it an obligation to serve us? And I don't think that's happened, especially through the communication piece. And that really feels like being left in the dark. I think Fitchburg was, after the storm, far too cold, far too dark, for far too long.
Thank you. Kenneth Ball? Mr. Ball?
Kenneth Ball, B-A-L-L. I live on 44 Henry Street. It's a tenement building, 3-family, which I own. I live in one of the units. And I think a lot of people are missing the bigger picture here. This isn't just about the ice storm. It's about a utility company that has a monopoly on the area, and we have no other options than to just pay their highest rates. And we have no choice. I hold in my hand a bill for one of the units that was vacant for the month of December. It's for $237. I had the electric baseboard heat on 55. That's it. $237 for the month of December. I heard a lot of people talking about how nice it would be to have National Grid come in here, but you better be careful for what you wish for, because I'm not so sure their rates are much better. I got co-workers that have had both Unitil and National Grid, and they're telling me just that. One of my co-workers lives in Westminster, and he was out of power for 12 days. I think the best case scenario for all the residents of Fitchburg would be for the city of Fitchburg to take over its own operations. That way we wouldn't have to wait for Hampton, New Hampshire to get powered up before we ever see any action. I think that's all I have. I know there's people waiting here. Just wanted to keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Fontaine. Is Lois here? Lois Fontaine? Betsy Charon? Karen? Sharon. Yes, Mrs. Sharon.
My name is Betsy Sharon. I live at 936 Westminster Hill Road here in Fitchburg. Sharon, C-H-A-R-R-O-N. We were out for 12 and a half days, lost everything in the freezer, and only survived the cold by using a wood stove. My husband is disabled, he's on oxygen, and it's a big tank and it's not readily movable, and I have a couple of pets. However, I said that in the meeting on the 21st. So I'll get right to the point. I went out to 5 different streets and have photographic evidence of lines running through trees. Now, these trees did not grow overnight from some sort of magic bean.
okay? These pictures are, I've only been on 5 streets, but every street is like this. And it's a damn shame on you, Unitil. Your callous actions against the people of Fitchburg. If somebody would have died, we would have sued your ass.
Thank you. Joanne Lucier from Sunrise Ave City. She's gone. Okay. Thank you. John Gustafson. Mr. Gustafson here. Patrick Higgins. Mr. Higgins. David Tyler. Mr. Tyler, you are number 85.
Hi, my name's Dave Tyler, T-Y-L-E-R. I'm currently a student at Fitchburg State College. I'm currently renting a house as well on 7 Pacific Street. For the pay period of November and December, I ended up paying $290, which we run computers and stuff, reasonable, I understand. For the most recent pay period of December through January, $1,704.62. I have 5 roommates. We're college students as well. We don't work full-time jobs. We're also paying for school. You know, if I knew I was going to be paying this much money, maybe I would have went to a different school. I got out of my house. I was commuting for a while, and I wanted to do, you know, live closer to campus, so I did that. But I'm an outside voice. I've been living there for 5 months, or living in Fitchburg for 5 months. This is costing my roommates and I so much because of the incompetence of Unitil's era in Fitchburg. I say era in hopes that there is a new era for a professional utility company to step it up, to give these people a break, and maybe the students a break that, you know, are misfortunate enough to live in Fitchburg while going to school. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Tyler. Renee, is it Goggin? Renee on Plymouth Street? Gogan, it could be Gogan. Is Renee here? No. Gloria O'Malley? Ms. O'Malley, you're number 90.
Thank you. I'd first like to say thank you to Mayor Wong and the National Guard. My husband served 24 years, and he got called out on the blizzard of '78, and I didn't see him for 5 days, and my son was 2 years old. The senior center, where my husband is disabled, and he spent 2 nights there. I asked him one night, he has multiple problems. He had an amputation, and I appreciate the person that said about having clean hands. I've had to do his dressing. This is his second toe. He just had amputated 2 weeks ago. So I've had to wash my hands with cold water to make sure that I could dress his amputated toe. But when I said, if it gets down to 32 degrees in the house, are you still going to stay? Because we were without power for 7 days, from Thursday to Thursday. And it got to be 37 degrees. He woke me up at 3 o'clock, because we're all covered up with our coats and our mittens, hat, multiple layers of coats, no hot water, no heat, no electricity, of course. And he said, oh, I'm going to tough it out. And after being in the military for 24 years, I thought he would, and we do a lot of camping. So he got to be 37 degrees, and he woke me up and he says, I can't take it anymore. So I called Fitchburg Police, and I'd like to thank them, because they sent a cruiser to pick up my husband, brought him to the senior center, and he spent a night there that night. And then another couple of nights later, it got cold again, and he couldn't take it. So he went, and I brought him to the center. And of course, I couldn't stay with him because I have a little dog. And I kind of complained about that, but I stayed with the dog at home, under the covers, keeping warm. and my husband, I thought, was safe, but he called me at 3 and 4 in the morning and said, I can't stay here anymore because they're taking people out by ambulance, and I'm afraid I'll be next. I says, okay, I'm coming to pick you up. This is very emotional for me, and I told myself I wouldn't do this, but this has been stressful and hard to deal with because I'm a caregiver, and I didn't want to see my husband suffer. I didn't want to see the dog suffer, and my parents were out without power. All my family comes from Gardner, Phillipston, Templeton. All the areas were out. And when the governor calls a state of an emergency, like when my husband got called out in '78 in the blizzard of '78, does that mean what the governor says, that the state of emergency, is it just an emergency for just this area or the whole of Massachusetts? Why couldn't resources come from other areas to help us out here? I mean, Unitil did not do a good job. I only saw one small truck go by, and I had to have some help from this man because my husband we left on Tuesday. We couldn't stay anymore. I had 3 doctor's appointments. We canceled them out, and I said, we gotta get out of here. We went up to New Hampshire to a place that we have up there, a timeshare, so luckily we had the week. But we were planning on staying home because I gave half the time to my brother and his family because they were out power in Gardner, and they were even worse off. They didn't even have running water because they have a pump and a well. So I let them take the first half of the week. And Tuesday I canceled 3 doctor's appointments, and I said, we're out of here, we're going. And it was just too much trauma to have to deal with all of this. It was horrendous. I couldn't think straight. I was under stress. And also, the hardest part was that Saturday, the power came on from 6 to 6:30. I stayed in bed because I was too cold to get out. My husband happened to be up, and he was watching the news. He caught the news for a half hour. And he thought, oh, good, we're having power. Well, what they did was they diverted the power on our Cedar Street. I'm right across from Fitchburg State College, and I'm right across from the 25-car parking lot and the townhouses and the Newman Center. I live right there. And there it was. President Antonucci said on Thursday night's paper, or Friday night's paper, Sentinel and Enterprise, that the students were going to be going home. There was only 300 on campus, that the school is basically closed because of it was only 2 more days to do finals. So we had power for a half hour on Saturday morning, and then all of a sudden it went out. But right after that, Fitchburg State was lit all up. The parking lot was light. I'm getting lights coming in from the parking lot, shining into my house. Christmas tree on the top of the hill at the college on Pearl Street was lit up, all the dormitories, nobody's there. Now, I want to know, with DPU and Unitil and everybody, I'm going to use this strong word, collusion. Is there collusion with something that's going on? Where are the priorities that a state college, which I pay taxes for, a state institution like Fitchburg State College, has power when the residents that are right across the street are out for 7 days straight, all in the same area? Now, I have a problem with that the people that pay Unitil and state taxes and the governor calling a state of emergency, why is the power on at the college when nobody's there? It was in the Sentinel that there was only 300 students. And I worked in admissions there. You can't be a student on campus if you live in the immediate area. If you are a bordering town to Fitchburg, you can't live on campus except for extenuating circumstances. So these people had places to go, homes to go to, unless like this gentleman, which lives off campus, so that's another situation. But I have a problem with everything that's going on with this. I mean, the hardworking people have to pay and pay and pay, and what are we paying for? Are we paying for corruption and collusion, and because who you know and what it is, and why should certain people get it? I mean, who determined Unitil to put some of the businesses online downtown, where other businesses didn't get their power back? What does it come down to? Does it come down to money? Does it come down to who you know and how you get things done and how much corruption there is? I'm sorry. And you know, it may have been an act of God, and we all have acts of God, but you know what? God's the great equalizer, and eventually we'll all have to talk to him. Thank you. One more thing. 5 years ago, I think it was around 5 years ago, Unitil did charge me like $500 for a month's electricity. I don't have gas, just electricity, and I'm old school. I grew up with my father and mother from the Depression era, so, you know, wear it out, use it up, make it do. So I don't waste a lot. I yell at my husband all the time about, don't leave that light on. So 5 years ago, I got a bill for $500, and I said, this isn't right. So I called DPU, I called Boston, and you people said I had to pay it. So I paid it, and it would be adjusted later on. So this isn't just a new thing that's been going on. This has been going on for a long time. So, you know, unless you can check their books and find out what they're doing, and like somebody already mentioned, all the quarterly stuff and all of that, because I've got my bachelor's degree in management, so I know all of this stuff. But, you know, and everybody's talked about everything, the same thing over and over again, and hopefully I'm not repeating, but, you know, this is not new. It's been going on for a long time. And I think monopolies, it shouldn't be a monopoly where people can just, you know, not have a choice of who they want to do business with. I mean, it's unfair. So thank you again.
David Nicholas. Is David here? Okay, thank you. Jerry Merrill. Mr. Merrill? Or Ms. Merrill? Jerry Merrill? Louis Salas? There's another name in here that I can't read. Louis Salas? I cannot read this first name. The last name is Perez from Shea Street. Is there a Mr. and Miss Perez? E. McIntyre? Is E. McIntyre? Yes, thank you. You are number 96.
Hello, my name is Emily McIntyre, M-C-I-N-T-Y-R-E, and I live on Otis Street in Fitchburg. I'm here today to participate in this forum to eliminate Unitil's stranglehold on its customers. And the reasons are as follows. There's been years of neglect. For example, many years customers have called upon trees overhanging on the wires and nothing has been done. We've had snowstorms and ice storms. We're New England, and this problem has happened many times, and still there's been no maintenance on the trees. It's been documented. Outages show that we are above average in lost power. Years of high rates. There's a direct correlation between lack of resident and business owners moving to this area due to the highest rates in Massachusetts. In 1997, Massachusetts passed legislation for the deregulation of utilities. This was supposed to provide us with a framework for competitive suppliers of power and the right for consumers to choose. And I say the right for us to choose, and this has not happened at all. Recent storm response. In December 11th in 2008, Unitil did not communicate with city officials properly to strategize. Repair response was slow. Customer service was outrageous, which you have heard. And two examples would be, whenever I would call, they would always say to me that a work order is in place. So one day I got bold and I said to them, well, could you trace that and find out what my number is? And they said they could not do it. And there was no follow-up on existing damages or debris left on the road or in our front yards. What needs to be done today, I hope that you will agree with this, that Unitil needs to be investigated for storm response, and the outcome of investigation needs to be assessed by public and officials. If Unitil is deemed free of fault, no negligence by DPU, then further investigation is needed through litigation. Whether they are found negligent or not, the process of their removal must continue. And the Deregulation Act of 1997 needs to be enforced. And there needs to be a clarity on who in the world owns the poles and who needs to do the trees and has to repair the wires, okay? Because it's very convoluted if you go look that on the internet. And I would just like to mention that I contacted the Attorney General's office, and then I also sent emails to the DPU, you people, and I've had no response. And I do hope that this will not continue, and there will be some response which will help us out. And in finality, I just want to say the City of Fitchburg or the DPU has to keep this in the forefront so we, the consumers, can get answers and resolve these issues. Thank you.
Mary Paradiso? Ms. Paradiso? Norman Rivers? Mr. Rivers? Carol, Berzins? I'm sorry, can you say that again? No, that's not John, it says Carol, Karol. Berzins, no? Cindy McGuire? Is Ms. McGuire here? I can't read that at all. You know, I cannot read this name at all, but the address is 32 Tibbet Circle. The signature is unreadable. 32 Tibbet Circle? Mary Patricia Hayton? Haxton? Yes, that's it.
Mary Patricia Haxton, Haxton, 30 Alston Place, Allston. I was hoping to actually get a chance to talk earlier because I was going to ask one question to start off. Who else is still without power besides me? Is there anyone else here? Okay, I won't do my timeline like I was going to. I'll start out with saying that the first time they decided to turn my power on was on the 24th of December. My power had gone off at around 6 o'clock on the 11th. So that's 14 days. On the 12th day, my toilet was freezing. So I spent the night up with a jug of antifreeze and then a rock to keep the cover on so my cat wouldn't die from the antifreeze. It worked quite well for the first 2 days. But when they turned the power back on Christmas Eve, Merry Christmas from Unitil, let me tell you, it was quite a day. First off, when it was put on, there was only a couple of lights in the house that came on and nothing else. And then O'Donnell showed up. Not Unitil, O'Donnell. I know part of their company is out of Canada. I'm not sure where the ones from here were from. But he apologized for having to turn my power off. The whole other side of the street had had power since either day 4 or 5. And because of the way that the power lines run, everything comes in from the back of the houses and weaves all through the trees. One side of the street will have power and the other doesn't, quite often. This has happened over and over and over for years. I've been here 22 years. The pole in my backyard was put in the year my house was built, which was 1900. I'm serious. It's still laying in my yard if you'd like to go check it. And if Mr. Gans would like a Christmas present, I can give him a genuine antique and I know where he can put it. The first time I called, because I've had a lot of experience with Unitil over the years and not having them respond quickly to power outages and having so many of them, I didn't bother calling. I knew it was a very serious thing and it was going to take a long time. At work, we have reasonable expectations. How many cakes I can decorate in a day. I'm a cake decorator. Or how many things I can do on other things if I help another department, which we do at my job. We help other departments out. Mutual aid, I guess. We have reasonable expectations. I don't think that 12 days or 14 days to get your power back in the middle of winter is a reasonable expectation. And maybe I'm wrong, but that doesn't seem reasonable to me. The last time I took the temperature in my house, it was well below freezing. The first night it was only 48. That wasn't too bad. I've spent 17 years in the Army Reserves. I was a staff sergeant. I went up to Kmart, and I got out hunter's socks, and I got hand warmers. Those weren't for me. They were for the cat that had had a stroke earlier in the day. And I took some up to my handicapped friend up in Lunenburg, way out in Hickory Hills. She got her power back somewhere around the 10th or 11th day. But every time I went up there, there was a tree hanging from a wire that you had to drive around because it was hanging over the middle of the road and you couldn't drive under it. But my Christmas was really wonderful. I left to go to my mother's. My parents are both older and have several medical issues, so I went to my mother's for Christmas. There was no sense staying in my house anyway. Sometime after I left, they did turn the power on. My daughter, who lives next door to me, was lucky. Her landlord was home and they were able to shut the water off at her house when the pipes broke. I wasn't so lucky. When my daughter got home on Christmas night, she went into my house and she heard water running everywhere. She went to the cellar, she shut off the water, she was talking to me on the cell phone when her cell phone died. Not knowing that it was just her cell phone that died, I called the police department. I asked them to please go up and check on her. And I asked them to call me back. You know, I gave them my phone number. I didn't say call me back. I didn't think that was necessary. But I gave them my cell phone number, which they should have had from the caller ID. And I also gave them my mother's telephone number. For 42 minutes, I sat and waited, expecting to get a call back. No one called me back. My mother finally told me, you've got to call. And she was fine. But it was very difficult. You know, what are you going to think? Your daughter's in a wet cellar shutting off power, and the phone goes dead. So when I called them back, they acted like, why did I call? I said, well, you know, they said, oh, she's okay. She's outside with the officer waiting for the fire department to come and shut the power off. I said, but why didn't you call me? Oh, well, we're very busy. I'm sure, thanks to Unitil, they were very busy. But as a parent of a 24-year-old in a wet cellar, I don't think 40 minutes was a reasonable expectation. And that, I don't really blame it on the police, I blame it on Unitil. Because if the Unitil hadn't put us in that situation, it wouldn't have been necessary for me to sit there and stare at the Christmas angel on the top of the tree for 41 minutes before I could get up the nerve to call back and find out if my daughter was dead or alive. Well, the police officer called the fire department and asked them to come and shut the power off. Unfortunately, they were very busy. At the time, we were watching the TV, and they were showing Lunenburg, all the houses flooding. Everybody who had just gotten their power back that night, all the houses were flooding. So I know they were very busy. But for over 2 hours, my daughter waited, and no one came. So she went back in the house to shut the power off. Her boyfriend told her what to do, and she went in and did it. And I, to this day, do not have power back. There are so many things that they have to fix before they can fix other things that I believe this is day 48. I think it's 48. Well, I don't have the luxury of going and getting a generator. I'm a widow. I know I'm young to be a widow, but I am. I'm on a very fixed income. I work very hard because I don't quite qualify for any kind of aid. So here we go. Merry Christmas from Unitil. I will never forget it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me. No, they didn't send me an estimated bill. My bill had been read on the 8th of December. I only owe them $149. And oh, if I don't pay it, they might come and shut it off. But excuse me, they'll have to turn it on to shut it off. I have to get a new electrical service because that was all wet. I have to get a new furnace and new water pipes And then when those are turned on, I will start to find out what does and what doesn't work in my house, as there were 2 or 3 lights on when the partial power came on, so we don't know what works and what doesn't. Along with all my food. The packers came yesterday to start packing my house. I have 3 rooms full of boxes. I walked in my back room, which they had just packed out, and when I got in the car to leave, my feet stunk so bad I had to open the window. The packers left the door open all day yesterday and today because it was warmer with the sun shining in my front doorway than it was to leave my house closed. So if people don't think there's an impact to Unitil's lack of response, there's got to be reasonable expectations in any job. Everybody else is held accountable. They need to be held accountable. I can show you the picture of my washing machine. I took pictures before I came up here. My washing machine, because the drain couldn't go down, it wasn't turned on. It broke the line, filled with water, and it is a solid block of ice in my laundry room. The heater that I keep under my laundry room for when it's cold turned on, and that's why that was the part of the house that thawed first. And the heater was covered with water. I have pictures of the water, the ice on it, from the water that dripped down it. Like I said, my electrical service, my pipes, my furnace. And I had to already, and this won't be covered by the insurance, I had to spend $850 to have my chimney repointed. It's taken them 2 weeks because they've had to do it in between the bad weather. Because you can't paint a chimney when it's freezing out. So I've been living here and there and wherever. It's just incredible that people don't realize. I'm sure there's others like me. The first time they came was the 24th of December, and that was not Unitil. The only reason I think they came then was because on the 23rd I was working a later shift, and in the morning Asplund was coming down Milk Street working on the trees. It was the first person I'd seen doing anything in our neighborhood. So I went and I talked to the foreman of the crew, and he said, you know what, I know who, he says, I can't believe you don't have anything yet? He said, I know who the foreman is on the pole crew, the crew that's replacing the poles. I said, well, we need the pole replaced. The service never got pulled out of my house because it's in my backyard, but everybody else I lost service, but the box was still up. And the reason my pole was replaced on the 23rd is because I talked to the tree crew, not because Unitil had anything to do with it. On the day after my neighbors got their power back was the first day I called Unitil. I had to go back into the house because I couldn't give them my account number. I had to go in with a flashlight and find a bill and give them my account number so I could talk to them. And I got a recording. Power outages have been already reported in your area. Go online and find out when you'll be back on. Hello, I have no power. How am I going to go online? I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Okay, the next time I called them was a week and a half after the storm, on the Sunday when the paper came out showing how they were night skiing up at Mount Wachusett. I picked up the paper at work and I said, that's it, I'm calling. I held for about 25 minutes. I finally got through to a person after putting in my account number so they'll know who they're talking to and where you are. It's supposed to come up with the address. It always has when I've talked to them before. At the end of the conversation after, she said, well, you'll have your power back by Sunday. I said, this is Sunday. She said, well, yeah, you'll have it back by tonight or Tuesday. I said, well, what's wrong with Monday? She said, well, tonight or Tuesday. I guess they were going to take Monday off. I don't know. And at the end of the conversation, she said, well, you have a nice day. I said, well, I'm trying to. And she said, by the way, what state are you calling from? Hello? You're supposed to know where I am. You're telling me I'm going to have power back? And then you ask me what state I'm in? So it's just a line. So I didn't even bother calling them again. Why bother? You're getting nothing but lines, rhetoric, excuses. I never did see a Unitil truck in my neighborhood. The men from O'Donnell were very nice. It wasn't their fault that when they turned the power on, after 14 days, everything was frozen. I still have no idea when I'll be back in my house. I have fibromyalgia. 48 days on a sofa is not very good for it. I've had it basically in remission. But the things that trigger fibromyalgia are stress and sleep deprivation. So how long do you think I've got? I think that's about it.
Thank you. You've got- Can I ask one thing? I've got still a number of names listed here. If you are planning on giving comments tonight and haven't yet and are on this list, could you raise your hand so I can get an idea of how many folks? 12, 15. Okay. Does anyone want to give comment in the other room? There's availability to give comment in the other room. The other hearing officer is right here in the center aisle. Oh, Alan had to go. Well, excuse me. The other stenographer had to leave. Okay, so you're all set for right now? Okay, I'm just going to keep going, folks, okay? To try to get through this list. Hermila Sierra from Rollstone Street. This street? Pat and Doug Sweat, S-W-E-T-T, Pat and Doug Sweat. Paula Delisle, thank you. You are number 107. Do you have more for me?
My name is Paula Delisle, D-E, capital L-I-S-L-E, and I'm short. Last summer, I received a notice from Fitchburg Gas and Electric Company that I wasn't using enough natural gas, so they were going up on my rate. I heat with natural gas and use it for my hot water and for my gas and for cooking. But because the rates are so high, we use a wood stove to augment our heating. So I was horrified that now I'm trying to conserve, I'm trying to keep my rates low, my bills low, and now I have to pay extra because I don't use enough natural gas. That's ridiculous. In September of 2008, with winter approaching, we decided that we should have an energy audit. So I called Unitil, and I put my name on a list. Well, let's see. It's January 27th, and I still haven't heard back from Unitil for my energy audit. And why would they want to audit my energy? Because then I'd be paying less electricity, too, so they'd probably go up on that rate. Now, they have changed our electric meters periodically throughout many years. And every time the electric meter is changed, mysteriously my bills go up. Or maybe it's in conjunction with their rate increases that they're getting from the DPU. Now, we lost our electricity for 9 days, December 12th, about 10 o'clock at night. My neighbor's service line was in the road. We knew there was a storm coming, so we knew there was going to be a problem with plowing. Our road is very narrow. You can't generally get 2 cars through in the wintertime. So we said, you know, if they can't plow this wire that goes across the street, then we're not going to be able to pass in the street. But they tell you not to touch the electric wires. So I made several phone calls, never got through. I called the City Hall, and they gave me the number for Civil Defense. I called the Civil Defense people, and they said, oh, Unitil's coming in the morning, and I will make sure that your name is given to them so they will go and move that wire. Well, they didn't move the wire. We got another snowstorm, as everybody knows. The plow couldn't pass, so the plow came to the wire, lifted the plow, went back, put the plow back down, and continued on its way. So there's this big, wide strip that isn't plowed, getting icy. My husband, by the way, was the one who put the caution tape so that the cars wouldn't go into the wire or pull it off and pull the rest of the wires down, or the pole down that it was attached to. I called Mayor Wong. My husband actually called Mayor Wong, and I want to thank Mayor Wong for doing a wonderful job with limited resources, and our city council. They've done a great job, and our police and fire, etc. But she was told by Unitil that she could get no definitive answer on where they were working, what they were going to do, and when it was going to be repaired. So we gave up on that. That wasn't her fault, but it certainly is Unitil's fault. We never saw any Unitil trucks in our neighborhood until 12/19, where they came. My husband and my neighbor moved those wires, by the way, with wood, because they were afraid. They didn't know if they were live or not. We don't have any idea. So they moved it with non-flammable material so they wouldn't get electrocuted. On the 19th, they came to our neighborhood. They looked at it, said, "We need a bucket truck," and they left. They came again. They looked at it with the bucket truck, and they were called away on an emergency. Now, I understand an emergency, that's fine, but they never came back until a day, almost a day and a half later. So somewhere between 4 and 10 o'clock, because we weren't home on the 20th, we received our power back. Now, I blame the DPU as much as I blame Unitil. You have equal blame. And I'm going to tell you why. I've lived in Fitchburg for 35 years. Chose to live in Fitchburg, actually grew up in Leominster. I've been going to meetings just like this for 35 years, since 1974. And every time I stand before you and say, we're paying ridiculous rates in this town, we're not getting the kind of service that we should get, you still give them those increases. We just got an increase. We just got an increase that came through in January. You have forgotten that you are public servants. We are the people. You don't know everything. You don't live in this place. You don't understand. And it is your responsibility as public employees, whether you're elected or whether you are appointed. It is your responsibility to listen to me. And I'm telling you right now that Fitchburg Gas and Electric, or Unitil, because they're basically the same company, that you have not listened to the people who utilize this utility. They've not been a good neighbor. They are only a distributor of power. They don't even produce any. Anybody can be a utility. Why don't we just take it over ourselves? Why don't we take it over ourselves and buy it from the utility companies that sell it? We don't need the middleman. It's insane. It's insane. Businesses can't afford to stay in Fitchburg. And we were supposed to get deregulation. This has been talked about by many different people here. We were supposed to have choices. You know, that was just to appease people like us who are overpaying for utilities, that we were told we were going to have choices. We don't have any choices. We don't have any choices. And Unitil has no business being in business if they only have 7 crews to service an area of this size. That is absolutely, it's obscene. If they can't service the area that they serve, they don't deserve to have the license. It should be pulled. But I don't have high hopes for the Department of Public Utilities. I really don't. I'm sorry to say, and I don't mean to be offensive, and I don't mean to be rude, but I don't have any confidence in you that you will stop them from getting these rate increases because we're paying too much money. Why are we paying more than the rest of the country? If they can't manage their company on their budget, tough. Number one. Number two, they want mutual aid. How do you have mutual aid if you don't have any crews to send to that company? What? I don't have my glasses. I can't read it. How can they be on a mutual aid program with other utilities if they only have 7 crews? They can't spare 1 crew. So my suggestion, this is what I want. I move that our city and state officials open discussions with other utility companies and find out how we can bypass Fitchburg Gas and Light. If they don't own the poles, they say they don't own the poles, then maybe we should just take over the utility. And I know it's a big pipe dream for me that we're going to get rid of Fitchburg Gas and Electric, but 35 years of this is enough. I've bought my 3rd house in this town. I like this town. And a lot of people don't like Fitchburg. They think it's a depressed area or whatever. I like it. I like living here. And Fitchburg Gas and Light has no business being in business because they don't deliver. Thank you so much.
John, and I'm going to spell the last name, K-A-R-A-N-A-S.
Numbers. John Karanasius, 344 Marshall Street.
Could you spell your last name, sir?
Karanasius. The left increase because it's too long. Okay. You see, guys, we have problem in Pittsburgh, and we expect you to fix it because you make big mistakes. You did it. You put this down very deep. Okay. You want to hear the numbers we pay? I tell you the numbers. $838.21. $1,227.89. $2,013.10. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 1,260.70 cents. 1,571.37 cents. This is people money. You steal it. And you put your finger. You sign it. You sign it too many times. We ask for help so many times. Where are you all these years? Nowhere. Nowhere. All the business left. And I'm the next one. Go out of town. And you're the reason, guys. $993.38. Plus, I pay another company, Direct Energy, to save me some money, another $400. And this is not business. This is residential. And I can bring more bills like that. $1,005. $802.33. 978.87. So big bills, so big one, and you're responsible for that. All these years, what are you going to do to help this town, these people? Tell me now. These guys, they have to go out this town. And if you don't do the job, you go out too. Please, can you do anything right now? All these people around, they tell you stories. The biggest story is this one here. We pay too much money, we can't afford it. One of this bill here, how is this going to pay the mortgage? You're responsible, and you're responsible. She's going to lose the house. It's true? Yes. We pay, last week, some representative from the Unitil tell us because we are poor people, low-income people, a lot of people, they don't pay the bill, so we have to pay. Now, I ask you, you give me a good idea. 2-3 weeks ago, I have customers, I have business in downtown, breakfast. They walk out. I want you to come tomorrow, eat a little breakfast so I can give you 3 sleep because my customers, they work out. You give me a good idea. It's a good idea, right? Somebody's going to pay. Thank you very much. I appreciate and I'm very excited to talk to you guys. You have to do something. Don't sit up like that. You have to do something now. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ed Pittman. Mr. Pittman? Scott Wolfer Sader. I'm not sure I can read it. Wolferscader from 44 Roseland Drive. Nope. Robert Hargraves. Is that was elected? Okay, sorry, he spoke already. Marlene Young. Is Marlene Young here? Yes, ma'am. She's number 114.
My first name is Marlaine, last name Young, Y-O-U-N-G. I have a home at 376 Clarendon Street in Fitchburg. I have a business, Caldwell Home Extended Care, which is at 10 Prospect Street in Fitchburg. My business is a small private rest home. I do health care for people. I have 6 residents right now. I would like anybody just for a moment to imagine what my utility bill might be. Just get a figure in your head, please. My utility bill for 2008 was $12,425.98 that these bums stole from me. And you guys allowed them to do that. If you go on the website, mass.gov/DPU, you people asked them questions before. How much is in the budget for tree trimming? Nothing. How much this year? Nothing. You are the fox watching the hen house. You have allowed them, you are the vehicle for them to abuse us all of this time. You're driving me out of business. You think I can pay my taxes to Mayor Wong, the city of Fitchburg, when I'm paying this? So what am I supposed to do? Pay my taxes or pay Unitil? Anybody want to give me a clue? People died. The man on the street over on Franklin Street died in his bed with 2 hats on, his boots, his clothes. The man froze to death. Don't tell me anything different. I saw him. He was frozen. You have allowed them to now kill us. What do you want from us? Now they're killing us. Will you people do anything? I'm surprised that you're not too embarrassed to sit there and look at any of us. And I don't know who this guy is, but while people are giving testimony, he's laughing. Then he's looking at that guy, who must be the attorney, I imagine, to see what he thinks about what's going on. Everybody up here, what is wrong with you people? I am going to sue them. I took my people up to Burbank Rehab because I had an emergency plan. My staff went up there and took care of my people. So they did not have to help me. But I'm going to tell you something. My people were delusional. They started to have hallucinations. They have nightmares still from not being at my place. We provide a service in this community. Nobody even has any idea of what a great place we are. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to tell you, you people have traumatized them. I have to sedate people who have never been sedated before. I had to go buy a generator at the cost of $848, which I don't really have in the winter. I had to pay a company $230-something to put it in. I lost $2,760 worth of food, and nobody has given me that back. Unitil wants their money. I want my money. Where's my money that they owe me? That you people owe me? That you've allowed them to rape from us? My people are traumatized. I had to stay in that building as cold as it was and freeze my butt off because they were afraid somebody was going to break in and steal their belongings at their age. And you know what? People were running through the neighborhood. I stayed there. I froze to death. I have a severe medical issue. After freezing there, because I couldn't reach anybody, I couldn't get any help, I had no relief. I can't put on my shoes because I'm getting hemorrhages out of my nose, both nostrils, not here, somewhere in my head now, from picking up, from moving ice and moving snow and getting the generator. And I had to carry 5 gallons of gas 4 times a day, back and forth, to put it in my car, to come back. I had to stay up late at night to put it in a generator, to get up early in the morning and put it in a generator. And you may be looking at a dead person right now because I continue to hemorrhage. They don't know if I'm going to do that soon, and it will not stop. So I may be dead, and it's your fault. I value my life. I would like to take all of you and put you in a building for 12 days. I was out of power for 13 days with no heat. That's what I would like to do, every single one of you. But I'm not that cruel. But you allowed them to do this. And who's going to help my people who are having nightmares, who wake up now with nightmares? What are we supposed to do, sedate them forever so that these people can have their damn money? At what cost is our blood? I'm not being overly dramatic. You want to come to my place, you want to see? The ceiling fell in. It started to drip, then it froze. In a resident's room, the ceiling fell in. I have burst pipes. I ran the water. I stayed there. I babysat my place. Then I drove over to Gardner and ran the water at my daughter's place. Fortunately, she had a different utility. Her stuff came back on. I had to go to my home and run the water. What my water bill and my sewerage bill is now. They don't care. I'm going to tell you something. You don't pay your bill to Unitil, and they tell you you have to give them a deposit. For what? To be abused further? $12,425.98 is going to put me out of business in Fitchburg. And you want people moving into Fitchburg who can't pay? That's what you're going to have. Because if these people are still in business next year, over the summer, I'm going to be gone, but I'm going to sue anybody that I can because I'm hurt. And I've been hurt, and you have made me ill. My business partner has lupus. She has been extremely ill since freezing to death. And it's their fault. In the hand washing, this guy thought that was funny. People get hepatitis from not washing their hands because they've just had a bowel movement and they couldn't wash their hands. They're too cold. Now they have hepatitis. You want some facts? I'll give you facts. And you people are responsible. You knew what their budget was. You asked the questions in that .gov site many years in a row. Teacher me, where's your budget? None. How dare you? How dare you? How about if my people ask me for something? I don't care what you want. You're not getting it. I have no budget. How dare you do that? And I hope you are elected officials because I'm going after every single one of you. And I've done it before in my lifetime in Chicago, and I won. And I'm not giving up until I am dead. If you are elected, I want you all out of there unless something happens.
Mr. or Ms. Julienne, Julinnene. One, that says Philip Johnny?
Yes,
Okay,
Philip,
115,
19
yes.
Marion Street. Last name is Johnine, Johnnene. Okay. And first, I want to thank you guys for sticking it out, because I stuck it out. And I really don't want to bore you about people's, we've had problems. I've had problems. I don't want to kind of recount how I've had to deal with my in-laws, 78-year-old in-laws who happen to live in West Fitchburg and were out for 2 weeks. 78 and having consoled my wife, why her mother talks about being a gypsy and crying because she has to rely on her family, her 8 kids who she supported, who she's been self-sufficient. Now she has to rely on them. Can I have a home tonight? Do you have heat so that I can stay? I won't bore you with that. I won't bore you with the fact that on that day of the storm, my car was destroyed from trees that Unitil did not cut. So therefore, I almost missed my grandmother's being able to eulogize at her funeral in Boston. I had to get up at 6 o'clock, so I made sure I got there. I won't bore you with that. What I want to talk about quickly is, they say a picture tells 1,000 words. Well, here's a picture of mismanagement. I downloaded this from Unitil's website, and he can look at it. It's 8 employees surrounded in a cube, no computers, well, 1 computer, no phone system, maps. Heaven forbid one of those coffees would spill on that map, and then that's maybe what happened. Maybe coffee spilled on West Fitchburg. Oh, we can't find West Fitchburg to fix. This is the problem. They did not spend money on anything. They did not invest in Fitchburg. They did not invest in their company. What you have here is an antiquated company with antiquated computer systems, antiquated IT systems. Everything is antiquated, Mr. Keating. It's antiquated. The whole system, they didn't spend nothing on Fitchburg. People here have invested time and energy all their life. My in-laws, 78 years old, been here their whole life. People are investing, hopefully, in Fitchburg. Unitil needs to do so, or kick them out and get a company that will invest time, effort, and money in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you put your name and number on? You can leave it here, right here on this table, but would you put your name and number on the back so we know who left it for us, please? If you would do that, and leave it right there on that pile right there, that will go back with us to the office. Mark Clark, please. Is Mark Clark here? James Berger? Is James here? Are you Mr. Berger?
My name's James Berger. It's B-U-R-G-E-R, just like the cheeseburger. I want to thank everybody, first of all, for staying so late. What is it, like 10:30 now? We're getting there. Anyway. I think that those of us that survived the December 08 ice storm in north central Mass are particularly hardy. Now that the lights are back on, we're comfortable again. We need to take a long, hard look at what happened and hold somebody accountable. As far as I'm concerned, the doo-doo runs uphill in this situation. I think that the mayor did a wonderful job, given the resources that she had available. I think that the police and fire departments both did a pretty awesome job as well. Unitil has to go, guys. Unitil has to go. Criminal negligence. This stuff, I mean, it blows my mind that that my neighborhood didn't burn down. According to my latest bill from Unitil, which is estimated, of course, my electrical consumption, which is already astronomical, has doubled, something to the tune of 2,600 kilowatt hours, and my natural gas consumption has quadrupled. I don't know where they get their numbers from. I myself went downstairs into my basement, which is where my electric meter is today. I looked, the numbers don't quite match up. I didn't read the gas meter, I won't lie to you. Beyond that, the bills are higher, whatever. Everybody hit on most things already. My neighborhood almost burned down as a direct result of Unitil's mismanagement. It's the way I'd like to put it. I had a ground wire broken off of my home where at some point during the ice storm, they re-energized us. Power went out that Thursday night, about anywhere from 8 to 10 p.m. And we got power back initially, I want to say the day before Christmas Eve, the 23rd or so. Anyway, whoever decided to flip the lights on in my neighborhood, they obviously didn't check to see that the services to each house were intact, because the service to mine was not. We spent 3 or 4 days trying to figure out why the lights in my home were flickering, at which point I decided to go downstairs. It was the day after Christmas at this point. Decided to go downstairs and, start looking around. And it had energized the cable system in my basement. It was grounding out through the cable splitter into the ductwork in my basement, at which point I decided to shut my breakers off and call the fire department. That unbalanced the load, and it sent a much larger than usual ground out to the people that live in the adjoining unit to me, at which point a fire started. If it wasn't for the diligence that the Fitchburg Fire Department had showed that evening, I have every confidence that the neighborhood I live in, which is right next to Fitchburg State College, frankly, that neighborhood doesn't need any more bad press. That neighborhood would have burned up like a tinderbox. They're all old wooden balloon frame construction buildings right around the turn of the century. They're not fire safe necessarily at all. And I'd like them to be held accountable for throwing the switch. As much as I'd love to have my power back on, I didn't want to have my power back on at the cost of my life, any of my roommates' lives, my neighbors' lives. It just doesn't make sense to me. Where do these people get their power from? They get their power because you people allow them to be here, and somewhere along the line, I'm sure that we had something to do with that as well. Everybody in this auditorium either voted for somebody or voted against somebody. Something's got to change. Something has to change. If it doesn't, then, the last 5 hours we've spent here have been for nothing, and frankly, I don't speak for you guys, but I know that my 5 hours are very valuable. Thank you.
Tim Hardigan? Mr. Hardigan?
My name is Tim Hardigan. I live at 1101 Main Street, Hartigan. And my stories can't compare to anyone's here. I was only out of power for 1 day. But I want to talk about basically what's going on here, what I see. If I go to a store and I steal a candy bar, I'm going to be arrested. Unitil and its corporate executives have been stealing from the people of Fitchburg for 15, 16 years. We're one of the poorest areas in Massachusetts, but yet we have the second highest utility rates in the nation. It's just not fair. You guys have to stand up for us. We elected you guys. Well, maybe not. If you guys were appointed, you were appointed. But you have to stand up for us. You've heard everybody here speak. And we're sick of it. What else do you want us to do? What we have right here, I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut, so I know what a thug is. And what these people are right here, that guy, he's a corporate thug who steals from the poor people of this area. You people have to help us. These corporate thugs, they have no accountability whatsoever. And that's the problem. It's a systemic problem we have in our government. In case you haven't noticed, Sal DeMacy, it's a systemic problem that we have, that these, number one, politicians and these corporate monsters, all about greed. What are we going to do here? You've listened to all these people. You guys have to help us. We don't have anybody else to talk to. Who else are we going to call? Who else are we going to talk to? Please, I'm asking you guys to help us. This lady right here has been out of electricity for 48 days. Are you kidding me? Are you gonna talk to her after? Are you gonna do anything to help this lady? How long were you out of? Did you lose electricity? Mr. Gantz, did you lose electricity? Isn't that Gantz right there from Unitil?
Could you direct your comments up this direction, please?
Well, I'm just hoping that Unitil, a Unitil representative will go and speak to this lady. 48 days. You guys all seem intelligent. 48 days? That's totally 100% unacceptable. 48 days. I heard a $12,000 bill? I bet you any money, the average person in Fitchburg probably makes 35 grand, maybe less, probably 25. $12,000 goes to electricity? $1,000 bill? I mean, I could be $1,000 bill. That I could drive any kind of Mercedes or BMW I want. And we wonder why this situation, this area is in the way, in the financial turmoil that we are in. They've driven any successful business out of here. I used to work for a car company in Fitchburg. You know what just to keep the lights on, it was $1.3 million, just to keep the lights on in the building, never mind the heat or anything else. $1.3 million. We can't go and pay payments at Unitil anymore because they had so many bomb threats. We can't go and pay there anymore. That's why they shut down the location. We can't go and make payments because they had so many bomb threats. Matter of fact, in 1 month alone, they had 15 bomb threats in 1 month. We don't want them here. Get out. We don't want you here anymore. You've raped us for so long. We don't want you here. $1,000 electric bill for a month. Man, I don't know. The one thing I want to leave with is saying that we have to start holding our local officials accountable in businesses like this that affect the community. If we don't hold anybody accountable, what do we have here? What is this? What are we doing here? So I'm urging you, please, please listen to the voices of the people of Fitchburg. We don't have anybody else to turn to. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Deal with these crooks. If I steal a candy bar, I get arrested. These people are stealing thousands and thousands of dollars from this city. What are we going to do? We're going to let them still steal from us? I mean, that one guy had a $2,000 bill. I don't know if any of you folks can afford a $2,000 a month bill, but I know I can't. So please, help us. We need your help. We don't have anybody else to turn to. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Christopher Sinhus, S-I-N-H-U-S. Elizabeth, and I cannot read this, it might be Snyder, but the address is 261 Ashburnham Street. Is that person here? No? Helen Godden? Thank you. Paul Thibodeau? Paul Thibodeau? Meredith Lashane? Is Meredith Lashane here? What did she say? I'm up to 123. And I actually can't hear you, sir. What number were you? Uh, 101 was a Cindy McGuire. You're Mr. McPhee? You are 130, Mr. McPhee. Kyle McMillan? Is Kyle McMillan here? He's coming.
Capital MC, capital M-I-L-L-A-N, 532 Westminster Hill Road. I'm the owner of that residence. 530 is the residence below me. We were out of power for 12 days. I'm here to talk about charge. I'm in charge of taking care of my elderly parents, not young kids, elderly. I about lost one of them because, council, I'll hold you accountable. People, you serve the emblem I wear. Every day I wear it. And I wear it proudly. I was appointed, as maybe you were. We are here to serve the people. We live the creed. If not, turn it in. I'll turn that badge in. It's gold. I'm proud of it. You stand me in front of my seal. I stand in front of people who waited all night to tell you, we need your help. You're it. I've got a wonderful mayor. She did great. I've got the best police force around. And fire. These people stood up. Your turn. It's your turn to stand up, folks, because these people don't. I want to thank SEC, the boys from Tennessee. Okay? Folks, they could give these guys a lesson. They came through like pure professionals down my road to Westminster Hill, trucks in front of each other, trees going down, lines going up. I had a power line break in front of my house. I coiled up that line, I know it was dead, called Unitil, got told to shove it basically. Oh, we know you have an outage. Ma'am, I want to tell you the address and pole number the wire is laying at. We know that. No, you don't. Okay, I'm an officer of the Commonwealth. I serve my people. You have to serve the people, because we are the people. Thank you.
Gary Merrow? Is Gary Merrow here? Kenneth Biagioni? Is Kenneth here? Ron Dioni? You're number 127, sir.
Thank you. Ron Dion, D-I-O-N-N-E. Why is that doing that? Doesn't like me already, right? I was going to introduce something to you, but I don't have to anymore, I don't think. I think everything else has been said, but it looks like it's something that I have too much magnet in me, I guess. Everything has been said here tonight and all day long that I think that if you people don't get the message by now, you'll never get it. I think you understand what the people are complaining about. I hope you do anyway, because it's cut and dry. It's almost an absolute problem to be solved, and the only one that can solve it is you folks. Now, I've heard some criticism about the board before, but maybe it wasn't this board. Maybe it was previous boards. I'm not sure if all the members are still here that was there previously, but what some people have said already, you people allowed this to happen, and that has to end. When they hold meetings, you people hold meetings with the company down in Boston, people are not going to go down there in the middle of the day when they have to work to attend. I know you offer, you can send an email or a petition or whatever, but they don't have the time to get involved. So they feel like they're being put against the wall. It's been a constant thing over the years. It's always been the same thing. But whenever they go down to see you, or that board, your board, they always get approved. Whatever rate increases they want, they get. But are you looking into why they want it, the reasoning behind it, and are you checking to see what kind of infrastructure repair they've been doing over the past 10 or 15 years, which has been zero? Trees are all over the city down. They're taking down the wires because they have not did their job to trim them. And that's what's causing this whole thing. if this company would have done what National Grid did in Leominster, that was down for 3 days, we wouldn't be here talking about 48 days, my God, and all the damage that was created because of it. When pipes freeze in 0 temperature, it does it a lot quicker than it does at 32. And I feel sorry for that woman over there. My heart goes out to her. But she has so much bills now because of that. That's a shame. That's an absolute shame, and it's disgusting. And to hear people talk about the 6 trucks that's running around the city of Fitchburg, that's only 6 trucks for Fitchburg. That's 6 trucks between the 4 communities. That is also a shame. And when they talk about 200 trucks and 200 employees and 100 trucks floating around their service area, where do you think they were? The majority were up in New Hampshire, not down here. This is where we needed them. Of course, they needed them up there too, but we needed them just as badly down here. And it's just a total outrage for everybody in this city. They are so, as you heard, all day long. They are so angry. Thank God they don't allow guns in this city too much, but I think there'd be a lot of damage done that way. And when the building here, Unitil building down on John Fitch Highway, it's a massive building. When they shut it down last year for payments, they're not going to declare why they shut it down. They shut it down because they were getting too many complaints, and they were sick of hearing them and doing absolutely nothing about them. Okay? Now, the communication aspect. Gee, I didn't think I was going to talk this long. The communication aspect was disgusting here. When we call that 800 number, which is the Unitil regular dial number anyway, we get Concord, New Hampshire. They were not ever getting updates from down here. Like I said before, they got that massive building on John Fitch Highway. They could have at least put one representative in there to answer a phone that kept a daily tab of what's happening in the area. They didn't do that either. The whole thing was a complete farce. The whole operation, there's no operation. The only operation they've got is up in Concord, New Hampshire. They have nothing down here. And it's too bad. Because we've been paying them through our teeth for years and getting 0 in return. Thank you.
Kay Alverson Hillman. Is Kay here? Kim Goodwin. Is Kim Goodwin here? Mr. McPhee.
Patrick McPhee, thank you for taking the time for this. I also want to thank you guys for taking a break. We were unfortunate. We didn't have a break during the outage. I do need to let you know. The service cost of installation of our infrastructure. The community has already paid it once, okay? They paid it when it was put in, just like I paid it when it was put into my house. Yes, I overpaid. Even the local supply houses in this area have said they will not carry the equipment that Unitil wishes them to because they're overcharging. They are the only ones that need to have a certain type of platform in this community, so nobody in the state of Massachusetts or in the state of New Hampshire will carry it. You have to go to Pennsylvania to get it. The platform, the only difference between that platform that Unitil wants and the platforms that are used by the other utility companies in the Commonwealth is 2 screws. Does Unitil use those 2 screws? No, they do not. But yet the consumer must pay $3,000 more for that platform because it's coming in from Pennsylvania. That's not fair. Your largest supply houses in this area, I have spoken to the VP, and they will not carry it because it's not consumer, there's not enough sold, and it's a waste of the consumer's money. They will not carry it at all. Okay? Your engineers, the response I got, your engineers wanted that platform. It was designed for the Unitil, so it's a special build. So we paid $3,000 more for two holes you never use. Okay? Waste of money to start. Second, when you first designed to bring in my service, you said 5 poles. I said, no, we're going underground. I need 1 pole. From the date that you started to the date you finished, you went up $3,000. So I paid for the infrastructure coming from the street to my house. Okay, just like any infrastructure that's put in or any community, that's already paid. And then we deed the property over, so we already give you a gift. So you really don't own the infrastructure. We've already given it to you once. You should not be asking for it again. All we ask is that you maintain it. By maintaining it, cut the trees and do what you're supposed to. Don't leave the telephone poles there since they were originally over however many years. I've heard some years here, I can't believe they still exist. And you do nothing. I see you show up here with your legal department. You have your legal team here, okay? Does that tell us we're going to get screwed again because you're preparing to do it? Okay? The other issue I also have is the bailout. We already bailed out the banks and the stock exchange. The management team that Unitil has, what do they think? They have a bank? We're going to bail them out too and keep the executives with those high salaries? We're not doing it again. And if the public officials are going to allow that, my suggestion is that we also vote out the officials that put you guys in office, okay? That put you there. And if we can't do it in this community, do what I did. We dropped the kids off in Boston. I called the in-law there. She got that whole elderly complex and calling this local rep. He was upset and he got involved. So if you can't get the community here to do it, call your family in other communities and have them call and say, get rid of the officials if they can't do the job for us. Get them out of here. The other thing is the public utility. Okay, the Department of Public Utilities. You've had Homeland Security, I will say National Communications, in this state 3 times in the past 6 years. Have you guys even shown up? No. Have people from China shown up? Yes. Have people from British Telecom shown up? Yes. Have people from Massachusetts Emergency Response Team showed up? No. Massachusetts Response Team can handle 6,000 calls per day. I'm going to tell you, 8 years ago, Avon could handle that in an hour. That's how bad this is. Now, to go to the IVR on Unitil, your IVR system, okay? That's an interactive voice response system that all you people are complaining about. Basically, your IVR is not configured correctly. One, if somebody that has a disability based upon Massachusetts presses 0, they're supposed to get to an operator. Okay? 2, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman, is if somebody does not pick up the call within 5 minutes, isn't that a violation? 3, there are companies out there that do pick up the overflow of calls for emergency services. And that database that you have can be transferred to them very quickly. They're designed for that throughout the world. That's why some call centers are in India that handle that type of capacity. But yet, you'll leave us hanging. That's called call center Rolo if you need to write it down so you can look it up. Okay? Your billing system. I hear all these people complaining about the billing system, but yet you say you have the most electronic technology billing system. I'm going to tell you right now, I have not heard of it being tested. And you have 2 of the largest testing companies located in Massachusetts, and they haven't heard of it. Okay? So your billing system that's sending the data through the wires, okay? Not one person here. I would give, okay, maybe 1%, maybe 0.5% would have an error on their bill. Not somebody like me getting a $103,000 bill when I had only been there for 2 weeks. Okay? You got a problem with your communications. You're going to the DPW and saying, listen, we put in this whole infrastructure, we put in this new communications, we put in this computer systems. You couldn't have done it, or somebody's getting money in their pocket. Maybe the DPW, maybe you. I don't know. But somebody's taking a pocket hike. Okay? Now, if you had somebody like your board of directors, I'm sorry, my company that I work for is 3 times the size of Unitil, and my board of directors don't get his salary. They're lucky if they get half of what I heard for numbers up here. Okay? Like anything, the federal government says those executives need to take a cut before we'll start bailing them out. I say the same here. Tell those guys to start taking a hit in the pocket before they ask for any more money. Not only that, since the outage, okay, I was out for 12 days. You guys were nice enough to get it back to me by Christmas. Guess what? You took it away Christmas too. Since then, I've had 4 outages. Still, you have still not done anything corrective. I don't see any crews out there doing maintenance. The state response, we'll touch that. One, I already mentioned that the emergency response team was not available. 2, the 800 number, I called your 800 number. I asked for a supervisor to call me back. Did he ever call me back? No. Okay, I asked where he was. Well, he's been on for 12 hours, so he went home and went to sleep. There's no other supervisor on? You mean to tell me you run your call centers with no management people? Providing to the state response, that 211 number that you used, okay, that was tested almost 4 years ago in Massachusetts. It wasn't 211 at the time, okay? The federal government came in to verify that those numbers worked. Were you there? No. Did anybody in the industry, and I'm going to tell you any of the major testing industries in this country, in this state, in this country, know what that 211 stood for? No. I didn't know. It was okay. So you have a 211 system. We can't use it. We have no phones because we have no power. It's great the state decides to go and have the high school systems call the people's homes to tell them what to do. Phones aren't working, no power. I had service put in at a very high expense, okay? Guess what? They didn't even trim the trees. To this day, they just ran it right straight through the trees, okay? And I was paying for the service to be put in, and I was supposedly paying for all the time, and they didn't even trim the trees. And I still see trees not trimmed, okay? I've traveled all over the world. I am an infrastructure engineer. There's only one continent I haven't been to, and that's Antarctic, okay? And I have seen better systems than what you're providing. I still, when we were in the emergency, guess what they were doing down at Bond? Hearing about a storm coming in. They got the crews out there ahead of time to start trimming back trees so that they don't have problems. Did we see that from Unitil? With the technology today, you guys knew that storm was coming in. Were you prepared? No. Was the state prepared? No. Should the public utilities, or should the commissioner, should this be addressed? Yes, I am addressing it, not only with my state rep here, I'm actually addressing it with other friends of mine are calling their families or their families in elderly complexes. Those older people love something to do. They can't believe with the technology today that we live through this. On top of that, the state didn't even call in the reserves. Guess what? The reserves had generators in this area to supply the towns. You never called them in. Those were sitting still in the yards. Yes, I am very serious. They had more than enough, and they were within a day's notice. And one of those generators could have powered, 3 of those generators, they say, could have powered up this town. They were not called in. One of the other things that when I had my service brought in, I actually spoke to Unitil about the solar panels, and that I wanted to put solar panels in, okay? Unitil came back to me and said, if you want to put solar panels in, you need to run the infrastructure back to our central location. Guess what the estimate of that was? $75,000 at my cost. Come to find out, further research, that was wrong. They were not supposed to. All it was is from the meter back, Unitil was supposed to take care of it. I take care of it to the meter. So that's preventing people from going with the solar panels in this area because Unitil's telling those answers to people. Medical records. I heard many people mention medical records, that you guys are supposed to be keeping track of medical records. One guy has to keep notifying you every year. Guess what? Under HIPAA in Massachusetts, you're supposed to have those records. When that person calls and says, is there a medical record on file? You're supposed to know where it is. Are you following the HIPAA laws? I touched the phone service bill. Phone service, that was interesting. The estimated bills, as I mentioned earlier, you have some of the best testing companies in this country, located in Massachusetts and located in New Hampshire, okay? You have, I will tell you right now, you have one that will call your IVR
at a very low minimum fee, probably less than what you're overcharging some of these people. Once a week, to verify your IVR works correctly, to verify that that call center agent is polite. And they're located right down in Waltham. Forget about the ones that are located in Southborough. Forget about the ones located in, you got some of the best companies in this country located here. Now, I've seen management teams move things, and I've seen management teams do things, okay? But I have not seen your management team do anything. The first thing, besides the chair addressing about the fee hikes, is the board of directors at Unitil really need to address the management team, okay? That is the first thing I would be looking at also. That team needs to go. There is no way we should give any more money. Actually, we should be getting a cut. When my house is built 4 years ago, and my brother's house was built 12 years ago, and he has an indoor swimming pool, and his house is larger than mine, his electricity is half of mine, and I'm paying $100 more than him, there's a problem there. I mentioned the service that costs to install. My biggest thing is, if you're not going to get these people out, and the city officials aren't going to do it, and you're not going to do anything, Unitil brought their lawyers, the city officials have their attorneys, let them go after them. Get them out of here one way or another, I don't care. Raise up the cost so that the board of directors realizes it's not feasible to stay here. But we've already paid for the infrastructure. We should not be having the issue that came up where I heard from Unitil, that the infrastructure costs this much. Sorry, that was donated to you. We paid for those poles, those lines, and everything else coming in when new construction was done. And then we had to, even on top of that, deed the land over to you at the Registry of Deeds. All we asked for you to do was maintain it. I lived in Maine. I have never seen anything like this, I'm going to tell you. And I've been all over. I would tell you the service that you guys have, you guys mentioned that you have this electronics where people don't have to go out there. Yeah, what you're doing is you're cutting back on your man. You're cutting back so you're trying to do electronics, but you're not testing it. When you brought that equipment in, I don't care who brought it in or who was the engineer that did it. I would have gotten rid of that guy the day after. Because that engineer should have had that tested properly so that these people don't get overcharged. My biggest thing is get rid of them. And if you're not going to get rid of them, I'm going to go to my state reps, and if I have to make a donation to get them to get rid of the people that put them in, that rule on these, then I'm going to do it. Okay? Or if I have to vote him out and get somebody else in, I'm going to do it.
Thank you. Next is George Kincannon. Is George Kincannon here? Stephanie Fielding. Is Stephanie here? Denise Patterson. Is Denise Patterson here? Gerard Sutherland. James McNamara. Mr. McNamara? Brian Lucier? Scott, is it Haig or Hay? Yes, sir. No, but I'll say that you're 137. Thank you.
COT, HAIGH, 40 Forest Park, Fitchburg, Massachusetts. I want to thank you guys for coming out tonight. I want to thank Mayor Wong for staying here all night. Stephen Hay, I think he was the last one that I saw leave. We've heard a lot of people come up here tonight and, talk about the hardships that they've had. I thought I had it hard. I didn't have it hard. We were able to get a, can you not hear me, Joan? Does that help? Can you hear me now? I never lost phone service, George. I had Comcast back 4 days before I had power. So we didn't, we didn't have the hardships that other folks had. I feel for the lady that lost the power for 48 days. It's not going to help to tell you that, we had a scene out of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where my wife and I and my 2 sons bundled up in fleece sweatshirts, fleece sweatpants, fleece gloves, fleece hats for the kids, because the temperature was expected to get down to single digits that Saturday into Sunday after the storm. We woke up and the house was 40 degrees. We all had fun with it because we could see our breath. That was great for the kids. They enjoyed that. So we decided to go over to Leominster. There was power there. We had breakfast. And while I was there for an hour and a half, we went to the West Side Diner, TVs, it was a luxury. I then went over to Home Depot. While I was there, an hour and a half, I saw 7 National Grid trucks. 7. I didn't realize at first why I saw 7 National Grid trucks there, nothing in Fitchburg. But I soon came to realize that it's because Unitil only had 7 crews out there, and yet they were working around the clock. 7 crews to address these 4 communities that they serve. I'm assuming that they ran that past you folks for review and approval? Yes? No? Something you weren't aware of, that they only had 7 crews for these 4 communities? In any event, I question too what the reciprocity program is like with the other utilities. How much do they want to give to Unitil when Unitil's only got 7 to give back? So we progressed. That's about day 3. About day 5, I started to get pissed off, and I started to call. I had my routine. I'd call in the morning. I'd go up one side of the person that I got and came down the other, and then I'd call back in the afternoon. Eventually, I started getting calls back from management. And I'll tell you, the most frustrating thing was the lack of information. Thankfully, I have the opportunity to work out of both my house and corporate offices throughout Massachusetts, so I got to go to a powered, warm facility during the day. And I was able to get online, and I was able to see the press releases that Unitil was putting out there. And quite frankly, they were nothing more than a pat on their back. Hey, look at us, look what we're doing. We've got 100 crews in Fitchburg. Well, frankly, I don't give a goddamn, because I don't see not a one on my street. I don't see one driving down the road. Where were they? In one of the articles, somebody was quoted, probably George, stating that they were working on these back roads where these substations are so that you wouldn't see them. They're not necessarily out in the public's view. Where are these substations? I've talked to a lot of people. Nobody seems to know where they were. We didn't see any of them. I did see Unitil trucks eventually, and it came when we got our power back, which was 10 days into it. And I'll tell you, of all the trucks that I saw, and I saw a lot of trucks eventually once National Grid took over, thanks to National Grid, although they have their own issues, i.e. Gloucester. Unitil's trucks were the newest, the prettiest, the sleekest. There were some impressive looking trucks, and I thought to myself, I seem to recall, this is after the fact now, after the great disaster, that probably Mr. Gantz again, somebody from Unitil commented that they invest $10 million a year in infrastructure upgrades. I'm curious to know where those infrastructure upgrades are. Obviously those 4 trucks. Probably $150,000 to $250,000 per truck. So we're coming in on $1 million there. Okay, there's another $9 million. Where is it? My neighborhood was built in 1952. I've got a pole that's out in front of my house that was marked in September for replacement. I've got to figure that pole is from 1952, 56 years old if my math is correct. It looks like it's rotting on the bottom, and we had some high winds on Saturday. It looked like it was either the pole or the tree was swaying. And this is the pole that my lines go to my house. I wasn't going to take the chance. So I called in, I logged a support call, I went in on the website, and then I said, you know what, the hell with it. I figured out their email setup. I went to Schonenberger@unitil.com, and I would implore everybody else to try that. Schonenberger@unitil.com, Gantz@unitil.com, Lambert@unitil.com. And I gave them an overview of, marked in September, haven't done anything. Verizon has been here twice, replaced the pole, moved their lines over, said they're just waiting for Unitil to come and move their lines over. Comment from the Verizon guy was, do you guys see a lot of sparks at night? I said, no. Why would I see sparks at night? Well, look at the line up there. You see the stuff hanging from it? That's the cracked casing on the power line. And these are running through pine trees. Geez, no, I don't see sparks, but I'll keep an eye out for it. Thank you. Infrastructure upgrades, where is it? can you force from them, or do you have, can you provide us line item detail on what this $10 million is spent on, or what any infrastructure upgrades are? Tree trimming, non-existent. When they replace that pole today, they trim the trees. Now I know what tree trimming is. I can show you vines at the end of my street that right now don't look like they pose an issue, but in the summer when they're in full bloom, it's got to be 30 to 40 pounds of vine hanging from the line, stretched between two poles. You can drive down South Street, over by the old entrance to Cogsall. There's lines there that's got to have 40 to 60 pounds worth of vines just hanging from it. Where's the maintenance? Where is the maintenance? Are you an oversight board? Do you make sure that they do this maintenance? I gotta say, I don't see the Henry Winkler resemblance, but that's a sidebar. You know, they commented that they welcome these investigations and that this will allow them to prepare better for next time. I say to them, 11 years ago, as Mayor Wong pointed out, they had the dress rehearsal. What the hell did they learn? Not much, apparently. With that, I'd like to conclude. I'd like to thank you for coming out, and I think based upon what I've heard tonight, I can present on behalf of the citizens of Fitchburg a gift from us to you.
Thank you for the gift. Tammy Lacey. Could you take that off? Ms. Lacey, you are number 138.
It's LaCoy. L-A-C-O-Y.
We'll take it with us. I'm sorry, you are Ms. Lacey?
LaCoy for the third time. L-A-C-O-Y.
Okay, I could not hear you.
I said it 3 times. I only brought my latest bill. I didn't bring any other papers because the file's this thick. In about 30 years of paying for utility services, electricity, the only problems I ever had was the last 5.5 years, and that's when we had Unitil. You probably know my name, although I don't know your name, and I don't know your name, or your name, sir. I would like to know, because I would like to know that if any of you are the people that I've spoken to on the phone or written to, because I've never gotten a response in writing for any of the letters that I sent to you. The back of the Unitil bill does say where to address it to, who to send it to. So whoever's in charge up there, I'd like to know why you don't feel that you have to respond to a citizen or to a customer. Do you really think that your time is more valuable than anybody else's? Because you probably all won't be going into work early tomorrow. But a lot of people here, which most of the people are gone now, a lot of people here have to go to work tomorrow just to pay for Unitil. And while I listen to a lot of the stories tonight, it's with a real sad heart that I see no expressions on anybody's face. So everything I have to say tonight, and I'll try to be brief, is nothing that you haven't heard before. Like so many other people, I hold you all responsible. Mark Lambert, I would like to know just what this person, who he is and what he looks like, because I would like to see face-to-face of the guy that lied to me and emailed to me for months, that still to this day has reneged Unitil on promises in writing. So I'll start back when I first moved to Fitchburg in 2003. Sometime after, we noticed that we had trees dying in our yard. I didn't understand why. Come to find out, we decided to take them down. The roots were being uplifted. We had a 28% gas leak in our yard. We weren't in any danger because it was low pressure, but it was servicing the 3-family apartment in the street behind us. So for all the years that I lived there, the landlord had been paying for gas that wasn't even getting to his house. I'd like this staff to do a research and find out, did Unitil ever reimburse him back? But yet they threatened my family because we didn't call DigSafe. Why would we have to call DigSafe? They had been up and down our street all summer long, repairing the road, doing a new road, everything was marked, but they still nickeled and dimed us. We had to fight just to get reimbursed for the small homeowner equipment that we rented to try to do landscape in our own yard. Mark Lambert is a very familiar name. He should know my name. It's LaCoy, L-A-C-O-Y. I have months of emails back and forth to him, threats. But don't call DPU and don't call Unitil, because they'll send someone to your house afterwards who'll assault you. And then when you call 911, they mysteriously lose the 911 tape. And then when you are told that this will never happen again, that nobody will go to your back door and go through 2 locked doors and enter your house to try to meet your reader that's supposed to be read electronically from the central office, this will not happen again. I courteously made a call to Unitil just to let them know that the way they do business is unacceptable. You cannot be walking into people's homes when they're not home, when they're in the shower. You know, you have a front door, you have a doorbell, we have phones. You don't go to the back of someone's house and enter through locked doors because you're on the list to read the meter. This went on for months. Every time I was out of town and come back, there was that yellow tag inside my house. Now, how did they get inside my house? I left my sunroom opened. It was still a locked door. The door going into the kitchen always remained locked, but I left it open, but that was for mail purposes and package deliveries, so that if I had a package being delivered, it wouldn't be left outside under severe weather constraints. It wasn't for Unitil to just come in and help themselves. I finally reported to Unitil. I thought, let's just communicate and get this done. This is going to stop. After being promised by Mark Lambert this would never happen again, a month later, a supervisor comes back to my house with the same gentleman that I filed a report on. I just want to say that the reason why I called 911 is because within a few days prior, it was in the Fitchburg newspaper, there was an assault on a woman. Apparently someone had impersonated a utility company and gained access to the home and had assaulted a woman. It actually happened a couple of streets over from me. So friends had told me, you know, just be aware of this. I got no assistance. In fact, I was threatened by Unitil. They actually called the police. After I called the police, I got taken to court. But I was a little smarter than them. I countersued them. I guess they didn't expect it. I let them off the hook. They didn't have to pay anything. They didn't have to do anything. For $1,000, I put in a gate, a new screen door, storm door, with another lock on it that was more secure. All I asked for was something in writing. By the way, Attorney Lund, your attorney, never honored the court's agreement and never provided that letter to me saying that you will never trespass in the back of my house again. I let them off the hook. And all I asked for was something in writing so that if this happened again, I had something to say, hey, you're not supposed to be doing this, I'm not on the list. Never, to this day, I still haven't gotten that letter. To this day, whoever Mark Lambert is, you still haven't moved my my meters to the outside. I did a survey on the entire street. I am the only home that my meters are still on the inside of the house. They were replaced, but they're still on the inside of the house. To the bill. You may know my name as someone that wrote to you. I wrote to you because at the time, a couple of years ago, I was handling 3 people's accounts for Unitil. One person worked a 3rd shift. I had my own, and then I had an elderly gentleman's account. Everybody, all 3 people, all 3 different accounts were complaining about getting termination notices after the bills. I called, someone from your department said, well, Unitil has 3 days by law to get the bill to you. So for about 5-6 months, I researched it, I followed it, I sent you copies of things. I proved to DPU that they were not honoring that. This is, now I didn't bring the file, but I brought my latest bill. The bill's dated 1/14. It was received 1/21, 8 days later. The termination notice was received 6 days after it was printed. Went online. That can't be. Not only did they receive payment, but it had cleared before the bill was printed. Now, what's up with that? Does that sound like a company that has it all together? It's like their left and right-hand side doesn't communicate effectively. You call up there, you don't get any answers, you get threats. In 30 years or more of paying for utilities, Unitil is like nothing I've ever encountered. In fact, I get utility bills from a home in the Southwest faster than I get them from Unitil. I've never seen Unitil on our street since the storm. I still have yet to see them. Another company out of state took care of our road. I did see them, though. And whoever said there's 6 or 7 trucks is right, because they were all for 3 hours at the 99 in Fitchburg, because it was the day I went to get a generator and stood in the 3-hour lines 2 days in a row and came back the same route, and those trucks were still parked in the same spot. In the same spot. Now, we have approximately 12 houses on our street. I didn't count them, but 4 poles are still hanging like this. New ones are up, but the other ones are like this. It has nothing to do with a devastating ice storm. We live in New England. We're going to have storms from time to time. Their poles were rotted from the ground up. I'd also like to know, and this is a small bill, why my bill is $485. The month, and I was out, by the way, it came on the 14th day. After being lied to and lied to and lied to, we finally bought a generator. My husband's been out on disability since May. I didn't want to put anyone through any more inconvenience, stress. We did what we had to do, but we waited. I only wish I had gotten a generator sooner, but we waited because Unitil was telling us it was going to be on. One of my neighbors down the street, for 3 years, we complained about smelling gas on the sidewalk in front of her house. It got to the point where she ate, slept, took a breath, and it was always gas. Unitil kept saying it's low pressure, just like they were telling me in my own yard, it's low pressure. I finally told her, I said, you know, you have 2 children. You shouldn't have to live like this. You want to open your windows at night in the summer. She finally went to the mayor's office, and thank you, Mayor. Something got done. It was fixed. Everything seems to be low pressure with Unitil. But I have a real problem when the electric portion of my bill is $63 and change, and it's $53 to supply it. There's something wrong here. And by the way, on the $429 bill, I wasn't even at home. I was at my other home for 3 months. So how can I trust that Unitil is effectively reading my meter electronically in their office? I'm supposed to trust them? You people know what's going on. You've known for a long time. You've done nothing about it. It's so sad to see what these people have gone through. Did any of you lose your electricity at all during this storm? There's no head shaking. Then you have no idea. But the fact is that I wrote to you. I don't think in my life I have ever written to any company or person that has at least not had the courtesy to write back. So all I'm dealing with is the issue here, and I want everyone to know, if they didn't know, Unitil no longer uses a postage meter to mail the bills to you. They're now pre-sorted rather. I would like to think that I had something to do with that. Is that just a cover-up so that they don't have to get the bill to you on time? Because I brought that to your attention. I even proved to you. I had 3 different people at 3 different residences in Fitchburg who I paid the bills for, but the bills went to them. And when they received those bills, they marked those envelopes, the date received, and initialed them. Everyone had the same complaints. How can you get a bill to your customer within 3 days if it's not even postmarked for 4 days later? I think that not only Unitil, but you all have a lot of explaining to do. And as I look up at you all night long, and you know, it's really sad too that the seats are empty now. It's because people have to work. They have to work just to pay Unitil. None of you have an expression on your face at all. You've been covering up for them for a long time, and people are not going to tolerate it anymore. I was assaulted by 2 Unitil employees. And you know what's really funny about the whole thing? It's disgusting, but in a way it's really funny, because it's so impossible to think that anybody could ever believe the story they told their employer, that I could possibly ever do something when I was recovering from back surgery. And by the way, the Unitil employee was about 6'4" and about 240. You've known about this stuff for a long time. Unitil employees have been accessing people's homes while they're not home, and they're going through locked doors. That's criminal. They've been conducting a lot of criminal activities that I'm sure you're aware of. You can't tell me that after being here tonight that you haven't heard any of this before. I'm shocked at what I heard tonight. I kind of thought I was the only one for a while, till I heard all these other people. How can you sit up there and not do anything? We don't want them here. Thank you.
Brandon LaCoy?
Brandon LaCoy, LACOY, 5 Rogers Avenue. I bought my house here 3 years ago at the age of 22 in Fitchburg. My first house. I should have bought in Leominster. I want to go through briefly some of the stuff that we went through. I don't want to, kind of spin the wheels and talk about more that everybody's already talked about. The only reason I do want to say some of this stuff, not so that you guys will listen, because I don't think you're listening anyway. I want to say it because it's going on record, and this is a matter of public record. The night of the ice storm, I listened to a lot of trees snapping for over an hour before we finally lost power. When the power finally died, I started a fireplace to try to keep everybody warm. We went out, my father and I, the next day to Rockies to try to pick up supplies at Ace Hardware. They didn't have power. Nobody had power. Nobody had anything. A week previous to the storm, I bought a wood stove on Craigslist, $50. It would have been $70 to buy the stovepipe to hook it up. It was out of stock everywhere, in every town, in every neighboring town to Fitchburg. So I couldn't use the stovepipe. We went to Home Depot a few days later to try to find out about generators. They said, well, we're getting some generators in. We'll be getting about 1,800 in by the end of the day, but we don't know how much they're going to cost. We don't know what size they're going to be, and we don't know if you're going to get one. We waited and waited, and eventually, the next day, we bought two $630 generators. We only waited for 4 days to buy generators because when we spoke to Unitil and tried to get a response as to what we were looking at, you know, I figured a couple of days from the damage, from what I had heard during the storm, from everything snapping, a couple of days. They said it'll be a few hours, probably about 6 hours, maybe 7. We'll have everybody up and running. We'll have you guys definitely up and running by the end of the night. The next day, about 4 or 5 hours. No, really, 4 or 5 hours, we'll get it up and running. 13 days. We'll have you up by the end of the night. On the 14th day, another company had us up and running. It was not Unitil. And like my mother had said earlier, we did see Unitil trucks. Yeah, we saw them at breakfast restaurants. We saw them at the 99. We didn't see them working on poles. We didn't see them working on power. The people that got us up and running were from Tennessee. Real nice people. Took the time away from their families to come up and get us up and running so that we could have some kind of a Christmas. I spoke to a Unitil employee to ask them why they didn't call, if they knew why earlier on what was going on, why they didn't ask for help and why they didn't ask for additional crews to come in. And they said, well, the higher ups said that they don't want our overtime to go to somebody else. We want to get our overtime in first before we have to give it away to somebody else. So they didn't ask for help from neighboring crews and from other companies because they didn't want them to take their hours and their money? Are you friggin' kidding me? I've been out of work for 6 months because of the construction economy. I haven't been able to work. I've been doing side work. I'm a union employee myself. And I couldn't afford to buy a $630 generator. And I can't afford a $700 electric bill when I didn't have power for half a month. I'm not paying it, all right? I'm not paying it. You're not getting a dime from me. I can go 13 days without power. Disconnect me. Come take my power away. Do it. I'm serious. Disconnect my power, you won't get a dime from me because I know I can last without power. I get a generator now. I don't need your service anymore. Oh, when the ice started to melt and all the rain from the storm started to come through the ground, this was within the 2 days after the storm with no power. I have 2 sub pumps down in my basement. Both started to back up and flood in my basement. I have a finished side of the basement, I have a workshop side. I have an $18,000 flood recovery system in my house, state-of-the-art, completely engineered to guarantee against flooding. Suck part is it runs on electricity. So I had to sit downstairs in my basement and fill up 5-gallon buckets of water and bail them out into my backyard in the freezing cold and in the ice for 9.5 hours, 115, 120 gallons at a time before I could take a break in order to keep my house from flooding. And finally, I said, you know what? I don't care if the damn place floods. I need to get some sleep. This was 9:30 in the morning. At 10:30 in the morning, my neighbors across the street knocked on my door. The guy's got a steaming hot cup of coffee, and he says, hey, we got some power next door. You want us to maybe run you a extension cord across the street here? I said, yeah, I'll take an extension cord. I plugged my 2 pumps in, they pumped all the water out, and I went to sleep. My neighbors on both sides of me had power after 3 days because they were tied into the college across the street from me. My power was tied into the rest of the street in the other direction, and I didn't get power for 13 days. So I get to watch both of my neighbors on both sides have their Christmas lights on while the rest of us were freezing. We get no explanation from Unitil, except to be told that we'd have our power on within a couple of hours, a couple of days, a couple more hours, a couple more days, a couple more hours. One lady told me to F myself and hung up on me when I called Unitil. Yeah, how's that for customer service? Excuse me, we're freezing. We have no power, and we just want to make sure you're aware of it. Go F yourself. That's the response we got. That's the response I want them to have from you people. And if you don't give them that response, we're giving you that response. Because every single one of you up on that board is replaceable. You work for us. Don't forget it. I want George Gantz to explain to my daughter why I can't take her to Disneyland. You know why I can't? Those 2 weeks that we were out of power counts as their February vacation. Yeah, it's canceled. Yep. A kid can't go to Disneyland, we can't go on vacation, but we get to sit in a goddamn cold house freezing our asses off for 2 weeks. See the bill? Come disconnect me. Take it, all right? You're not getting a dime from me. Nothing.
Thank you. I need to let everybody go for their first time. I need to go through the list and let the people speak for the first time. Ed Glastonbury. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Ed Gaston, I live at 509 Sheldon Road in Fitchburg. Thanks a lot for GASTONGUAY. I've been a resident in the city for 64 years, and this has been one of the saddest nights, I guess, that I've experienced here. I was a guidance counselor and teacher at Fitchburg High for 39 years, and I've seen a lot of tough times, but this night has made me very sad. I'll be very brief. I think it comes down to the same kind of greed and incompetence that has plagued our Wall Street. We have the same kind of fat cats at Unitil. I think you might be aware that the top 10 individual stockholders at Unitil are either board of director members or they are executives at Unitil. The president of Unitil owns 40,000 shares. The vice president of communications and customer service owns 10,000 shares. Unitil has paid 34.5 cents a share per quarter for the last 10 years. That is more consistent than any other utility in the nation. And the reason why it's so consistent is because they have failed to do any infrastructure, any customer service, any communication. They just don't give a damn. And there's no incentive for them to give a darn. Why should they care? Their interest is keeping the stock price up. Their interest is keeping the dividend going. And the only way that we are going to get rid of Unitil, and it's a long shot, but it might happen because people are very upset. If we organize well enough to starting May 1st, when it starts to get warm, no one pays their bill, period, ever again to Unitil. It won't take long for the stock to fall, for the fat cats to start jumping off the ship, for the big mutual funds who are investors in Unitil to jump off the board, especially if we can get national media in here to see what we are going to be trying to do. It's the only way. Money is the only answer. They have no incentive whatsoever to serve the citizens of Fitchburg. It is all about the same greed that involves Wall Street. I think the executives at Unitil will have one claim to fame, and that is that they made George Bush's response to Katrina look good. Thank you.
Jesse DuPont. Is Jesse here? You're number 141.
Hi, my name's Jesse DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T. I live at 17 Franklin Street, Fitchburg. For the few days after the power went out, we got the same response. Oh, it'll be back on in a couple days, it'll be back on in a couple days. I have a 4-year-old son that has severe asthma and takes a nebulizer in the cold weather, who also has celiac disease, which makes it even worse for him. I had to send my son and my wife to her mother's house in Worcester for the time period that we had no power. During that time, when they were supposedly out clearing the trees so people could get up and down the roads, I had to go out with neighbors and clear my road because the DPW decided they were going to divert the traffic up my street to avoid sending anybody down Kimball or Rollstone. 5 days into the outage, all but 6 houses, the lowest 6 houses on my street had power, all the way up to the school there, all the way down until you got 6 houses away from the bottom. They said, oh, you'll be back on. My wife kept getting a response from Unitil. You'll be back on tomorrow. You'll be back on tonight. Oh, we're too busy. We don't need to deal with you. What kind of customer service is that? We're too busy. We have more important things than to tell you what's going on with your power. Our bills doubled since then. I was lucky. I had gas heat, which stayed on because it's not on a thermostat. It's an old heating system, and gas hot water. My landlord paid for a generator 3 days before we got our power back on just to keep the pipes from freezing in the building. I was the only one, myself and my roommate was the only ones left in that building for the whole time the power was out. I work for Laney Orchards over in Lunenburg, who also has Unitil. We didn't get power back on over there until after New Year's. They had to bring a generator in from out of state to keep us from losing our apples, over $100,000 worth of apples. Every other major business around us had power back on, except for us. I'd be out of work right now if it wasn't for the fact that we brought a generator in. We would have lost all those apples. You know what Unitil said? Oh, well, your power doesn't run that way. It goes up and around and this street, and down the street, and down this street. After we were finally able to get in touch with somebody, he's like, well, have you seen that street? It's going to be a while before you get your power back on. Yeah, we saw that street. Unitil hadn't been on that street at all. I got turned on by a company out of Tennessee that said they had gotten a call the day before. They were up here the next day after they got the call from Unitil. You're telling me that Unitil has 7 trucks, 7 crews? What business do they have being a utility company in the first place? Anything. 7 crews for how many times? Thanks.
Thank you. They're probably all here. They just signed in.
Robert Saunders, 17 Franklin Street. When the storm hit, we were lucky. We were able to keep our frozen stuff in the freezer. But even that started thawing out. So we put it outside, and animals got to our food. I'm a disabled veteran living on a very fixed income. I had a hard time replacing the food because we just gone out and gone shopping the day before. Now, to some people, $50 here, $60 here, you know, it's not that much to waste. It is when you're a disabled veteran, when you only have so much coming in each month. Now, I finally caught back up, but now I got another bill from Unitil from a previous address for 1 day service over there They want $85 for 1 day service. Plus now in this Unitil here, I just got the bill, it's over $400. And I can't afford something like that. I thought it'd come up here from Brockton. I thought back up here was a better place to live. Boy, was I wrong. My highest bill down there was $350 a month. That's at the top of winter time. And right now, you know, it's not that cold. We haven't had the heater on that much. We're lucky. We live on the 3rd floor, and the heat rises up to keep us warm. But I'll tell you, if it keeps going like this, Brockton's starting to look better and better every day. And I thought this place up here would be much better. Now, if you've got one company servicing here, why don't they get off their butt and service somebody? You know, it took us a week to get power back on. I couldn't go anywhere because I had animals there in the house. I wasn't about to leave them alone and go live in a shelter, especially with no transportation. So I stayed there the whole time. And like he said, we were lucky the landlord got kind enough to go down and get a generator for us to have some electricity with, which he didn't have to do, but he did. And it really upset me knowing that our car, you know, our house and everything like that meant so little to them. Now, granted, they're a multi-million-dollar company, but we're not. Most people around here are not, and won't ever be according to paying their bills all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael D. Pietro? Mr. Pietro? And I also have a Loretta Di Pietro. Alan Bergeron. Is Alan here? Mr. Bergeron? You are number 145.
My name is Alan Bergeron, B-E-R-G-E-R-O-N. I live at 360 Fairmont Street. We moved here in 1971. Since then, I've been watching the poles across the street from my house and big thunderstorms and lightning storms. The electricity goes from wire to wire. I mean, we actually come out and watch it sometimes because it's pretty neat. During the middle of the summertime sometimes, all of a sudden it's like a gunshot. It'll blow something right off the transformers. I mean, it's ridiculous. They don't do anything. They don't fix anything. All the guys that finally put our power on after almost 11, actually it was 11 days. At 5 days, well, how do I say it? First, I had a homemade generator. That one lasted 2 days. Blew the motor. Put another motor on it, got that running again. Then I had to buy another one because that one broke again. Then that one burnt out. Had to buy a second one. Got a second one. Then we had to finally buy a $700 one, because it was getting cold enough. We actually had to cut the circuit breakers, everything off from the road, because on day 5, they fixed the whole street and left 3 houses on the whole street with no power. The National Guard is actually the people who came in and cut the trees down. It took all the wires down off of 2 poles, but it didn't even break the poles. They came up, they cut the wires between 3 houses in the whole street and left our 3 houses with no power. Well, what were they doing? Were they going to fix the wires or not? No. A company from Tennessee had to come in on the 11th day and finally fix the power. And even at that, they were even nice enough to fix the ground wire on it, because the one guy said something about a ground wire on the house. They were even nice enough to fix his ground wire in the house next door so that they could have power. You know, I don't know if it's the best thing to kick them out. I don't know if it's the best thing to keep them. I just know that something's got to be done. They don't do... In a normal world, for the normal working person, I'm on Social Security disability. I don't have the money to deal with this. I got a $500 and something bill when I was out of power for 2 weeks. And they tell me I'm not disabled enough, and they're going to go up on my rates anyway. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but all I know is they're doing a crappy job. If it was anybody in a working sector, when I had a job, if I messed up this bad, I would have been out the door on my butt, and that would have been the end of it.
Thank you. I'm now through to the end. I'm now to the end of the sign-in list. Is there anyone else who still needs to be heard here tonight? No one else? We'd like to thank the remaining of you that are still here. Thank you very much for coming. You've given us a lot of very important testimony, a lot of important testimony. We will have a transcript of that testimony and bring it back to the office with us to help develop a clear picture of what has happened here in Fitchburg. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.